He woke up as a dying old man with literally minutes left to live. But then, he unlocked the ultimate cheat code. His system has a glitch. No matter who he fights, whether it's a demon king, a sect elder, or a true immortal, he instantly becomes exactly one level stronger than them. Now, he's slapping grandmasters, forcing an ancient demon lord to wash his feet, and terrifying the entire cultivation world, all while sipping his milk tea. This is the story of the most broken, overpowered grandpa in history. You don't want to miss this. A boy named Junlin woke up and was amazed to discover that he had transformed into a frail old man. The animals in the eastern region were quite surprised to see a human in such a place. When Junlin saw his reflection in the lake, he was shocked and wondered how this could have happened, considering he had just been dozing off in math class a moment earlier. He complained that he was supposed to be a tall, 185-centimeter guy who hadn't even found a girlfriend yet and was just starting to enjoy his student life. But suddenly, he had turned into an old man. He decided he wouldn't accept this reality. He figured that since he had traveled to another world, this old body must belong to some kind of hidden master. Deciding to search the body's memories, he learned that this world was called Kunlun and was ruled by cultivators. The original owner, Ye Junlin, had been incredibly talented, reaching the golden core stage in his youth. Because of this talent, he had been appointed as the leader of a peak within the Xuantian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the region. However, during a conflict with rival cultivators, he was caught off guard. His energy center was destroyed, and he lost all his strength, becoming an ordinary person. He spent the next few decades in complete apathy, isolating himself on the mountain and ignoring the outside world. It had been 10 years since that day. Junlin realized he was now just a mortal, and judging by his age, it looked like he could pass away at any moment. But then he remembered reading web novels and reasoned that if this was a transfer to another world, there had to be some kind of bonus or special power waiting for him. Taking charge, Junlin called out to the system, claiming his daddy was here and telling it to show up quickly. When he didn't get a response, he asked if it was playing hide and seek. Changing his tactic, he fell to his knees and apologized, saying he was just joking and begged for a sign. He wondered if perhaps it wasn't a system, but maybe a ring with an elder spirit inside. He took off his ring, looked at it, and asked if an old doctor was in there. Receiving no answer again, he lost his patience and shouted for the old man to stop hiding. He threw the ring on the ground, raised his cane to the sky, and started cursing loudly. After his outburst, the system suddenly appeared, stating that rude language had been detected and it had activated automatically. It asked the owner to be more polite. Junlin was relieved it finally showed up, admitting he thought it was unfair and that he was just imagining things. The system apologized, explaining that it had also been fast asleep and had just woken up. To make up for the inconvenience, it offered him a starter kit. When Junlin told it to open the gift, the system congratulated him on gaining a special ability to match strength. Basically, whenever he met an opponent with a higher level than him, he would permanently gain a cultivation level higher than theirs with no side effects. Junlin was worried because he was currently an ordinary person, so he asked what would happen if he encountered an immortal. The system assured him it wasn't lying and that he could safely test it out. Junlin was thrilled, realizing this meant he could be invincible and always one step ahead of everyone. However, when he asked why he needed to cultivate, the system showed a respectful reminder that he only had 1 hour left before his natural end. Shocked, Junlin asked if he was really going to perish that soon. He realized he needed to go down the mountain and find someone to fight in order to gain strength and extend his life. He finally understood why the old man had stayed isolated on the mountain. Suddenly, a timer appeared showing only 35 minutes remaining. Panicking, he asked if he really wouldn't make it. Just then, he looked at the mountain and saw a massive storm approaching, which looked like a swarm of monsters. Inside the dark clouds stood the former sect leader who had been removed from office years ago. The current leader stood before his enemies and asked who dared to challenge the Xuantian sect. An eagle man emerged from a magic shell, mocking the sect and revealing that the demon monster king was still alive and planning to eliminate them all that day. The leader recognized the enemy as a vile creature he had defeated and thrown off a cliff years ago. He was shocked that the creature survived and returned for revenge. The demon king laughed loudly, powering up his energy and asking if that was enough. The leader was horrified to see the enemy had reached the powerful embryonic soul stage. Realizing they couldn't compete with such strength, the leader turned to his people and declared they wouldn't give up without a fight. The demon king mocked them, threatening to finish off all the Taoists. A chaotic battle then broke out between the sect members and the invaders. The monsters were overpowering the warriors. Watching from the ground, Junlin wished someone would just hit him. The system appeared and warned him that only 30 minutes remained. He started worrying because time was running out, and the battle was too far away for anyone to hear him. He tried to climb the stairs, but his old back was failing him. He knew he wouldn't make it down in time. Meanwhile, the demon king shouted that the humans were weaklings and their lives would end today. Releasing his full energy, the king knocked down all the warriors with a single blow. The sect leader realized the gap between the golden core stage and the embryonic soul stage was too massive. The demon king laughed and asked if anyone else dared to resist. Suddenly, Junlin climbed up the mountain and shouted for the demon king to look at him. The king flew over to the old man, asking if he was tired of living. Junlin taunted the bird to attack him, mentioning that he was waiting. He was glad he arrived in time, having used a crystal-powered loudspeaker from the old man's memories to get their attention. The demon king remarked that he had never seen such a bold old man. The sect leader and his disciples looked up, wondering if that was their legendary elder Yi from the peak. They noted he hadn't interfered for decades and had lost his powers. The demon king asked if Junlin was just looking for a quick end. Junlin called the bird his grandson and threatened to eat him like a quail. The system warned there were only 10 seconds left. Junlin worried that the bird was too talkative and slow, fearing he might pass away without a fight. As the system counted down the final seconds, the demon king finally attacked, promising to crush the old man to dust. Junlin was actually happy because his wish was being fulfilled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as the system processed the incoming attack. The system detected an attack at the initial embryonic soul stage. It immediately triggered the special ability, boosting the old man's power to the middle level of the same stage. Junlin evolved instantly. Using a fire technique, he neutralized the bird's attack effortlessly. The onlookers were stunned by the terrifying aura, and Junlin transformed from an old man back into a young warrior. Junlin declared that this was the true power of the embryonic soul. The demon king was shocked to see Junlin was even stronger than him. The sect members couldn't believe it, realizing that Junlin must have been pretending to be weak all those years while quietly advancing his cultivation to the highest level. It turned out their junior brother was actually the most powerful one among them. The warrior noted that masters at the embryonic soul stage were extremely rare in the wild region, and now one was standing right there. Realizing this, the demon monster king immediately changed his tune, treating Junlin with respect. He claimed the whole situation was just a big misunderstanding and suggested they settle their differences later, even offering to pay a friendly visit to the sect. Junlin wasn't buying it. He pointed out that the king had destroyed his sect's foundation and eliminated many disciples, so calling it a misunderstanding was ridiculous. Just then, the system congratulated Junlin on his first victory and rewarded him with a divine technique called the Great Void Finger that binds the heavens. Junlin wondered if this was a legendary technique. He asked the bird if he would believe it was just a misunderstanding if someone wiped out his entire clan. The demon king retorted that while Junlin was slightly stronger, the gap wasn't massive, implying he wasn't afraid to fight to the finish. Junlin clarified his stance. He didn't bother anyone unless they bothered him first, but since the king had offended him and harmed his people, Junlin intended to defeat him to secure his position. He called the king a monster who couldn't be forgiven. The king argued that humans had forced his hand and declared that he was willing to sacrifice his own spiritual core to ensure he took Junlin down with him. Deciding not to wait, Junlin unleashed his power to finish the battle. He told the bird he had no idea what his limits were and used the Great Void Finger technique. Seeing the massive energy cage forming around him, the king was shocked and realized instantly that he had lost. Desperate to survive, the king started bargaining, offering up anything, even his own tribe, just to live, pleading that he had only recently reached his high cultivation stage. Junlin ignored the pleas and completed the attack. Seeing their leader defeated, the other monsters panicked and tried to flee. However, Junlin wasn't about to let them escape. He released a wave of energy that eliminated the remaining threats, declaring that these birds wouldn't bother the Shuantian sect anymore. The sect leader looked at Junlin, referring to him as junior brother Ye, and admitted they were in his debt. He apologized, confessing he thought Junlin's abilities were gone forever and never expected him to break through to the ancestral soul stage. A female disciple chimed in, saying Junlin didn't look like someone who had given up. Another peak leader agreed, theorizing that Junlin must have been keeping a low profile to protect the sect from the shadows. Junlin thought to himself that they had very active imaginations, but he decided to let them believe that narrative so he wouldn't have to explain the system. Suddenly, warriors rushed in with urgent news. The Fanglei sect had seized their spiritual minds and veins, and many guarding disciples had been injured or defeated. The leader was shocked, noting that while relations were strained, he didn't expect such a blatant attack. Without those resources, their cultivation future was doomed. He declared he would lead a team to take them back. Junlin realized the Fanglei sect had treacherously used the monster invasion as a distraction to strike. The system popped up with a new quest, offering a huge reward if Junlin checked in at the Fanglei sect's domain. Seeing another opportunity to gain strength, Junlin took charge. He announced he would go straight to the Fanglei sect and remove them completely. The leader was surprised but impressed by Junlin's confidence and power. As they prepared, Junlin told the leader that with him at the helm, their sect could become the top power in the region. Meanwhile, at the Fanglei sect, members were celebrating their successful plan to lure the monster to the Shuantian sect while they stole the resources. One disciple worried the monster might turn on them, but another reassured him. They revealed that a powerful guest from the prestigious Yuhua sect was visiting, guaranteeing their safety. The Fanglei leader, Chen Yunhai, asked the guest Elder Mu about his son. Elder Mu confirmed that Chen's son was doing exceptionally well at the Yuhua sect and had been chosen as a personal disciple by a high-ranking lord. Chief Chen was thrilled. Elder Mu then presented a rare pill sent by the sun, which would help Chen reach the embryonic soul stage. The sect celebrated, and Chen thanked Elder Mu for his help in planning the attack and predicting the monster's movements. Their celebration was cut short by a massive explosion. as the defensive formations were shattered. Junlin emerged from the smoke asking if this was the Fanglei sect. Chief Chen demanded to know who dared to intrude. Junlin calmly introduced himself. The warriors were terrified by his overwhelming aura. At that moment, the system confirmed Junlin had reached the check-in spot and rewarded him with the seal of the human ruler and the Great Void technique. Junlin was happy to get another familiar ability. Chief Chen was confused, recognizing Junlin's name as the crippled leader from the rival sect but sensing the power of an embryonic soul. Junlin asked if they were pretending to be clueless about their collusion with the Monster King. He announced that as punishment, the Fanglei sect would end today. Chen realized that if Junlin was here, the Demon King must have been defeated. Panic set in. Chen turned to Elder Mu for help, feeling confident because Mu was at the even higher spirit transformation stage. Elder Mu looked at Junlin with contempt, calling him a puppy and ordering him to kneel and break his own arms if he wanted to keep his life. Junlin refused to back down, asking who the old man thought he was. Elder Mu released his pressure, revealing his spirit transformation power, which terrified the onlookers. Chief Chen laughed, telling Junlin he was out of luck this time. He mocked him, saying that without support, he would be easily crushed, and suggested he beg Elder Mu for mercy. Instead of begging, Junlin decided to show them his true capability. The system detected the higher-level threat and triggered the evolution. Meanwhile, back at the mines, the Xuantian leader defeated the remaining enemies. A captured Fanglei elder laughed, revealing that the Yuhua sect was backing them because of their connection to the sect's heir. The Xuantian leader realized Junlin was walking into a trap against a spirit transformation master. He told his team they had to rush to the Fanglei sect immediately to save Junlin, willing to risk his own life to protect their sect's only hope. Back in the main hall of the Fanglei sect, Junlin started laughing. Chief Chen was confused, thinking the boy should be paralyzed with fear knowing that Elder Mu was at the powerful spirit transformation stage, yet he seemed amused. Elder Mu looked down on him, sneering that Junlin wasn't even worth his time. He compared the Xuantian sect to an anthill and claimed that to the massive Yuhua sect, Junlin was just a speck of dust. He added that since he was already annoyed, he would wipe out Junlin's sect regardless of any apology. Unfazed, Junlin told the elder to cut the talk and make a move. He mocked the concept of spirit transformation and challenged Mu to a fight, saying anyone who ran away was a coward. Elder Mu couldn't handle the disrespect and lunged at him. Chief Chen thought this was the end for the Xuantian sect. However, the system immediately detected a late-stage spirit transformation attack. The passive ability kicked in, instantly boosting Junlin's cultivation to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Junlin countered the attack easily, asking if that was all the elder had. Mu was stunned to see his attack failed and realized the boy was also at the spirit transformation stage. Chief Chen panicked, wondering how a small sect could hide such a master. Elder Mu was equally baffled, noting that in this remote region, usually an embryonic soul cultivator was enough to found a sect, yet this young man had reached the peak of spirit transformation. Chen frantically asked the elder what to do. Mu told him to stay calm, reminding him that the Yuhua sect's immortal methods were superior to anything locals had. Junlin mocked him with a rude hand gesture. Enraged, Elder Mu declared he would show the power of an earth-level technique and unleashed the palm of the green tree. The onlookers were impressed, realizing that while spirit-level techniques were treasures here, this was on a whole other level. Elder Mu claimed it was an honor to be defeated by him. Junlin just scoffed, shot out a stream of fire energy, and called Mu's move a cheap trick. Using his new human ruler seal, Junlin shattered the elder's attack with a single move. A massive fire spirit appeared, destroying everything in its path. The crowd was terrified, wondering if this power was beyond the divine level. Elder Mu was completely overpowered and began begging for mercy. Junlin reminded him of his rule: if no one bothers him, he bothers no one. But if attacked, he destroys the enemy. Mu tried to threaten him, saying the Yuhua sect would seek revenge if he perished. Unimpressed, Junlin asked why he was still making threats and used a fire arrow to finish the elder off. Seeing his protector gone, Chief Chen fell to his knees, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, and offering to become Junlin's servant. When Junlin refused, Chen desperately mentioned that his son, Chen Shao, was a personal disciple in the Yuhua sect with the potential to become an immortal, implying Junlin shouldn't offend him. Junlin replied that it was perfect. He'd just wait for the son to show up so he could gain more experience points. He reiterated that since the Fanglei sect attacked first, they had to be eliminated. Junlin proceeded to level the entire place. As the fires burned, Chief Chen shouted that his son would avenge this 1,000-fold. Junlin watched the destruction and noticed a box fall from the flames. Looking at the sky, Junlin saw his sect leader and the team arriving. The leader was relieved to see Junlin alive. Junlin mentioned he was just finishing up with the Fanglei sect. The leader grabbed his hand, saying they were lucky to be alive and needed to leave before the Yuhua sect elder spotted them. Junlin casually asked, "You mean that elder? I already finished him." The leader was floored, asking if he really defeated a spirit transformation master. A female disciple named Su chimed in, saying she knew peak leader Yi could handle it. Junlin confirmed he was at the spirit transformation stage, but suggested they skip the chat and start gathering the resources from the defeated sect. The leader was still processing the fact that his junior brother was so powerful. Suddenly, a disciple named Xiao found a rare pill likely brought by the Yuhua elder. Junlin told him to give it to the sect leader so he could break through to the embryonic soul stage, which would strengthen their whole sect. The leader was incredibly grateful for the gift. Suddenly, the system announced that a suitable disciple had been found within a radius of 100 li. It turned out to be the head of a demon cult who was at the true immortal level. The system promised an unimaginable reward if Junlin accepted him as a student. Junlin was thrilled because this wasn't just a new mission, it was a chance to encounter a true immortal. He realized that if he challenged this person, his special ability would allow him to instantly copy that level, making him invincible not just in the wild region, but in the entire realm. Back at the sect, a disciple named Su voiced her concerns. She asked if the Zhuantian sect really stood a chance against the powerful Yuhua sect now that they were enemies. The sect leader admitted that the Yuhua sect was too powerful for them to compete with. He turned to Junlin and urged him to leave the region. He believed Junlin's talent was too incredible to be wasted there. The leader explained that when the enemy came for answers, the rest of the sect would sacrifice themselves to buy time, ensuring Junlin could survive and eventually rebuild their legacy. The other disciples agreed, shouting that Junlin was a natural-born genius and their only hope. They insisted they would stay and hold the line so he could escape and fulfill his destiny. Junlin was surprised by their intense unity and loyalty. He thanked everyone for their support but assured them that he had a plan. He told them to leave the situation to him because he knew there was no reasoning with the enemy. He instructed the sect leader to handle the cleanup at the current location while he took care of urgent matters. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew off instantly, leaving the leader admiring his swift exit. Meanwhile, a chaotic scene was unfolding in the purple bamboo forest. A group of bandits was chasing someone who looked like a beautiful girl, shouting that she shouldn't run away. The person being chased, however, was actually a young man yelling back that he was a guy. A creepy old man leading the chase ignored him, drooling and insisting that she was too beautiful to be a man and shouldn't try to trick him. It turned out this young man was actually a tiger in a trap. He was the former head of a demonic cult from the central region who had achieved true immortality and led a massive sect with millions of followers. However, after a massive siege by his enemies, he had sacrificed all his power to escape and was now hiding in this remote eastern region, severely weakened. The old pursuer, tired of running, fired several energy swords at him. The young man spun around and blocked them with a scarlet flame shield. However, due to his weakened state, the shield failed and he took some damage. The old man was surprised that someone at the foundation stage could withstand an attack from a late golden core cultivator, wondering if the boy was a genius from a big sect. Deciding it didn't matter, the old man used a needle technique to trap him. The old man grabbed the boy's face, telling him to stop resisting. Fed up, the boy tore open his robe to bare his chest, shouting for the old man to open his eyes and see that he was clearly a man. The old man was shocked, but then creepily decided that the man was fine too. Unable to take the humiliation any longer, the boy snapped. He warned the pervert not to touch him and declared he would rather burn his own spiritual core than be humiliated. He unleashed a massive stream of fire energy, pushing himself to the limit to burn his attacker alive. The old man couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed in the flames. The boy succeeded, but he was badly hurt, and his spiritual pearl was nearly broken. He realized he needed to find a place to recover immediately. He muttered that at least the creep didn't survive. Just then, he sensed another presence. A different old man stepped out of the forest, claiming he was just passing by and had nothing to do with the previous attacker. The boy politely said he hoped they would meet again and tried to leave. However, this new old man was also up to no good. He rushed forward, admitting he was interested in the boy's secrets and how he possessed such power. He tried to grab the boy to search his memories. The boy cursed him, realizing he was too weak to fight back and that this might be the end. Just as the boy fell to the ground in despair, a figure far more powerful than anyone present flew directly over them. The attacking old man immediately looked up, terrified, as he sensed a master at the spirit transformation stage arriving. Junlin stopped to observe the situation. The creepy old man immediately panicked, begging for mercy and offering to give the girl to Junlin if he would just let him go. Junlin didn't bother with the conversation. He simply unleashed a beam of energy, declaring that such worthless people didn't deserve to exist. The old man didn't even have time to react before the beam pierced his heart, ending him instantly. Hong was stunned. First, he had been trapped by a golden core master, and now a spirit transformation expert had appeared. He wondered if his luck had truly run out, and if he was destined to perish there. Junlin mentally asked the system if it was serious about this person being the head of a demon cult and a true immortal. The system confirmed it wasn't joking. It explained that this was indeed Hong Kan, though his power had weakened significantly to the foundation establishment stage. The system activated its Eye of Insight, revealing that Hong possessed the Divine Fire King talent. Junlin looked him over. With his snow-white skin, refined features, and long hair, it was easy to see why anyone would mistake his gender. Hong grew wary of Junlin's intense stare, fearing that this newcomer might have the same creepy intentions as the old man. However, Junlin was just calculating. He knew that with Hong's experience and talent, regaining his former power would be easy. Recruiting him as a disciple was a guaranteed win. Junlin told the boy that he had exceptional bone structure and true talent. He announced that from that day on, He would take him as an apprentice. All Hong had to do was agree. Hong was taken aback. He initially thought Junlin was after his secrets, but now he realized this spirit transformation cultivator actually wanted to be his teacher. Internally, Hong scoffed. He thought his own artifacts and luck were far superior, and in his prime, a guy like Junlin wouldn't even be allowed in his sect's backyard. Junlin asked why he hesitated, noting that Hong didn't look thrilled about the offer. Hong realized he was currently too weak to refuse. He decided to play the long game, survive now, and once he regained his strength, he could turn the situation around. He knelt down and formally greeted his new teacher, claiming it was the greatest honor of his life. It was all just a performance to him. Junlin accepted the bow and told him to rise, giving him the name Xiao Hong. Hong hated the name, but for the sake of his safety, he agreed. Junlin could tell the guy was being hypocritical, but with his invincible system ability, he wasn't worried about betrayal. The system congratulated Junlin on completing the task. As a reward, he received an automatic training function, meaning he could now get stronger just by lying around. The system also granted him a special coffin artifact that would upgrade as he leveled up, capable of burying the heavens and earth. Additionally, the system detected the new disciple's fire talent and offered a free upgrade package, the 3000 fiery flames technique and a fire source pill to restore his foundation. Junlin realized these rewards were game-breaking, designed to challenge the laws of the universe. Hong noticed Junlin smiling and assumed his teacher was just feeling smug about acquiring a talented student. He waited for what he assumed would be a disappointing lesson. Junlin told him that he wouldn't expect him to accept his authority without a gift, so he handed over a technique manual. Hong thanked him, but internally he expected some trashy provincial technique. However, when he read the title 3000 Fiery Flames and looked inside, he was floored. He realized that the technique he had used to achieve immortality in the past was garbage compared to this. This manual completely revolutionized fire magic. It was definitely an immortal, perhaps even saint-level technique. Hong realized that with this book, his strength would grow to incredible heights. Simply returning to his old level of power no longer seemed like enough. Junlin noted that Hong looked pleased. Hong turned around and genuinely thanked him, wondering how a cultivator in this remote region stumbled upon such a treasure. Junlin didn't stop there. He tossed a pill to Hong, saying it would help him master the technique. Hong caught it and was shocked again. It was a fire source pill, a divine item that fire cultivators, even immortals, would fight wars over. He couldn't believe a spirit transformation master had one to give away. Junlin asked if he doubted the gift. Hong quickly replied that he didn't doubt him at all and that being his disciple was a huge honor. Privately, Hong decided that Junlin must not understand the true value of these items and likely found them in some ancient ruin. He knew he had to keep his composure. Junlin found the former demon leader's shifting expressions amusing. He told Hong to take the pill immediately and that he would stand guard. Hong agreed, thanked his mentor, and swallowed the pill. His power levels began to rise instantly. Junlin monitored the progress: initial foundation stage, middle, late, peak, and then breaking right through the golden core. He knew the standard progression, but this guy was a true immortal recovering his power. In just half an hour, he had already reached the embryonic soul stage. It was an incredibly strong start. Hong himself couldn't believe how fast he had broken through, vowing that once he returned to the central region, he would wash away his past shame. When Hong finished, he politely apologized for disturbing his teacher. Junlin brushed it off, saying it was time to return to the sect so he could introduce Hong to the elders. By that evening, the main hall of the Xuantian sect was buzzing with rumors. Everyone was saying the peak leader was unbelievably strong, having destroyed an embryonic soul master with a single finger and saving their land twice. Many disciples regretted not recognizing his power earlier. Now that he had a disciple, they assumed his standards must be sky high. When Junlin arrived, the crowd cheered. However, when they saw the person with him, confusion spread. They mistook Hong for a stunningly beautiful girl, whispering among themselves about where such a beauty came from and why she was so close to the peak leader. Hong looked around with disdain, thinking this clan was far too weak. They wouldn't even qualify as servants in his old sect. The sect leader greeted Junlin and asked who was with him. Junlin introduced Hong as his new disciple and told him to greet the sect leader. The leader was shocked to hear this girl was a disciple. Sue, a female disciple, looked annoyed, clearly jealous that the peak leader had picked such a pretty girl. Unable to take the insults any longer, Hong stepped forward and snapped at her, declaring loudly that he was a man. Junlin didn't appreciate the outburst. He slapped the back of Hong's head, telling him to control himself, noting that Sue was his senior sister and he should apologize immediately. Hong grit his teeth, apologized, and admitted it was his mistake. Internally, however, he told himself to endure it for now. Once he reached the spirit transformation stage, he would get revenge for this humiliation. Junlin announced he was taking Hong to the floating peak. The sect leader said he wouldn't keep them, As they walked away, the leader was still reeling from the fact that Junlin had taken an embryonic soul cultivator as a disciple. It was unheard of. Su remarked that junior brother Ye had brought an overwhelming amount of news to the sect in just a single day. When they arrived at the peak, Junlin opened the door to a humble dwelling, telling Hong he could pick any room he liked. Hong was horrified. He wondered what kind of hole this was, thinking even the servants' quarters in his old life were 100 times more luxurious. Junlin sensed his hesitation and lectured him, saying that only weaklings whine about comfort. He explained that a cultivator should be above such things, and if it was dirty, Hong should clean it himself. Hong promised to be patient. He figured that with his speed of development, he wouldn't be stuck here long. Meanwhile, in the southern region at the Yuhua sect, the atmosphere was tense. In the Hall of Airs, Guiyang crushed a message tablet in his hand. His servant, Chen Shao, the son of the Fenglai sect leader, apologized profusely. He explained that he was the one who asked Elder Mu to deliver the pill to his father. Now that Elder Mu was gone, Chen Shao was terrified that his father and sect were in danger and wanted to go check on them personally. Guiyang asked Chen Shao if he knew why he had been accepted as a disciple. The boy replied it was because of his solar immortal body and potential. Guiyang corrected him, saying that was only part of it. The second reason was his great ambition. He told Chen Shao that his desire for power shouldn't be limited by family ties. With the air competition approaching, Guiyang ordered him to focus solely on training. He needed to defeat the other disciples to secure the sect's full support. This was his only chance. Guiyang refused to let him leave, stating he would send his own people to investigate the eastern region. Chen Shao understood and promised not to let his master down. The next day, on the floating peak, Junlin was relaxing. He asked his student if the food was ready. Hong brought out the meal but judged his teacher silently. He couldn't understand how a spirit transformation master could care so much about food. Yesterday, Junlin was lecturing him about adaptation, and today he was indulging himself. Junlin tasted the food and praised it, noting the meat and beans were delicious, especially with the spices provided by the system. He told Hong to try some. Hong refused, stating he had long ago reached a state where he didn't need to eat. Junlin was surprised and scolded him, saying he shouldn't reject the joys of life just for cultivation. Reluctantly, Hong took a bite just to satisfy his teacher. He expected nothing, but the moment he tasted it, he was overwhelmed. It was incredible, so delicious that he hadn't felt such happiness since he was a child. Junlin asked why he was crying. Hong remembered being hungry as a kid and dreaming of eating meat. He realized that in his pursuit of power, he had forgotten what it was like to simply live and enjoy things. He admitted his mentor was right. Suddenly, Junlin noticed Hong's energy spiking. He watched as Hong broke through the embryonic soul stages, initial, middle, late, peak, and smashed right into the full spirit transformation stage. The guy had leveled up just by eating a meal. His talent was terrifying. Hong opened his eyes, realizing he had broken through without even trying. Junlin congratulated him on reaching spirit transformation, noting his strength was now almost at the level of his mentor. Hong was stunned that he regained his power so quickly. He realized that, since he was now at the same stage as Junlin, it might be time to end this charade of being a disciple. However, before he could make a move, Junlin casually mentioned that since the meal was done and Hong had leveled up, he should come over and massage his shoulders. Hong was seething with rage. In his head, he fumed, I've already reached the spirit transformation stage, yet he still tries to order me around? Who does he think he is? He decided that today was the day he would finally show his mentor who was truly in charge. Just as Hong prepared to launch a sneak attack, a servant suddenly rushed in, reporting that there was an urgent message for the peak leader. The servant explained that the sect leader requested Junlin's presence in the assembly hall immediately to discuss a critical matter. Junlin was surprised, noting that he had only been back for a day and there was already a new job for him. Hong was furious that his opportunity for revenge had been interrupted, but he consoled himself by thinking that Junlin was full of weak points. There would be plenty of chances to take him down later. As he flew off, Junlin casually called back to his student, I have to go for now. Your massage technique is excellent, by the way. When I get back, come over and massage my legs, Hong shouted after him, asking how he dared to treat him like a servant, regretting that he hadn't eliminated him right then and there. When Junlin arrived at the assembly hall, the mood was grim. The elders looked lost, wondering if this crisis was a sign that the heavens wanted to destroy the Zhuantian sect. Junlin landed and greeted the chief, asking what the threat was this time. The leader got straight to the point. Years ago, the state of Wei had come under their sect's protection. Recently, they sent a distress signal reporting strange and horrifying events. People were dying en masse, their bodies found completely drained of blood. These incidents were becoming more frequent and covering vast territories. Some cities with populations of over 1 million had been completely wiped out. The leader assumed it was the work of demons and had sent disciples to investigate. However, none of them had returned. That morning, a new message arrived stating the situation had worsened and was spreading to neighboring states. If this continued, the entire wild region Junlin would fall into chaos. Furthermore, the sect would lose its source of potential disciples, which would fatally weaken them. Junlin asked, "Is it really that serious? Has no one seen who is behind this?" Su replied grimly, "Perhaps anyone who saw the culprit is already dead." She noted that the wild region was already low on powerful cultivators. Even the nascent soul stage was rare, and if this continued, the sect would fall into decline. Junlin wondered what kind of enemy was strong enough to silence all their scouts. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a new quest: find the source of the problem in the state of Wei and eliminate it. Reward: unimaginable. Delighted by the timing, Junlin accepted the mission. He told the sect leader he understood the gravity of the situation. Since the trouble started in Wei, the source must be there, and he would handle it personally. The leader was relieved, praising Junlin for his decisiveness and expressing confidence in him. Before the leader could even finish his sentence, Junlin had already flown off toward the mission. The leader paused, realizing Junlin was already gone. Su was impressed by the peak leader's speed and determination. Another disciple, Xiao, asked worriedly if Junlin could really handle such a mysterious threat. Su shot back, "Do you doubt him? There is nothing in the wild region that can defeat a spirit transformation master." The leader agreed, adding that if Junlin couldn't handle it, the region was truly doomed. He told everyone to continue their training so they could live up to their junior brother's expectations. Junlin immediately grabbed Hong, and the two of them traveled to the eastern border of the Wei state in the wild region. Hong noticed that his mentor went straight for the troubled area, but he kept quiet, secretly plotting to find a way to deal with Junlin later. They arrived at Taohua village, located near a mountain, where Junlin observed that bandits were in the middle of robbing the place. He decided they needed to intervene. The village head pleaded with the bandits, explaining that they were poor and only had livestock like chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. He told the hero to take whatever he wanted, but begged him to spare the innocent villagers. The leader of the Black Wind Gang laughed, retorting that he didn't want their animals. He said he only needed them, the pathetic little humans. He struck the old man on the head and ordered everyone to obey, promising that if they did, their end would be painless. The other bandits shouted for their own people to step back because their boss was about to use his special technique. The leader unleashed a terrifying energy aimed directly at the villagers. The people were petrified, screaming for someone to save them. Hong was caught off guard. He recognized the technique, realizing it was similar to one used by a dangerous figure from the central region who was supposed to have perished when the Holy Lands destroyed him. Junlin noticed the look on Hong's face and asked if he knew the technique. Hong quickly lied, claiming he didn't know it and just found it strange. Junlin didn't appreciate the attitude, calling him a puppy and scolding him for his tone. Internally, Hong realized that if his guess was right and that specific person was involved, they were in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the villagers were panicking, terrified of losing their lives. Junlin decided to end the chaos. He grabbed the bandit leader from behind and told him to stop. The leader spun around, charging a fist attack and demanding to know who dared to interfere. Junlin easily countered the attack with a beam of fire, telling the man to calm down because they had questions. The bandits' minions were shocked to see their boss hurt. The leader immediately sensed Junlin's aura and realized he was facing a spirit transformation master. Terrified, he instantly begged for mercy. Junlin ordered him to reveal his background. The bandit leader explained that he used to be a palace guard in the Wei state. However, he saw something he shouldn't have and was sentenced to death, forcing him to flee the palace. Junlin asked what he saw and where he learned the dark technique. The bandit replied that he had spotted the crown prince secretly visiting the mountains behind the palace, though he hadn't dared to investigate further. As for the technique, he received it from a mysterious organization while on the run. He didn't know their origins. They simply told him to use the technique to absorb people's life force to increase his strength, and he did it to survive. Junlin suspected a massive organization was pulling the strings and that their actions were linked to the strange phenomena plaguing the region. He asked Hong for his thoughts. Hong secretly worried that the teaching methods were too similar to his old enemy. He wondered why that person would be in the wild region, but lied to his mentor again, saying he didn't know. Privately, he was certain that if that ancient enemy was behind this, Junlin's spirit transformation level wouldn't be enough, and this trip to the Wei state would be his end. Junlin decided to verify the bandit's story personally. He used a technique to enter the man's subconscious and scan his memories. He confirmed the bandit wasn't lying, but noticed he had left out some important details. Junlin declared that they needed to head to the Wei Imperial Palace immediately. Hong decided not to leave any loose ends. With a simple flick of his finger, he unleashed a fire attack that incinerated all the bandits instantly. He turned to his mentor with an innocent look and asked, "Did I do something wrong? Didn't those villains deserve it?" In reality, Hong had been holding back his anger for so long that he just needed to vent it on someone. Junlin replied that he hadn't done anything wrong. He was actually a good man for protecting the innocent. The villagers cheered, shouting that the two immortals who drove out the villains and carried out the will of heaven would be remembered forever. Meanwhile, at the capital, Emperor Wei was in despair. He lamented that in recent years the population had dropped by a third. If the darkness continued, his entire country would be destroyed. He worried whether the masters from the Xuantian sect could actually help them. Suddenly, the princess princess rushed in, announcing that she saw two immortals flying toward the palace. The emperor, realizing help had arrived, gathered his ministers to meet them. Hovering above the city, Junlin asked his student how he liked their dramatic entrance. Hong replied that his teacher was wise and the entrance was impressive. Internally, however, he wished for his mentor's downfall, hoping the dark forces in the region would crush him so he wouldn't have to pretend anymore. The emperor greeted them warmly. Junlin introduced himself as the peak leader from the Swantian sect, assuring them he was there to eliminate the threat. The emperor expressed his deep gratitude and offered to fulfill any wish they might have. Junlin simply asked for a place where he and his student could rest. The emperor immediately led them to their quarters. Unbeknownst to them, a scout was watching from the shadows. The spy scoffed, believing Junlin was just pretending to be powerful. He thought Junlin would make a perfect sacrifice to help his own master finally reach the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Once they were in their room, Hong was annoyed. His mentor had looked so dignified in front of the crowd, but the moment they were alone, he became lazy and careless. Hong wondered how someone with such an attitude ever reached the spirit transformation stage. He figured that at this rate, he would soon surpass Junlin and could easily get rid of him. Junlin, however, was well aware that his student was plotting something. He knew Hong's arrogance would eventually backfire. Deciding to tease him, Junlin told Hong that if he wanted to learn his special training methods, he should bring a basin of water and wash his feet. If the massage was good, he might teach him a thing or two. Hong was furious. He couldn't believe this backwater master was trying to lecture him on cultivation and treat him like a servant. In his past life, even immortals begged to learn from him. He was practically the ancestor of fire cultivation. Junlin pressed him, asking if he was too proud or if he wanted to continue relying on his elders to get stronger. Hong fumed silently. He was the great leader of the fire cult. Washing feet was beneath him. He decided it was time to end this farce. Just as the tension peaked, a knock came at the door. A voice announced that they had important information regarding the strange phenomena in the kingdom. Junlin asked who it was. The young man replied that he was the crown prince of the Wei state, Zhao Hen. He said the fate of the country was at stake and begged them to listen. Junlin told him to come in. Seeing the prince, Junlin realized this was the same person the bandit had mentioned, the one allegedly visiting the mountains and involved with the dark organization. However, looking at the boy, Junlin noted that he didn't seem like the villain the stories made him out to be. Prince Hen confided in the immortals, claiming he had a secret he hadn't shared with his father. He suspected that the source of the evil plaguing the state was connected to the mountains behind the palace. He explained that he had recently seen flying creatures entering a cave at night, which coincided with the disappearance of several courtmaids and servants. He flattered them, saying he knew only they could save the people, and asked them to eliminate the creatures. Junlin scanned the mountains with his senses, but felt no threat. He realized the prince was either lying or had a defense system strong enough to mask the danger. Regardless, Junlin agreed to see the cave, curious to find out what the prince was actually planning. Prince Hen thanked them and led the way, claiming that with their help, they would rid the state of evil. As they walked, the prince secretly looked forward to Junlin's end. However, they were spotted by the princess. She recognized her older brother and knew he usually behaved poorly despite their father's warnings. Seeing him secretly meeting with the masters from the Swantian sect worried her, and she decided she needed to inform her father immediately. When they arrived at the mountains, Junlin remarked that the place didn't look like a lair for flying monsters. The prince suddenly dropped the act and announced that they had arrived. Junlin was pleased, saying they would finally see what was being hidden. The prince sneered, admitting he didn't expect to deceive them so easily. He mocked Junlin for being overconfident and led astray, telling him that he didn't understand that there was always someone stronger. The prince declared that this place would be their grave and shouted for his allies to act. Elders emerged from the shadows and immediately activated a powerful sealing formation. A cult elder stepped forward, acknowledging Junlin's recent fame for defeating a demon king. However, he boasted that inside this specific formation, even a spirit transformation master would be unable to escape. The prince ordered them to capture the leader alive because their master needed him. However, he pointed at Hong, mistaking him for a girl in red, and told them to strip away her powers so he could have some fun with her. Hong immediately snapped. He asked what the prince just said, furious that boundaries had been crossed. Without hesitation, Hong unleashed his fire powers and attacked. The prince was shocked when Hong shattered the formation with a single blow. The cult elder realized in horror that the peak leader had brought a disciple who was also at the spirit transformation stage and possessed immortal level techniques. Otherwise, the array never would have broken. Frustrated that his plan failed, the prince tried to negotiate. He suggested that with their combined strength, they should join his master to secure a bright future. Hong was furious and asked how he dared to speak like that. He declared that he would make the prince suffer for his insults. Hong immediately attacked the prince who had set them up, deciding to use his fire abilities to ensure he wouldn't bother them anymore. The prince was helpless against the intense flames. Junlin watched the scene and noted that the prince had clearly struck a nerve. However, he ordered Hong to stop before finishing the job, explaining that he needed to ask a few questions first. Hong obeyed the order and extinguished the fire with a simple snap of his fingers. Junlin asked the prince who his master was and how he had forced him into servitude. The prince replied that his master was the greatest immortal of the central region, a being with no equal, and insisted that they submit immediately. He warned that once his master appeared, they wouldn't even have time to beg for mercy. Junlin laughed at the idea of submitting. He challenged the hidden master to show himself, warning that he would start taking out the prince's men one by one until he appeared. Using an energy beam, Junlin instantly defeated one of the henchmen. The cult elder was shocked, realizing that this man was also at the spirit transformation stage. He couldn't believe a sect from the wild region possessed two such powerful masters. Junlin then targeted a second man and took him down just as easily. Having dealt with the guards, Junlin noted that only the prince remained. Terrified, the prince begged the immortal to wait. Just then, a massive explosion erupted in the forest, visible from miles away. Back at the capital, the princess asked her father about the terrible crimson light lighting up the sky. The emperor told her to hurry toward it, hoping the masters were safe. Meanwhile, Hong sensed a familiar aura and realized exactly who it was. Although he knew he could handle Junlin, meeting this specific person was very unpleasant for him. The prince was delighted, declaring that his master had finally arrived and their time was up. From the red darkness emerged the leader of the blood cult from the central region, known as the Stone Absolute. Junlin addressed him immediately, asking if he was the one pulling the strings behind all the atrocities, mocking him for hiding in a hole. The Stone Absolute acknowledged the cultivators from the wild region, admitting that Junlin had some ability but claiming he wasn't worthy of a fight yet. However, he was very interested in the old acquaintance standing next to Junlin. Hong addressed the villain as a blood demon, expressing surprise that he was still alive. Junlin wondered what kind of history Hong had with this guy. The Stone Absolute stepped forward, surprised to hear that nickname. He noted he hadn't been called a blood demon since he was surrounded by the holy lands of the central region 200 years ago. He was impressed, Hong remembered. Hong replied that those who survived the Great War wouldn't forget. He explained that this man was once the most powerful of the true immortals. He increased his power by absorbing the life force of others and teaching dark techniques to spread chaos. Worse, he would eventually consume the energy of his own followers to boost his power. His methods were so vile and his growth so rapid that the greatest powers had to unite to destroy him. Even Hong, representing the demonic path, had been forced to join the war against him. The prince suddenly shouted that if news of this reached the central region, it would cause a massive uproar, adding that his master had finally arrived to save him. He started complaining like a child, pointing at Hong and whining that this woman tried to finish him off and demanding revenge. The Stone Absolute had no patience for the prince's complaints. Without a word, he unleashed a laser beam from his eyes, permanently silencing the prince. Hong watched the scene and remarked that the villain really hadn't changed. He was still the same ruthless monster who showed zero mercy, even to his own disciples. The Stone Absolute replied coldly that the disciple was nothing and could be replaced at any time. He warned Hong that if he tried to fight, he wouldn't survive, asking if he still didn't understand how things worked. Watching the drama, Junlin commented that the plot had taken quite a dramatic turn. Hong was confused and asked how this was possible. He had seen with his own eyes how the Stone Absolute's immortal body was destroyed by 4 divine artifacts in the past, draining his life force to the last drop. The villain explained that he wasn't a fool. He had separated a drop of his life essence beforehand and hidden it in a safe place. That drop allowed him to be reborn after his fall. He noted that Hong seemed to be in a similar situation, currently rebuilding his strength at the initial spirit transformation stage. He creepily suggested that Hong should just give up and let his essence be absorbed so they could be together forever. Hong called him crazy, reminding him that he had rejected his offers time and time again in the central region. He challenged the villain, asking if he really thought he could win so easily. The Stone Absolute laughed, saying that resistance only made it more exciting. He claimed that while some could overcome a small power gap, the difference between them was too vast for Hong to overcome. Hong asked how he could be so sure without trying, and immediately unleashed the divine path of the 5 absolutes. The Stone Absolute was shocked by the move, and countered with a massive crimson hand. The collision of their attacks caused a huge explosion that surprised even them. The Stone Absolute couldn't believe it. He wondered how a cultivator at the initial stage of spirit transformation could possess fire strong enough to destroy his attack. He questioned where Hong had found such a technique. Hong told him the show was just beginning and launched a fire frost attack. The villain mocked him, calling him a loser, and tried to use a soul absorption technique to counter it. However, Hong's attack was so potent that it broke through and hit the enemy directly. Stunned by the sinister power of the fire, the Stone Absolute was forced to switch tactics and use an ice defense. He admitted he was impressed, noting that Hong really was the exceptional talent he had once singled out. He asked if Hong had found an incredible legacy during his escape or become the disciple of some powerful master. Hong lied, claiming it had nothing to do with anyone else. Internally, however, he realized that with the 3000 fiery flames technique he got from Junlin, he was actually holding his own against the entity that once terrified the entire central region. He knew he couldn't let the villain know he learned this from a backwater cultivator like Junlin. The Stone Absolute decided that if he let Hong develop any further, he would become too powerful to control. He decided to end it right there, and unleash the true power of his immortal body. Meanwhile, back in the city, the citizens suddenly began screaming in pain, their energy likely being drained to fuel the villain's ultimate attack. At that moment, the Stone Absolute began draining the energy from the citizens below. He reveled in the surge of power, declaring that the people of Wei had been his food source for a long time. He bragged that he could devour them instantly to boost his strength whenever he pleased. Junlin told Hong to stop stalling and finish the enemy off quickly. Hong snapped back, telling his teacher not to order him around. Internally, however, Hong was panicking. He had originally hoped that the blood demon would be too much for Junlin, allowing Hong to step in and save the day with honor. But now, he realized the situation was so dire that he might not even escape the fight alive. The villain revealed he was utilizing fusion energy. He recalled how in the past he had fought powerful cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths without losing ground. He boasted that even elders from the Holy Lands wielding immortal artifacts hadn't been able to completely destroy his immortal body. He announced that his body was already restored to 70% capacity. Once he absorbed every living creature in the wild region, he would reach full strength, and not even the central city would be able to stop him. He told Hong that since he refused to join him, his demise was entirely his own fault. Hong realized the enemy had reached the fusion stage, which was a disaster. He immediately unleashed the violet flame that burns the sky. The attack landed, and even the Stone Absolute took some damage. However, Hong knew that fighting an opponent with such a massive power gap was usually a death sentence. Desperate, Hong considered burning his own spiritual core for a final stand. He launched the Golden Flame and the Furious Dragon Flame. The Stone Absolute scoffed, saying resistance was useless and comparing the attacks to a slight itch. Blocking Hong's assault, the villain prepared a counterattack, declaring that it was the end. Hong realized his strongest techniques weren't working. He tried to defend himself with a golden flame shield, but the Stone Absolute didn't slow down, smashing through the defense effortlessly while shouting for Hong to perish. Meanwhile, the Emperor and the Princess arrived at the mountain. Seeing the terrifying battle, the Emperor feared for the immortal's life. The Princess asked what kind of monster that was. The Emperor realized this was the source of the evil destroying their state and worried that if even an immortal couldn't defeat it, their country was truly doomed. Hong struggled to stand, wondering if his journey to immortality was ending there. He had worked so hard to regain his power and didn't want to give up. The thought of asking Junlin for help crossed his mind, but his pride made him hesitate. Admitting he needed help felt like a disgrace. Furthermore, he doubted Junlin could even help, reasoning that a spirit transformation master couldn't possibly defeat a fusion stage monster. The Stone Absolute mocked him, saying that since Hong didn't want to continue the journey together in life, he would die and become part of his body, carrying his will to the end of the path. The villain launched a massive final attack. Hong's mind went blank. Driven by the instinct to survive, he swallowed his pride and screamed for his mentor to save him. The Stone Absolute was shocked, asking if the great Hong had actually become someone's disciple. Suddenly, Junlin stepped in, remarking that his student had finally realized who he owed his knowledge to. The Stone Absolute mocked Hong, saying he never expected him to sink so low as to become the disciple of a lowly spirit transformation cultivator from the wild region. He called it an absolute disgrace to the entire demonic path. Hong realized that even though Junlin was constantly teasing him, he was still his savior. However, seeing his mentor step up against the Stone Absolute, Hong was terrified that disaster awaited him. Junlin calmly asked if the enemy was looking down on him. The Stone Absolute retorted that an ant like him had no idea how vast the sky was, boasting that in his prime, he could have drowned him with a single spit. Hong apologized to his mentor, admitting he was no match for the blood demon. He pleaded for help but added that if things looked bad, Junlin should just run away. Junlin scoffed at the idea of running, saying it was out of the question. He told Hong to watch closely as he defeated this enemy for the sake of his student. The Stone Absolute laughed, asking who exactly the immortal planned to defeat. He doubted Junlin could withstand even a single blow. Calling him an ignorant upstart, the villain launched a massive attack. Hong screamed for his mentor to forget about him and flee, convinced it was all over. Suddenly, the system announced that it had detected an enemy at the initial fusion stage. The passive effect of meeting the strong immediately activated, boosting Junlin's power to the middle fusion stage. Without wasting any words, Junlin used his newfound strength to easily shatter the villain's attack. The Stone Absolute was stunned, unable to understand how a spirit transformation cultivator could pull that off. Then realization hit him. He exclaimed that the immortal wasn't at the spirit transformation stage at all, he had also reached the fusion stage. Hong was equally shocked. He couldn't believe Junlin had hidden his true level so deeply, pretending to be weaker while actually being a powerful fusion master. It made sense now why Junlin was always so confident and provocative. Hong was incredibly relieved he hadn't tried to fight Junlin earlier, or he would have been crushed. Watching from a distance, the princess screamed in admiration admiration, saying the immortal looked so impressive that she wanted to be like him. The emperor remained cautious, noting that their opponent was a terrifying monster with an immortal body, so the battle would still be incredibly difficult. Junlin felt the surge of fusion stage power, feeling as if he could destroy heaven and earth with a single wave of his hand. The Stone Absolute regained his composure, arguing that even if they were both at the fusion stage, the difference in their techniques was massive. He declared he would show Junlin what true power looked like and unleashed his full energy. Junlin retorted that the villain had no idea what true power was. He countered by using the seal of the Human King. The Stone Absolute tried to deflect the attack with a finger, but it exploded violently on contact. Confused, the villain asked what happened. Junlin explained that thanks to the system, his Human King seal had reached the master stage, making it far stronger than before. The Stone Absolute sneered, pointing out that Junlin still couldn't destroy him because of his immortal body. He claimed he would eventually win a battle of attrition. Junlin decided it was the perfect time to try out a new move. Asking the villain how he liked this one, Junlin unleashed the Great Void Finger, which had now reached the stage of perfection. As he launched his attack, Junlin chanted the incantation, the first finger to bind the heavens and earth, the second to destroy mountains and rivers, the third to eliminate all living things, and the fourth to crush the heavens themselves. The Stone Absolute was baffled by the sheer scale of the technique. He took back his earlier insults, admitting that Junlin was truly worthy of fighting him. He suggested they stop holding back and settle everything with one final clash. Unleashing his Blood Absolute technique, he channeled energy from every limb to strike. However, Junlin was already prepared. With a single strike, he completely overpowered his opponent. The Stone Absolute was stunned, demanding to know who this person really was. He couldn't understand how such a monster existed in the small wild region, wondering if the talent in the outside world had grown this strong during his absence. Hong was equally shocked. He realized his mentor was terrifyingly strong. Compared to this new move, even the 3,000 Blazing Flames technique looked weak. He finally understood why Junlin had been so confident before. He simply hadn't considered Hong a worthy opponent. Junlin introduced himself as the peak leader from the Xuantian sect. The Stone Absolute refused to believe it. He had investigated the region upon arrival and knew that not even the sect leader had reached the spirit transformation stage, let alone the fusion stage. Realizing he couldn't win, the villain vowed to remember Junlin's name and activated his Bloody Way technique to escape. Hong shouted a warning, realizing that if the monster escaped, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Stone Absolute promised he wouldn't be so careless next time as he turned into mist to vanish. Junlin decided there wouldn't be a next time. He reached out and grabbed the escaping entity. The Stone Absolute screamed in terror, begging for it to end. Junlin stated that consuming human life was a crime against nature, and that the villain had to be removed from the world. With a final burst of power, he completely destroyed the entity, ensuring he would never return. Hong watched in awe, realizing that the infamous blood demon, who once terrified the entire central region, had fallen by Junlin's hand. The emperor began to rejoice, shouting that the demon was destroyed and the state of Wei was finally saved thanks to the immortal. After the victory, Junlin nagged the system for his reward, telling it not to make him ask twice since it claimed to be professional. The system announced that he had received the Bone of the Supreme. It was a mysterious bone inscribed with runes that granted the highest innate power, a gift for someone destined to become the greatest of all. The system asked if he wanted to integrate it immediately. Junlin, excited by the description, told it to go ahead. The system began the binding process. Once complete, the system congratulated him, noting that his strength had increased significantly. Hong instantly noticed the shift. The waves of energy radiating from Junlin made him shudder. He was curious about what kind of massive legacy Junlin had inherited, reasoning that such a genius couldn't just appear in the wild region out of nowhere. Hong realized he needed to reassess Junlin's true strength. He resolved to speed up his own cultivation and reach the fusion stage as quickly as possible to have any chance of keeping up with him. The emperor approached Junlin, expressing his deep gratitude for saving the people of the Wei state. He promised to record the day's events in the royal annals so that future generations would remember the immortal's virtue. Junlin brushed off the thanks, stating that the most important thing was for the emperor to govern well and take care of his subjects. The emperor promised to remember the instructions. Suddenly, the princess asked if she could become a disciple of the Xuantian sect. She explained that she wanted to be like Junlin, capable of driving out demons and eliminating evil. Junlin used his special vision to assess the girl, whose name was Xiao Liner. He noticed she had excellent potential. He told her that she possessed a high-quality water spiritual root, making her a great candidate. If she was serious about it, he agreed to accept her. The emperor was pleasantly surprised and urged Liner to thank the immortal immediately, which she did. The emperor noted that Junlin had not only saved the state but also accepted his daughter as a disciple. To celebrate, he insisted on holding a feast and prepared royal quarters for them to rest. Junlin agreed to the arrangement. Later that evening, Hong realized that his wounds had fully healed and his strength had surged to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Ever since he started practicing the 3000 blazing flames technique and taking the elixirs, his cultivation speed had increased dramatically. He had to admit that his master's methods were impressive. However, even though Junlin saved him, Hong wasn't ready to let go of the humiliation he had suffered. He vowed that once he reached the fusion stage, he would pay it all back double. The mere thought of making Junlin beg for mercy made him tremble with excitement. Suddenly, Junlin called out for Hong to come over. Hong was annoyed, feeling like the servant treatment was starting again. Junlin was reading a book, commenting that this martial arts novel was quite interesting. He mused that the locals seemed to love stories about characters being humiliated and then rising to power. He joked that if he wrote novels here under the pen name Crazy Potato, starting with a protagonist at the peak of martial arts, it would surely be a hit. Hong, confused by the rambling, asked why he was summoned. Junlin simply ordered him to help wash his feet. Hong was furious. He thought to himself that even the formidable blood demon had fallen to Junlin, so now wasn't the time to rebel. He had to endure. Junlin teased him, asking why he was neglecting his mentor and telling him to hurry up. Hong gritted his teeth and said he wouldn't dare disobey. Internally, Hong raged. He used to be a true immortal fire cult master with thousands of defeats on his record, yet here he was, forced to wash the feet of a cultivator from the wild region. Junlin praised him for being a good disciple, remarking that for a moment, he thought Hong was going to challenge him. Suddenly, as Hong touched the water, he froze. He realized the basin was filled with water of boundless light. This legendary liquid allowed mortals to remain young and live for centuries, while for cultivators, it cleansed the body of impurities and massively boosted strength. In the central region, even a small bottle of this elixir would sell out instantly. It was an incredibly rare treasure, yet his mentor was casually using it to wash his feet. Hong was now absolutely certain that Junlin must have received a massive ancient inheritance to be this wasteful. He realized that drinking this water would be a huge help for his cultivation, but then the awkward reality hit him. It was currently being used as bath water. Junlin noticed the strange look on Hong's face and asked if there was a problem, joking if he thought his feet smelled bad. Hong quickly replied that it wasn't that, he was just lost in thought. Junlin realized that the system had provided an excessive amount of the boundless light water, so he figured using it for a foot bath while getting a massage from his disciple was a pretty good way to spend his time. He then casually mentioned that the water had cooled down and told Hong to heat it up. Hong complied, placing his hands into the basin and using his fire powers to warm the liquid. Just then, Princess Liner walked in to speak with the immortal. However, Junlin was too busy relaxing to notice her initial reaction. Liner was completely shocked by the scene, finding the dynamic between the mentor and student incredibly bizarre. Feeling embarrassed and awkward, she turned around and ran away. Junlin called out to ask why she was leaving so suddenly, but Hong interrupted, asking if the master was satisfied with the way he was washing his feet. Junlin replied that he was very pleased, though he joked that he wished Hong were a girl so their relationship could be more traditional. Hong was privately fuming at the comment, telling himself he just had to endure a little longer until he became strong enough to make Junlin regret his words. Suddenly, Junlin's communication ring signaled a message from the sect leader. The message urged him to return to the sect immediately to discuss a new strategy. It appeared that an ancient secret realm was about to open in the wild region. The leader believed that if the Xuantian sect could seize this opportunity, they would flourish like never before. Junlin was intrigued by the mention of an ancient secret world. Hong explained that such places were usually packed with rare resources that could fundamentally change a cultivator's destiny. He was surprised such a place existed in this region and knew that as soon as the news got out, chaos would erupt. However, he saw it as his big chance. If he could find a legendary inheritance to combine with his 3000 blazing flames technique, his power would skyrocket. The system chimed in with the new quest, instructing Junlin to complete a task within the Tianyu secret realm for an incredible reward. When Junlin asked for more details, the system teased that telling him now would ruin the surprise. Junlin told Hong to get ready, noting they would say their goodbyes to the emperor and then head back to the sect. At the palace, Liner told her father she was hesitant to leave him and wondered if she should stay. The emperor reassured her, saying that being accepted into the Xuantian sect was a rare honor that most people only dreamed of. He encouraged her to cherish the opportunity. The emperor then promised Junlin that he would follow his instructions, care for his people, and be a good ruler. He also asked Junlin to look after his daughter. Junlin replied that while he would guide her, he wouldn't show favoritism. Her progress would depend entirely on her own hard work. As they departed, the citizens gathered to shout their thanks and say goodbye to the immortal. Meanwhile, At the True Heritage Hall of the Heavenly Ascension sect, the headmaster noted the recent wave of major events in the Wild region. He mentioned the upcoming opening of the Secret World and the news that the Fanglai sect had been wiped out by a certain peak leader from the Xuantian sect. Zhao asked about the specific level of strength of the person in question. The leader explained that, according to the rumors, he was a recently ascended nascent soul stage cultivator. Zhao was surprised, noting that finishing off such cultivators would be as easy as slaughtering chickens for someone like him. He then asked his teacher about his father, Elder Mu, wanting to know who was responsible for his end. The leader replied that it wasn't entirely clear yet, but all evidence pointed toward the Xuantian sect. They questioned whether such an insignificant sect could have actually finished Elder Mu, especially since they seemed to rely entirely on the leader of Cloudy Distance Peak, who was only at the nascent soul stage. This led them to believe the true culprit might be someone else. Regardless, they decided that the Xuantian sect had to be destroyed, and the peak leader who allegedly harmed Xiao's father had to perish. The leader mentioned that an ancient secret dimension had appeared in the Wild region, and informed Xiao that the sect would be sending several elders along with him. He reminded Xiao that he represented the Heavenly Ascension sect and would be competing against other great powers. He urged Xiao to set his priorities correctly and save his revenge for later. Xiao confirmed he understood the instructions. The leader then revealed a plan while holding a green pill. He intended to continue demonstrating his strength, hoping that the resources won in the great sect competition would allow him to break through to the spirit transformation stage. This would elevate both of them to a new level. In this world, the hierarchy of power is clearly defined. Divine Lord, a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage. Heavenly Lord, a cultivator at the fusion stage. Venerable or Supreme, a cultivator at the great completion stage. Illusory Immortal, a cultivator at the transition stage. Touching even the edge of the immortal title allows a cultivator to dominate an entire region. The Wild region, usually considered the most remote and backwards part of the Eastern realm, suddenly became the center of attention because of this ancient secret world and the promise of immortality it held. A group of outsiders heading to the area remarked on their luck, noting that the local cultivators in the Wild region were extremely weak and would likely miss out on the opportunity. They mocked the region as a place for barbarians but urged each other to hurry, fearing that once the Heavenly Ascension sect arrived, there would be no spoils left for anyone else. A massive crowd gathered at the entrance of the ancient secret world. One of the elders noted that 4 of the 5 great sects had already arrived, with only the Xuantian sect missing. Some wondered if they had given up, but others disagreed, pointing out that Xuantian had recently absorbed the Fanglai sect and likely planned to become the top power in the region. Elder Feng of the Mountain Moving sect laughed at the idea of the Xuantian sect overshadowing them. He had been in seclusion for a long time and was surprised to hear that a spirit transformation master had appeared in the Wild region. He believed that even if Xuantian had 2 nascent soul cultivators, it wouldn't be enough to lead. The warriors lined up to greet Elder Feng as he stepped forward. He declared that coming out of seclusion just as the secret world appeared was a sign of fate. He claimed the secret world for the Mountain Moving sect and challenged anyone to object. The other elders realized that since Feng had reached the spirit transformation stage, he was now technically the strongest person in the Wild region. The servants all bowed, shouting that they would obey the command of the Divine Lord and wishing him a long life. The local warriors whispered among themselves, wondering who would dare to challenge a spirit transformation master now. However, the atmosphere shifted as the Battle Sky Temple arrived, their representatives crudely telling the barbarians of the Wild region to clear out. Following them was the southern border ruler from the Heavenly Ruler Empire, a master already at the late stage of spirit transformation. He asked mockingly if there really was such a master in this remote area. Chief Feng of the Mountain Moving sect felt the pressure. He had struggled for 10 years to reach the spirit transformation stage, becoming a legend in the Wild region, only to realize that out in the wider Eastern realm, he was hardly considered significant. Trying to be humble, Chief Feng introduced himself as an elder of his sect and suggested they could call him Xiao Feng to show respect. But the opposing warrior laughed, asking if he wasn't ashamed to act so young and submissive. He told Feng to stay quiet, as no one had given him permission to speak. The other elders joined in, calling the people of the Wild region trash and saying that even with his cultivation, he couldn't compare to them. Chief Feng stood his ground, telling the respected Taoists that while the conditions in the Wild region were harsh, the people were not inferior. He knew his disciples were watching him with hope. If he retreated now, the Wild region would never have a future. Getting angry, he declared that even if they were poor, they were ready to fight, and he challenged anyone to step forward who disagreed. The outsiders were offended by the old man's boldness, calling him an impudent fool looking for an early end. They initially wanted to swarm him, but their leader stopped them, saying they would be laughed at for ganging up on a lone old man from a backwater region. He decided to suppress Feng with a single hand to show him his weakness, and launched a powerful palm attack. Chief Feng didn't flinch. He countered with a shout, meeting the attack head-on. The explosion was so powerful that the enemy was stunned to see Feng successfully block it. Realizing he had underestimated the old man, the opponent grew furious. He drew his weapon, calling Feng an ungrateful old dog and vowing to finish him. Under the weight of the armed attack, Chief Feng was severely injured. He coughed up blood but reminded his opponent that he had promised to fight alone. By breaking that word, the enemy was disgracing the entire Eastern Realm. Feng declared that dying for honor was a worthy death and that the cultivators of the wild region would not be humiliated. The Eastern leader was about to grant Feng's wish for death when a powerful seal suddenly detonated nearby. A voice remarked on how busy the place had become. The crowd realized that the abbot of the Heavenly Temple from the Buddhist province, the master of the Golden Buddha, had arrived. Behind him were other legends, young Master Tian and the heir of the Ice Ocean's top cultivator clan. The local leaders felt a terrifying pressure radiating from the newcomers. Both of the young masters had already reached the fusion stage, making it clear that the wild region stood no chance of winning control over the secret world. Finally, the Heavenly Ascension sect from the Jade Gorge province made their entrance. With their arrival, every major power in the Eastern Realm was now gathered at the gates. The crowd erupted into shouts of excitement as Chen Xiao, the holy son of the Heavenly Ascension sect, made his entrance. Everyone had heard of him. He possessed a solar immortal body and was considered invincible among his peers. Many believed he was destined to be the brightest star of the Eastern region, a legend in the making for the next 100,000 years. One of the chiefs asked if Chen Xiao wasn't originally the crown prince of the Fanglai sect from the wild region. It was well known that he viewed his home region with disgust, seeing it only as a place where he had once suffered humiliation before rising in the Heavenly Ascension sect. An elder from his sect stepped forward, declaring that the Holy Sun was not a figure to be discussed by lowly ants and threatening to finish anyone who spoke out of turn. At that moment, the leaders of the Zhuantian sect arrived. The sect leader noted that he had expected Chen Xiao, the son of the late Elder Mu, to appear once the secret world opened. He felt relieved they hadn't rushed blindly into the chaos. Another elder suggested that while the great powers fought over resources, the Zhuantian sect should perhaps lie low or leave the region entirely to stay safe. Su disagreed, stating that everything depended on junior brother Junlin, though she worriedly asked where he was. Just then, Junlin appeared on the scene. Chief Feng of the mountain-moving sect warned him not to be reckless, but Junlin calmly remarked that these upstarts had gone wild and that without his intervention, the wild region would be doomed. Chen Xiao demanded to know who was approaching. Junlin didn't mince words, introducing himself simply as the person who had finished Chen Xiao's father. The crowd was stunned. They knew him as the peak lord of the Zhuantian sect, but believed he was only at the nascent soul stage. Chen Xiao was consumed by a blinding rage, demanding to know if Junlin was truly the one who ended the patriarch of the Fanglai sect. Junlin teased him, asking if he was referring to that idiot who always bragged about his son's potential. He confirmed that he was indeed the one who dealt with him. Chen Xiao was so furious he could barely speak, but a servant intervened, asking the Holy Sun for permission to capture this madman. The warrior charged at Junlin, calling him a brat who showed no respect. However, Hong stepped forward to protect his mentor. The warrior was momentarily distracted by Hong's appearance, calling him a beauty. Insulted once again, Hong wasted no time, unleashing a flaming virtual ripple that incinerated the warrior instantly. The onlookers were horrified. A spirit transformation master had been defeated just like that. Chi Feng was shocked, wondering when such powerful cultivators had appeared in the wild region. He realized that new peaks were hidden behind the mountains, and his own knowledge was limited. He was even more confused. To learn that Hong was Junlin's disciple, he couldn't understand how a supposed nascent soul master could have a spirit transformation disciple. The Zhuantian sect leader rushed to Junlin, begging him to run while they distracted the Heavenly Ascension sect. He believed that as long as Junlin lived, the sect had a chance to be reborn. Junlin told him not to worry and introduced his newest disciple, Liner. He explained that she was the daughter of the Emperor of Wei and possessed a high-quality water spiritual root, making her a perfect fit for the peak of heavenly fragrances. Liner walked up to Su and formally greeted her. Su was immediately impressed, noting that the girl seemed like the true embodiment of spiritual potential. However, Chen Xiao wasn't finished. He shouted at Junlin, warning him not to look down on him or the Heavenly Ascension sect. He vowed that everyone from the Zhuantian sect would pay for his father's death with their lives, and that Junlin would be made to suffer. Junlin calmly asked if Chen Xiao actually thought he was worthy of a direct challenge. He then ordered Hong to step forward and teach the boy some humility, just as Junlin had taught him. Hong felt like a dog finally let off its chain. Although he didn't like being ordered around, he was more than happy to unleash his frustration on a new target. When Chen Xiao saw Hong stepping up, he called Junlin a coward for hiding behind his disciple, and claimed Junlin was afraid to face a real saint. Hong retorted that his mentor's intervention wasn't even needed to handle someone like him. Chen Xiao, struck by Hong's strength and appearance, asked why someone so talented would languish in a miserable sect. He offered Hong a place in the Heavenly Ascension sect, promising the highest favors. Hong flatly refused, stating he wasn't interested. Chen Xiao, continuing to mistake Hong for a girl, asked if he had even bothered to think it over. Hong replied that his mentor was right. Chen Xiao's father was an idiot, and Chen Xiao himself was a double idiot. Enraged by the insult, Chen Xiao decided to punish him and launched a swirling fire attack attack. Hong stayed calm and used his meteorite flame, repelling the attack with total ease. Chen Xiao was stunned that his technique was destroyed so easily. Hong mockingly asked if that was all he had. Chen Xiao warned him not to get too happy, declaring it was only the beginning. He channeled his full power and unleashed the fist of the solar deity. The sect leaders watching were impressed, noting that the Holy Sun was truly gifted. They observed that his high-ranking heavenly technique, combined with his solar immortal body, possessed enough power to destroy a spirit transformation master and could even threaten someone at the fusion stage. After the massive strike, Chen Xiao was convinced he had won. However, as the smoke cleared, he was horrified to see Hong standing there completely unharmed. He shouted in disbelief, unable to accept that someone could withstand his best move when he felt he was born for immortality and invincibility. He tried to continue the assault, but Hong told him he was just a frog in a well. Hong decided to take all the frustration he had built up from being teased by Junlin and unleash it on Chen Xiao to show him what true humiliation felt like. Hong's counterattacks were far superior, and he began to dismantle Chen Xiao's offense effortlessly. Chen Xiao panicked, wondering why his attacks felt like they were hitting cotton wool and having no effect. He admitted he had never seen such martial prowess even within his own elite sect, and wondered how a pathetic group like Xuantian could produce such a disciple. Hong simply called him a weakling. The elders of the Heavenly Ascension sect shouted for their holy son not to lose heart, reminding him he was a chosen hero born for immortality. Reinvigorated, Chen Xiao released his energy again, activating his solar immortal body. He unleashed the initial divine eclipse technique directly at Hong. Hong wasn't intimidated, calling the move child's play. He promised to show Chen Xiao the true meaning of being invincible among equals and unleashed a 7-colored flame attack. Qi Feng was shocked by the display of power, questioning if someone at the spirit transformation stage could really possess such strength. The elders wondered if this power could actually defeat a fusion stage master. When the dust settled, the crowd was speechless as they saw Chen Xiao fall to the ground. They couldn't believe the holy son of the Heavenly Ascension sect had actually lost. Hong looked down at him and asked how a mere spark dared to compete with the radiance of the full moon. The Xuantian sect leader turned to Junlin, admitting that his disciple was almost too strong to believe. Zhao warned the group that despite defeating Chen Xiao, the Heavenly Ascension sect still had many powerful elders, and it would be wise to leave immediately. Junlin joined the conversation, telling everyone not to worry. He turned to Hong and promised him an extra dinner that night as a reward. Hong expressed his gratitude to his teacher, while Chen Xiao sat in shock, struggling to process his loss. A fire elder from the Heavenly Ascension sect approached Chen Xiao. The young saint admitted he had failed and brought shame to the sect. The elder was genuinely surprised that their holy son had been defeated by a disciple from the wild region, noting that such a loss could shake the sect's reputation. However, he urged Chen Xiao not to dwell on it, reminding him that he was born to become immortal. He declared that to restore their greatness and strengthen Chen Xiao's resolve, they had to destroy the barbarians of the wild region. The elder called for retribution against those who insulted their holy son, asking who would step forward to eliminate the opposition. In an impressive display of the sect's depth, 9 fusion stage masters stepped out. Onlookers noted that while Hong had defeated the Holy Sun, he was only at the spirit transformation stage and would be helpless against fusion masters. Even a monk nearby remarked on what a tragic waste of talent this would be. Hong asked his mentor if he should take the fight, but Junlin told him to step aside, saying he would handle it himself. As Junlin prepared for battle, the crowd realized he had already reached the fusion stage. Heavenly Sovereign Qi Feng, who had previously considered himself the strongest in the region, felt humbled and slightly ridiculous for his earlier boasting. One of the opposing warriors mocked Junlin, asking if he really thought his fusion stage power was enough to insult their holy son. He launched a flurry of attacks, but Junlin didn't even flinch. He walked right through the barrage and appeared directly in front of his enemy. With a single kick to the chest, Junlin sent the warrior flying. Junlin was secretly impressed with himself, noting that after binding with the Supreme Bone, his physical strength had become terrifying enough to crush anyone at the same level with raw power alone. The Fire Elder ordered all his men to swarm Junlin at once. Despite being surrounded, Junlin remained calm and activated the seal of the ruler of people. The warriors were unable to even touch him and were all knocked back with injuries. Desperate, they called for everyone to use their artifacts, including the immortal sword of Jade Serenity, to launch a massive combined strike. Junlin simply stood his ground and waited for the attack. The observing monk predicted this cruel joint attack would lead to Junlin's inevitable death, though a nearby warrior noted the monk's hypocrisy for being so bloodthirsty behind a facade of mercy. Back in the Xuantian camp, the leaders panicked, feeling Junlin was in grave danger. Su and Hong, however, remained calm. Hong had seen Junlin's true power in the Wei state and knew he was still hiding his full potential. Junlin laughed and challenged them to try their best. He activated one of the divine abilities of his Supreme Bone, unleashing a divine punishing light. The energy was so overwhelming that it absorbed the joint attack and decimated the group of warriors. Badly wounded and defeated, the survivors begged the Fire Elder to save them. The Elder realized that Junlin was far more troublesome than he had ever anticipated. The Fire Elder grew desperate, realizing that with the Holy Sun seriously injured and the other warriors defeated, he couldn't return to the sect empty-handed. He decided to take matters into his own hands and launched an attack directly from the sect's massive ship. Witnesses recognized the weapon as the Buddha Tower, a 3-star spiritual artifact and the Elder's most powerful tool. Many thought this would finally be the end for the Zwantian sect. The Elder unleashed the tower's energy, certain it would finish Junlin. However, Junlin was actually excited, as this was exactly the challenge he was waiting for. The system immediately notified Junlin that he was in conflict with a peak fusion stage master. The passive ability triggered once again, elevating Junlin's power to the full fusion stage. The Elder tried to close the distance, but he couldn't get near Junlin. Every attack the Elder launched was effortlessly repelled. The Elder was shocked, wondering if Junlin had been hiding this level of power all along. Seeing no way to win, the Elder suddenly changed his tone, admitting defeat and announcing that the Heavenly Ascension sect would voluntarily withdraw from the fight for the secret world. This only made Junlin angrier. He pointed out how unfair it was for them to attack whenever they wanted and then expect to just walk away. Junlin declared that since they had already started this, they should finish it with their lives. The Elder warned him not to provoke the full wrath of the Heavenly Ascension sect, but then paused as he realized something. Junlin must have been the one who killed Elder Mu from their outer courtyard. Junlin confirmed it, stating that since they were already enemies, he might as well finish a few more for fun. Without giving the Elder another chance to speak, Junlin used his power to incinerate him instantly. The crowd was speechless. A barbarian from the wild region had just destroyed a high-ranking Elder with a single wave of his hand. They realized that with the Elder's fall and Chen Shao's spirit being crushed, the reputation of the Heavenly Ascension sect would be ruined. Chen Shao himself was filled with despair, wondering if his father's killer was truly so strong that he would never get his revenge. The remaining warriors panicked and decided to activate their golden ship to escape with the Holy Sun. Hong was annoyed by their attempt to flee after such a show of arrogance. He unleashed a massive wave of flames toward the ship, vowing that none of them would escape. The onlookers were terrified, thinking that Junlin and his disciple were completely insane for trying to wipe out the entire group, including the Holy Sun. However, just as the flames were about to hit, a monk stepped in to protect the ship with a powerful palm strike. Addressing Hong as a young lady, the monk asked when this cycle of revenge would ever end and why they were so intent on exterminating everyone. Hong wasn't fooled, telling the bald monk that he saw right through the Buddhist tricks. He accused the monk of being a hypocrite who was only saving the ship so the Heavenly Ascension sect would owe him a favor. The monk denied the claim, suggesting that Hong's prejudice showed he was falling into the demonic path and offered to guide him. Hong retorted that back in the central region, he despised people like this monk the most, those who act for their own benefit while hiding behind a mask of virtue. He declared that even if he chose the demonic path, he didn't need the monk's instructions. The monk decided that since Hong was stubborn, he would set him on the true path by force. Hong felt an incredible pressure radiating from the old monk, who was clearly at the peak fusion stage. Just as the tension peaked, Junlin stepped in front of the monk. He asked if the monk was really trying to bully his disciple while he was distracted. The monk tried to play it off, saying he only wanted to give the student some guidance. Junlin mocked the idea of the monk being worthy of instructing his disciple. Hong felt the same way, thinking it was ridiculous for a mere fusion stage monk to try to lecture a reincarnated true immortal. Hong thanked his mentor for the help, though he was frustrated that the old bald monk had allowed the ship to escape. The monk replied that he simply felt things had gone too far and decided to intervene to maintain peace. He added that if Junlin felt differently, he had nothing more to say. Junlin asked if the monk really thought he could just show off and then walk away, telling him to stop acting and face the situation. The monk asked what Junlin meant by that. He reminded Junlin that the floating temple was one of the most powerful Buddhist orders in the eastern region. He noted that Junlin had already made an enemy of the Heavenly Ascension sect and questioned if he really had the courage to oppose the Buddhists as well. Junlin told the monk that he was being quite clever. He pointed out that the monk had done nothing but manage to create a massive debt of gratitude for himself, leaving all the dirty work for Junlin to clean up later. Since the monk claimed to be so enlightened, Junlin mockingly asked why he couldn't predict the date of his own end. The monk stated that Junlin's words were becoming disrespectful. Junlin didn't wait and launched a fire attack, asking what the monk planned to do about it. The monk tried to defend himself with a golden bell technique, but his defense was too weak and he was injured by the strike. Struggling to stay on his feet as he landed, the monk told his mentor that the immortal was mocking them. He asked if Junlin truly believed the floating temple was a weak target. The mentor replied that since Junlin was being so persistent, he shouldn't be blamed for showing no mercy. He then summoned the massive image of the Dharma Buddha. Junlin watched the spectacle without moving. Onlookers noted that the mentor was using a high-level Buddhist manifestation technique and held a 3-star spiritual artifact in his hands. They whispered that Junlin had lost his mind. After offending the Heavenly Ascension sect, he was now making enemies of the Buddhist orders. They wondered if he was simply tired of living. The mentor told Junlin that he had been given a chance but was far too stubborn, so now he would be calmed down by force. He raised his weapon and unleashed a powerful resolution attack. Junlin stood perfectly still, remarking that he found the situation interesting. He then summoned the Heaven Burial Coffin and stopped the entire attack with a single hand. The monk was stunned, unable to comprehend how Junlin had accomplished such a feat. Meanwhile, Junlin noticed that as his level increased, the coffin had evolved from a 4-star artifact into a 6-star artifact. He told the monk that if that divine ability was all he had, then it was time for them to go inside. The junior monks were terrified, screaming for their teacher to save them. The mentor was shocked, labeling Junlin a cursed evil person hiding within a sect. He shouted to his allies that Junlin was a heretic who needed to be destroyed immediately. The crowd watched in awe, wondering if anyone else would dare to risk a fight. Hong realized that he had been right. His mentor was still hiding even greater layers of power. The monk warned Junlin one last time, asking if he really wanted to be at odds with the strongest Buddhist sect in the region. Junlin replied that nothing irritated him more than hypocrites like them. He stated that he had no limit on who he would fight. His principle was simply to eliminate those who were fake. With a wave of his hand, he told the monk to stop talking and get into the coffin. After locking the monk inside, Junlin lifted the heavy artifact with one hand and asked the crowd who else wanted to attack. The Xuantian sect leader cheered, shouting that his brother had done an incredible job. Xiao was so stunned he asked if he was dreaming, even suggesting that someone hit him to wake him up. Su immediately obliged and punched him right in the face. When a bewildered Xiao asked why she did that, Su asked if it hurt. He confirmed that it definitely did, to which she replied that this proved it wasn't a dream. Even the elders were in disbelief, marveling at the fact that the wild region had actually won and that one man had managed to suppress everyone on his own. A massive cheer erupted as the crowd welcomed their new heavenly ruler. Meanwhile, the defeated enemies from outside the region were left reeling. They couldn't believe they had been bested in a place they considered backward. They realized they had completely underestimated Junlin. Not only had he shaken the mighty Heavenly Ascension sect to its core, but he had also defeated the high priest of the Buddhist temple. However, they whispered that he had made mortal enemies today and that retribution would be merciless. Some of the rival clans, like the Zhu, plotted in secret, hoping the chaos would eventually play into their hands. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky. The warriors shouted in excitement. The secret world had finally opened. Junlin was pleased, knowing his main task was now within reach. However, he first needed to clear the area of hostile outsiders. He announced that everyone belonging to the wild region had the right to enter and explore, but everyone else had to leave immediately. The outsider clans were deeply dissatisfied. A young master from the Shui clan complained that they hadn't even been in conflict with the Xuantian sect, yet their path was blocked. He lamented that his elders weren't there to stop such lawlessness. However, a wiser warrior advised him that fighting a battle with a predetermined outcome was just challenging fate. The young gentleman agreed, deciding to let Junlin wallow in his arrogance for now, believing it would eventually lead to his downfall. They decided to retreat and wait for a better opportunity. With the entrance cleared, Junlin took his disciples and stepped into the radiant world of Luotan. He was immediately struck by the stunning atmosphere inside. The system chimed in, announcing that a location for activation had been found and asking if he wanted to claim his reward. Junlin accepted, receiving a new projection ability. He noted it was a good addition, especially after seeing how troublesome the Golden Buddha's manifestation had been earlier. The sect leader ordered the disciples to scatter and search for rare herbs, but cautioned them to stay close and watch each other's backs. Junlin decided to do some exploring of his own while waiting for the system's next cue. The danger of the realm quickly became apparent. A group of disciples fell into a monster's trap. The creatures here were incredibly dangerous, and the leader warned everyone to gather together. Noting that even the common monsters in this world had reached the Golden Core stage, Hong remarked that no one gives away resources for free, and that they would have to prove their strength. The situation grew more chaotic as a flock of sinister birds flew overhead, followed by a pack of aggressive monkeys that launched a coordinated attack. The disciples engaged in a fierce battle, but the monkeys were relentless and powerful. One of the monkeys grabbed a female disciple, who screamed for help. The warriors rushed to her aid, but the monkey's fur was so hard that their weapons had no effect. The girl continued to scream in terror as the beast pinned her down, desperate for someone to save her from the monster's clutches. Hong caught sight of the attack and stepped in, using his fire techniques to incinerate the monkey. He checked on the girl to see if she was unharmed, and she gratefully thanked him. The sect leader noted that having Hong around brought a sense of calm to the group and asked him to look after the younger disciple. disciples. He warned that these white monkeys were agile and possessed the power of soul generation, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Hong felt that the leader should focus on his own safety rather than worrying about him. Before he could say more, the monkeys swarmed him all at once. Sensing them instantly, Hong unleashed a wall of fire, declaring them all doomed. The disciples were amazed, noting that Hong's fighting style perfectly mirrored his teacher's. Hong, however, snapped at them to be quiet, wondering where that bastard Junlin had wandered off to, assuming he was probably off relaxing somewhere again. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Junlin asked the system if it was certain the energy anomaly was in this direction. The system confirmed it was, and teased that the upcoming task offered a reward far better than any standard activation. At the center of the secret realm, the leaders of the local tribes gathered around the Great World Tree. An elder announced that the fruit of peace had finally ripened, but its maturation had also revealed their world to the human invaders. The chief of the Stone Clan, a peak fusion stage master, insisted they deal with the invaders immediately. However, the giant clan leader argued that dividing the fruit was more important. He believed that once they consumed it and acquired the body of peace, they could crush the humans like ants. The winged clan leader interrupted, pointing out that a small white mouse had already managed to steal and eat the fruit. The dragon clan leader explained that the fruit had ripened so suddenly they hadn't had time to react. The fish clan head added that since the mouse had consumed it, the tree now recognized her as its own. If they attacked her while she was digesting, the tree would retaliate against them. The tree clan leader suggested they wait for her to finish digesting, then capture her and use secret methods to extract the essence. The giant clan leader fumed, vowing to make the lowly rat pay for her greed. Suddenly, the glow surrounding the mouse began to fade, signaling that she was almost done. A pair of tiny paws emerged from the fruit, and a little mouse popped out, yawning and saying she had slept soundly. Seeing the angry tribal leaders staring at her, the mouse tried to play it cool, greeting them and asking why they were looking for her. Sensing the murderous intent, she began to back away slowly, telling them not to stop her. The giant clan leader remarked on how fast she had become, clearly an effect of the fruit. The tree clan leader didn't wait any longer and sent his roots chasing after her. The mouse scurried away, shouting that she was intelligent and willing to negotiate. In her panic, the mouse spotted a shimmering spatial portal and jumped through it. She emerged on the other side feeling dizzy and disoriented, unsure of where she was. The winged clan leader was surprised that the mouse had gained the power of spatial movement from the fruit. He warned that if she escaped and learned to cultivate, it would be a disaster for them all. Determined to finish her, the winged clan leader launched a barrage of sharp feathers. The mouse was hit and cried out in pain. Falling to the ground, she whimpered that she didn't want to be eaten and just wanted to survive. However, the Stone Clan leader appeared behind her, declaring that her end was inevitable, and unleashed a powerful airstrike. The mouse was so small and weak that the force of the air sent her tumbling toward the abyss. Unable to resist, the head of the winged clan approached, mocking the dead rat for daring to claim the fruit of peace. He questioned if she even understood its value or who she thought she was to have a right to it. The head of the giant clan stood over her as well, taunting her to run, but noted she was paralyzed with fear. The mouse spoke up, arguing that no one's name was written on the fruit, so she didn't see why she couldn't eat it. She told them they were blaming her for nothing, and that she felt ashamed for them. This infuriated the head of the tree clan. He explained that the Great World Tree, which supports the entire secret world, only produces fruit once every few eras. Anyone who eats it gains the Great Luo body, the most prestigious physical form in the immortal rankings. Their tribes had waited for hundreds of generations for this moment, and she had stolen it from them. He asked her plainly if she didn't think she deserved to die so the fruit's essence could be returned to its rightful owners. The mouse realized the gravity of what she'd done and, fearing for her life, cried out for someone to save her. Just as the tree clan leader moved to crush her, an attack struck him from behind. Startled, he sensed a powerful aura and demanded to know who was there. Junlin appeared, asking the system if this little white mouse was truly the source of the energy wave. The system confirmed that by eating the fruit, the mouse had already formed the Great Luo body, giving her legendary potential. The mouse scurried over to Junlin, calling him a hero and complaining that these evil people wanted to eat her. Junlin mused that this scenario felt familiar. It seemed like every time he took on a disciple, he had to save them first. He wondered if he was becoming like a classic protagonist. He decided that since Hong was so stubborn and difficult, maybe this plump, obedient mouse would make a better student. The giant clan leader shouted that an invader had arrived and attacked. Angry that Junlin was ignoring them, Junlin didn't move. He stopped the giant's massive hammer with a single hand. He calmly stated that the mouse now belonged to him and offered to spare the tribes if they left immediately. The Stone Clan leader attacked as well, noting that Junlin was at the peak fusion stage, just like them. He questioned how Junlin dared to act so superior when they were all at the same power level. The giant clan leader agreed, calling for everyone to crush the invader together. Unfazed, Junlin stepped forward and struck out with his bare hands. The blow was so powerful it sent the giant clan leader flying. The giant was in shock, unable to understand how a simple physical strike could carry such weight. The winged clan leader then unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp feathers, telling Junlin he was seeking death. Junlin raised his defense and told them that since they chose to resist, they shouldn't blame him for being blunt. He He unleashed the Great Wasteland Finger, sealing the heavens and raining down a fiery avalanche. The tribal heads were forced to take cover under a massive stone, shouting for everyone to stand together to repel the attack. Junlin watched them, finding their coordination interesting, but decided it was time to test his new login bonus, the Heavenly Emperor's projection. As a massive divine illusion appeared behind Junlin, the giant clan leader grew confused and made a strange comment, accusing Junlin of being a fake or using shortcuts like an AI to create his power. The tribal inhabitants were terrified by the overwhelming pressure of Junlin's massive illusion, feeling completely insignificant in its shadow. On the other side of the secret world, other cultivators saw the massive form in the sky. They realized it was a divine incarnation ability, far more powerful than anything they had ever seen, even surpassing the Buddhist monks they had encountered earlier. The elders wondered if it was truly the heavenly ruler from the wild region. They noted that even the strongest incarnations from the central lands would look pale in comparison and would have no choice but to bow in submission to such power. Hong observed the massive figure in the sky. Realizing his mentor was revealing yet another layer of hidden power, he wondered just how many more secrets Junlin was keeping. As the Heavenly Emperor's projection towered over the forest, Junlin's voice boomed, asking the tribal leaders if they truly dared to resist the heavens. When they chose to fight back, Junlin showed no mercy and ordered the projection to finish them. The Stone Clan leader, being the strongest among the tribal heads, launched a desperate frontal assault. Junlin met him with a heaven-splitting blow. A wave of intense fire engulfed the stone giant before he could even move, ending him instantly. The Tree Clan leader was paralyzed with fear by the overwhelming force. Seeing the tide turn, the giant clan leader tried to negotiate, acknowledging they had been reckless and suggesting they stop fighting, since there was no reason to destroy one another. Junlin wasn't interested in a fake peace. He knew they would have finished him if the roles were reversed. He lowered his fiery palm, ignoring the tribe members' screams as they cursed his cruelty. Junlin noted to himself that while the Emperor form was devastatingly powerful, it had already drained 80% of his energy. He realized he had to be careful not to overextend himself. With the battle over, Junlin looked around for his future disciple. He was annoyed to find that the obedient little mouse had used the distraction of the fight to scurry away. The system informed him that the mouse was indeed nimble, thanks to the Great World Tree Fruit, but he could still catch her if he exerted some effort. Junlin tracked her through the dense forest, noting that without the system's help, she might have actually escaped him. The mouse was panicking as she sensed Junlin approaching with terrifying speed. She couldn't understand how he was finding her in such a vast wilderness. Suddenly, Junlin teleported directly in front of her, stopping her in her tracks. He picked her up and gently stroked her, asking why she had run away after promising to be his servant. The mouse whimpered, explaining that his aura was so frightening she feared he intended to eat her just like the tribal leaders did. Junlin teased her, musing aloud that while he had tasted beef and horse, he had never tried rat meat. The mouse desperately argued that rat meat was sour, tasteless, and would surely cause him a stomachache. Junlin laughed, saying her intelligence made her even more interesting. He looked at the plump creature, marveling that she possessed the body of the great Luo, the strongest immortal physique, yet was so easily frightened. He decided that if she wouldn't be a student, she would make a great pet. 2 hours later, they stopped to set up camp. As Junlin prepared a meal, the mouse woke up from a nap, lured by a delicious aroma. For a second, she feared she was still in danger, especially when she saw a large cauldron over the fire. She worried Junlin was planning to cook her after all. Junlin called her over, warning her not to make him chase her again. He handed her a piece of cooked meat and chuckled at her cowardice, telling her there was no need to be so afraid. The mouse began eating greedily, exclaiming that the meat was delicious and asking what kind it was, as she had never tasted anything like it. When Junlin told her it was a rabbit, the mouse was momentarily shocked, protesting that rabbits were too cute to eat. However, when Junlin glanced at her, she quickly changed her tune, suggesting that bunnies were indeed much better to eat than mice and asking for another piece. Junlin told her she could have more on one condition: he would be her owner and her mentor. The mouse was surprised, wondering if she truly deserved such an honor and if being his student would be dangerous. Junlin told her she was overthinking it. As his student, she would eat well, and he would protect her from any threat. The mouse happily agreed, declaring that she loved having a powerful patron. She formally greeted him, introducing herself as Xiaoxi. The system immediately congratulated Junlin on accepting another disciple. As a reward, he received the divine ability of the 5 Wheels of Rebirth, a massive area effect technique capable of destroying everything in its path. Junlin was thrilled with the new power. When the system teased him about his noble nature, he jokingly defended himself, claiming he would never hurt a defenseless animal. Xiaoxi, confused, asked if he was talking to her. Junlin told her to focus, as he was about to pass on a special technique to her. He directed a beam of energy into her head, granting her the path of the Great Tao. Xiaoxi was amazed, feeling as though her mind had been instantly enlightened, and she thanked her teacher for the gift. Junlin told her to finish her soup and meat, as it was fully cooked. Xiaoxi found the meal wonderful, and felt that being his student was true happiness. Vowing to repay his kindness, Suddenly, the sky above them began to fracture and collapse. Junlin asked the system what was happening to the secret world. The system explained that the life cycle of the ancient world tree Luo was ending, and it could no longer sustain the secret realm. It warned him to leave immediately. Junlin noted the urgency, but then noticed Xiaoxi was crying. She couldn't explain why, only that she felt an overwhelming sadness. Junlin realized it was because her body was now spiritually connected to the world tree. He told her they had to find the sect leader and escape before the world vanished. He opened a portal and moved instantly to the others. The sect leader was already shouting for his men to retreat safely, worrying about where Junlin had gone. Junlin stepped out of the portal and warned them all that the situation was critical. They had to evacuate the secret world right now. The sect leader was relieved to see Junlin, though he noticed only one of his students was present. Zhao curiously asked who or what Junlin was carrying in his hands. Junlin casually introduced the little mouse as his newest disciple. The leader was taken aback, asking what happened to his previous student. He pointed out that while the last one had a difficult personality, he possessed a divine appearance and incredible talent, whereas this new one appeared to be just a plump rat with no visible cultivation. Junlin brushed off the concern, assuring them that Hong had already exited the secret world and would be waiting for them outside. Once they emerged, the elders were glad to be back, noting that while the secret realm was dangerous, they had secured many rare resources thanks to Junlin. Hong approached his mentor, and Junlin introduced the two students, telling them they should live in peace and harmony from now on. Xiaoxi, the little mouse, looked back at the closing red portal and began to cry, realizing her home was disappearing forever. However, the situation grew dire, as various ancient creatures from the depths of the secret world also crossed over into the real world. A massive monster looked around, complaining that the spiritual energy in this new world was incredibly weak. A giant snake asked if the two-legged creatures were the humans mentioned in ancient records, mocking their weak cultivation. A rhinoceros monster suggested that since they were in a new environment, they should focus on adapting, taking over the land, and redistributing the territories among themselves. The winged clan leader added that they should enslave the humans first. The sect leader's face went pale. He explained that these were ancient relics, creatures from the deepest parts of the secret world whose power far surpassed anything they had faced before. He pointed out that there were hundreds of them at the spirit transformation stage and dozens at the fusion stage. He explained that these diverse races had survived for countless years in the secret realm, and if they united, they could rival the 5 strongest sects in the entire eastern region. Xiao asked if they could negotiate, but the leader said it was impossible. These creatures were essentially barbarians who had just lost their home. They would almost certainly try to take over the wild region for revenge. As the warriors began to panic, Elder Feng stepped forward and told them not to be afraid. He reminded them that they had Junlin on their side, and as long as he was with them, they could handle anything. The warriors' spirits lifted, believing that no enemy was a match for Junlin. Hong also looked at his mentor, wondering if he really could withstand an onslaught from such a massive army. Just then, the system appeared with a new quest. Junlin had to gain the trust of 10,000 of these secret world natives and convince them to join the Swantian sect. Junlin was incredulous, asking the system if it was joking. He complained that fighting them was one thing, but persuading them to join was a total headache. He realized the system was telling him that he couldn't just destroy them, he had to subjugate them. The system left the decision to Junlin. Suddenly, the leader of the ancient relics approached, demanding to know if Junlin was indeed that guy everyone considered the strongest. Junlin confirmed it, realizing he was staring down a literal army of monsters. He saw the potential for the Swantian sect to house them all, but the monsters were unimpressed. They mocked him, pointing out that even a peak fusion master couldn't stand against hundreds of opponents at once, and they prepared to swarm him. Junlin raised his defenses, feeling the weight of the situation. He knew he could fight, but retreat wasn't an option, and the task of subjugating them seemed nearly impossible. Seeing her teacher looking puzzled and pressured, Xiaoxi, the little mouse, recalled how kind he had been, feeding her and teaching her techniques. She couldn't bear to let him stand alone. Hong was confused as she suddenly dashed forward, shouting that she would aid her mentor. Standing before the massive creatures, Xiaoxi's presence underwent a terrifying transformation. Her eyes began to glow with a divine light, and her aura surged. The sect leader watched in awe, noting that Junlin's second disciple was far more than she appeared. The monsters froze in shock, recognizing the aura immediately. It was the ancient Luo tree. They realized the tree had not abandoned them. The entire army of monsters fell to their knees, begging the tree of Luo to guide their people now that their home was gone. Hong watched this, convinced once again that Junlin had planned this entire outcome from the start, that the mouse was a deliberate piece on his chessboard. Junlin, however, realized that the fruit of the world tree was actually a vessel for the tree's reincarnation. By eating it, Xiaoxi had become the host for the tree's will, which was now trying to take over her body. Concerned for her safety, Junlin rushed to her side and shouted into her consciousness, telling her to wake up. Deep in her subconscious, Xiaoxi heard his voice and forced herself awake. When she came to her senses and thanked him, the monsters were indignant. They couldn't believe the great Luo tree would choose a bipedal animal as a teacher. Junlin quickly whispered to Xiaoxi, telling her to follow his lead. She nodded, and addressing the monsters as her children, she told them that the destruction of the secret world was the will of heaven. Junlin added that while their home was destroyed, The Zhuantian sect was ready to be their new refuge. Xiaoxi thanked him, playing the part of the divine guide. When one monster questioned if they really had to submit to humans, Xiaoxi flashed her aura again, asking if they dared to doubt her. Terrified, the monster submitted, and she ordered them all to follow her and Junlin back to the sect. The system immediately congratulated Junlin for completing the quest, rewarding him with a sundial. Junlin was slightly disappointed, since he had the golden arm that granted him strength without training. A time-manipulating training tool was useless to him. However, he realized it would be perfect for Hong, who was obsessed with getting stronger. Hong caught Junlin looking at him with a strange expression, and wondered if his mentor was upset that he hadn't helped with the monsters. Meanwhile, the sect leader was in total shock, asking if he was dreaming. Zhao told the leader that with this massive influx of power, the Zhuantian sect would undoubtedly become one of the top 10 strongest sects in the entire eastern region. Elder Feng stood in stunned silence, muttering to himself, is this even possible? While he was relieved the wild region was saved, he felt a sting of irrelevance. It seemed his mountain-moving sect had been completely overshadowed by the rise of Zhuantian. Xiaoxi turned to Junlin, beaming with pride, and told him that she had succeeded. The monsters had actually listened to her. Junlin praised her, though he remained curious about the residual will of the great luo tree. Xiaoxi reassured him that she didn't feel anything strange anymore, since waking up, the presence had vanished. Satisfied, Junlin announced it was time to take their new recruits and return to the Zhuantian sect. Meanwhile, a battered and exhausted Chen Xiao finally reached the Heavenly Ascension sect. The servants were horrified, asking what had happened in the wild region to leave their once energetic holy son looking so defeated. The elders rushed out as well, demanding to know where the other 9 elders and their companions were. Chen Xiao's voice was hollow as he delivered the news. They are all dead. The sect went into an uproar. When asked who was responsible, Chen Xiao finally named the culprit, the Zhuantian sect and Peak Master Junlin. News spread like wildfire across the eastern region. In taverns and market squares, people couldn't believe the barbarians of the wild region had killed 9 high-ranking elders and nearly ended the Holy Sun. Some argued that the world was changing, while others insisted that the Heavenly Ascension sect's ancient heritage of producing immortals meant the barbarians would soon face a reckoning they couldn't survive. In the Buddhist capital, the senior monks held a grim council. They noted that the Heavenly Ascension sect had officially declared war on the Zhuantian sect, and the Buddhist temple resolved to join the fight to avenge their own blood. They began gathering forces to purge the demons. Back in the wild region, the collapse of the secret world had released a massive wave of concentrated spiritual energy. This poor, impoverished region was suddenly entering a golden age of prosperity as creatures and cultivators alike used the surge to strengthen their powers. With 10,000 new monster cultivators added to their ranks, the Zhuantian sect was stronger than ever, but the looming shadow of a two-front war weighed heavily on everyone's minds. On the training grounds, the disciples whispered among themselves. They were nervous about the upcoming attack from the Heavenly Ascension sect and the Buddhists, but they took comfort in the fact that Junlin had been in deep meditation for days. They saw his constant cultivation as a blessing for the sect's safety. In reality, at the peak of emptiness, Junlin was lounging in the sun, completely unbothered by worldly affairs. Xiaoxi came running up to him, excitedly announcing she had finished preparing a new drink. Junlin, surprised by her speed, told her to bring it over. After taking a sip, his eyes lit up. It tasted exactly like the modern drink from his past life. He praised her work and generously told her she could make 50 more cups, allowing her to keep just 1 for herself as a reward. Junlin chuckled, realizing these recipe rewards from his daily tasks were far superior to anything in this world. Even an Ice King would be impressed by his culinary masterpieces. Hong watched from a distance, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't understand how his mentor could be so foolishly focused on making money from strange drinks, while the entire eastern region was preparing for war. Junlin turned to Hong with a critical look, asking, "Where is my fried squid? Why isn't it ready yet? Look at Xiaoxi and how hard she works for me. You're even less helpful than a mouse." Hong gritted his teeth but replied that everything was nearly done. He served the food, asking if it was to the teacher's liking or if he needed to add anything. Junlin took a bite and casually told him to keep up the good work. Taking a chance, Hong asked for permission to train using the sundial. He explained that he wanted to grow stronger to ensure the sect's safety. Junlin sighed, noting Hong's usual impatience. He told Hong not to worry because the sect was perfectly safe as long as he was there. Hong secretly thought Junlin was just afraid of being surpassed. However, Xiaoxi chimed in, telling Junlin that if the elder brother wanted to train so badly, he should be allowed to go, and she would take over his chores. Junlin stood up and agreed, telling Hong to thank his sister for her insistence. Hong knelt and thanked them both, but internally he vowed that the day he emerged from his time-dilated training would be the day Junlin finally bowed to him. Junlin saw the look on Hong's face and knew exactly what he was thinking. He found it pitiful. He only grew grew stronger when faced with a worthy opponent, so Hong's rivalry only served to fuel Junlin's own progression. Xiaoxi then presented 50 new cups of her specially prepared tea. Junlin told her she could pick any cup for herself as a reward. As she happily drank, Junlin began petting her, remarking that while other people pet cats, he preferred his mouse. He noted that her fur felt wonderful. At the mention of a cat, Xiaoxi began to tremble in terror. Junlin laughed, pointing out that she had the ancient Luo body and 10,000 monster warriors under her protection. Yet she was still afraid of a creature smaller than her. Junlin asked why she didn't want to use the sundial to train, where 100 years inside felt like only one day outside. He told her it would greatly strengthen her Luo body. Xiaoxi whined, saying she didn't want to be away from her teacher for a century, and besides, training was boring compared to eating tasty food with him. Junlin laughed, realizing they were kindred spirits. He then remembered that demons who reach the spirit transformation stage can take human form. He asked why he had never seen her transform. Xiaoxi admitted she had simply forgotten how, but at Junlin's suggestion, she tried it right then and there. Suddenly, she transformed into a mouse girl. Junlin's eyes widened in shock. He quickly closed his eyes and turned away, shouting, "What the hell? This is too scary! Are you making fun of me?" Xiaoxi felt offended, insisting she had tried her best but could only manage that specific appearance for now. Junlin told her to change back immediately. However, after a few moments, Xiaoxi admitted she had forgotten how to turn back into a mouse. Junlin groaned, asking if she was a mouse or a pig. Xiaoxi begged him not to be angry and promised she would figure it out soon. She asked if he wanted to keep petting her in this form, but Junlin flatly refused, saying he just wanted some peace and quiet. Xiaoxi ran to a pool of water to look at her reflection, thinking to herself that she actually looked quite cute. Meanwhile, at the border between the wild region and the spiritual region, a massive fleet of ships from the Heavenly Ascension sect was approaching. One of the passengers remarked that the wrath of the #1 sect in the eastern region was something no one could survive. They were certain the Xuantian sect was doomed, and that Junlin was likely silent with fear. Suddenly, a panicked servant rushed to the young master on the lead ship, reporting that the battle had already begun, and there was fighting occurring outside. The young gentleman was furious at the vague report, threatening to break the servant's neck and throw him into a cesspool unless he explained exactly who was fighting whom. The servant stammered the news. The Heavenly Ascension sect had launched a full-scale invasion of the wild region. The young master emerged from his quarters, a cruel smile on his face. He was overjoyed that the savages who dared to oppose him would finally face their numbered days. He anticipated a massacre that would put the wild region in its place. At the mountain-moving sect, the atmosphere was thick with dread. A massive army was closing in. The elders pleaded with Chief Feng, begging him not to try and be a hero this time. They urged him to run if things grew dire, reminding him that he was the symbol of faith for all local cultivators, and his death would be an irreparable loss for the region. Back at the Xuantian sect, the alarm was raised. The disciples scrambled as the cry went out, "The enemy is at the gate!" In the training area, Zhao emerged from his long seclusion. Despite 500 years of objective time within the sundial, he felt he was still just short of achieving the fusion stage, realizing that isolation alone wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Su reminded him that without the pills and techniques provided by Junlin, he wouldn't have advanced a single step even in 1,000 years. Just then, the sect leader emerged, having successfully broken through to the fusion stage just before the battle. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow appeared within a pillar of fire. The leader gasped, sensing an aura that felt even more powerful than Junlin's. From the flames stepped Hong. Xiao, unaware of Hong's internal change, praised him as a worthy disciple of a great teacher, amazed by his monstrous growth. But Hong snapped, his eyes flashing with demonic arrogance. He didn't just speak, he attacked. When Su tried to intervene, reminding him they were of the same sect, Hong erupted into a chilling laughter. He declared himself the greatest master of the demonic path and a true immortal, mocking them as pathetic ants. He stated that if it weren't for Junlin, he wouldn't have wasted a second in such a place, but that everything had changed now. Su, thinking he had gone mad from training, threatened to complain to Junlin. Hong laughed at the threat. He claimed that, with his current strength, it was a question of who would tame whom. He demanded they hand over the sect's treasures to him rather than wasting them. When Xiao warned him of Junlin's punishment, Hong unleashed a wave of fire that forced them all back. The sect leader was horrified. Even at the fusion stage, he could barely withstand the pressure Hong was radiating. Hong looked at the approaching Heavenly Ascension army as a crowd of insignificant insects. However, he paused, confused as to why the sundial, which he intended to seize, hadn't moved an inch from Junlin's control despite his power. The leader pleaded with Hong, asking why the greatest genius of the sect would stoop to such villainy. Hong, enraged by the lecture, struck the leader with a light blow that sent him reeling, unable to resist. Hong sneered that letting them live was already a great mercy. Just then, the voice of the Heavenly Ascension army boomed over the hills, demanding that Junlin come out and accept his death. Hong flew toward them, eager to test his power, while the Xuantian elders tried desperately to stop him. Meanwhile, at the peak of emptiness, Junlin was calmly sipping milk tea, remarking that this was what made life worth living. Hong, watching from a distance as he flew toward the enemy, was disgusted. He viewed Junlin as a slovenly slob who had simply stumbled upon high blessings and rare resources by luck. Hong vowed that today, all those priceless resources and techniques would finally belong to him. Junlin beamed as he saw Hong emerge, exclaiming how much he had missed his favorite disciple. Hong, however, wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. He pointed toward the chaos outside, mocking Junlin for resting peacefully, while the Heavenly Ascension sect was literally at the gate. Junlin, still holding his tea, seemed genuinely confused, asking if the attack had already started. Hong sneered, realizing Junlin had been hiding behind his soundproof spiritual barrier. He told his mentor to listen to the screams of the enemies calling for his death. When Junlin finally acknowledged the war had begun, Hong made his move. He offered to save Junlin's life, but only if the mentor handed over every treasure and technique he possessed. Junlin acted shocked, asking what Hong was talking about, but Hong told him to stop playing the fool. It was time to a frank conversation. Suddenly, Xiaoxi came running up, carrying a plate of spicy chicken wings she had cooked for Junlin. When she saw Hong, she greeted him warmly, asking if he had finished his seclusion so quickly. Hong recoiled in fear at her appearance. In her mouse girl form, she looked terrifying to him. He wondered what kind of twisted tastes his mentor had to keep such a creature around, thinking the situation was beyond the bounds of common sense. The sect leader and Su arrived at the peak, shouting warnings to Junlin about Hong's betrayal. However, when they saw the girl with the mouse head, they froze in shock. Xiaoxi tried to reassure them, but the leader took a closer look and marveled at Junlin's exquisite and dreamlike taste in disciples. Junlin snapped at them to stop talking nonsense and asked why everyone was so tense. The leader explained that Hong had tried to seize the sundial and attacked his own sect members. Junlin turned to Hong, asking if it was true. Hong didn't deny it, telling Junlin that his death was inevitable anyway, and he clearly didn't understand the danger he was in. The leader cursed Hong as a traitor, but Hong countered that they had treated him like a servant for far too long. In a dramatic turn, Junlin covered his face and began to lament, claiming it was all his fault for disregarding his students' feelings. He put on a show of crocodile remorse, asking if Hong could ever forgive him so they could start over as teacher and student. Hong was disgusted, telling Junlin his acting was pathetic. Secretly, the system notified Junlin that he had successfully completed a temporary task, sincere admission of mistake with maximum emotion. For his performance, he received the Immortal Ruler's technique. Junlin was delighted. The remorse had been a total sham to earn the reward. Xiaoxi, seeing Junlin's depression, decided she needed to drink more milk tea to boost her spiritual power so she could eventually transform into a more appealing human form for her teacher. Meanwhile, Junlin decided to keep teasing Hong. He sat back and asked Xiaoxi to massage his shoulders, which she happily did. The sect leader was confused, wondering if Junlin had developed a split personality from the stress, but Su told him to be quiet. Junlin then turned to Hong and noted that after 200 years in sundial time of seclusion, Hong clearly felt all-powerful. Hong told him to shut up and decide, hand over the treasures and get help, or rot and die. Xiao, misinterpreting Hong's offer of help as a sign of lingering conscience, suggested they might still turn the tide if Junlin agreed, but Junlin just sipped his lemonade and asked Hong if he was really sure he was stronger than his mentor now. Hong boasted that he had surpassed Junlin in every way during his 200 years of training. Just as the Heavenly Ascension fleet reached the soaring peak, an attack was launched from the sky toward Hong. Enraged by the interference, Hong reflected the attack with a single wave of his hand. The reflected beam was so fast it obliterated the very ship that fired it. The surviving soldiers screamed in confusion, demanding to know who did it. Hong was furious that these annoying flies were interrupting his confrontation with Junlin. He decided to deal with the invaders first, knowing Junlin's resources would eventually be his anyway. He flew out to meet the fleet, standing tall and asking what they planned to do now that he had arrived. The senior mentor of the Heavenly Ascension inner sect looked at Hong with disdain, still mistaking his feminine beauty for a woman, and barked that he would teach the impudent girl some manners. He charged forward, ordering Hong to prepare for death. Hong, who never tolerated such disrespect, coolly called the mentor an ungrateful insect and unleashed a wave of fire that instantly incinerated him. Hong then issued a chilling ultimatum. The invaders had half a stick of incense to leave his land, or they would all perish. The elders were aghast at his arrogance. They shouted that he couldn't possibly hope to order the first immortal sect of the eastern region, reminding him that even if he had defeated a few, he was now facing hundreds of fusion stage cultivators. They ordered a total offensive, declaring that the Xuantian sect must be wiped from the face of the earth. Hong didn't blink. Since you you refuse to leave on good terms, he declared, I will arrange a bloodbath. He unleashed the soul-devouring flame, summoning a ghastly army of spirits and green skulls from another world. Before the fusion stage mentors could even trade blows, a third of their forces were wiped out. The battlefield was soon filled with the screams of those being devoured by the locust-like spirits and hellfire. Just then, the monks of the floating Buddha temple arrived to reinforce the Heavenly Ascension sect. Hong mocked them as more suicides joining the pile. The wisdom master of the temple was horrified. The reports claimed Junlin's disciple was only at the spirit transformation stage, yet the chaos before him was beyond anything he had imagined. He realized that if the disciple was this strong, Junlin himself must be a nightmare. Knowing there was no retreat, the monks launched a combined holy attack. Hong countered them with a surge of demonic mana, sneering at the lying bald monks. To the monks' horror, their sacred seals couldn't extinguish Hong's strange fire. One young monk, seeing Hong approaching like a devil, begged for his life, but Hong was ruthless. With one devastating blow, he annihilated the monks' front line and their army of 10,000 disciples. The elder monk, shaking with fury, called Hong a demon and unleashed a massive Buddha palm attack, claiming Buddha would never forgive him. Hong retorted that even if Buddha himself appeared, he would crush him into dust. He met the palm head-on with an explosion of fire that reduced the monk's attack to ash. Back at the sect, the leaders were paralyzed with awe and fear. The sect leader told Junlin that Hong's talent was so terrifyingly great that the Xuantian sect was likely too small to hold such a formidable deity. Xiao suggested it was better to give Hong whatever he wanted rather than try to oppose him. Even Xiaoxi cheered for her big brother, thrilled by his overwhelming power. Junlin, still calmly observing, decided to use his eye of insight to see exactly how far Hong had come. He was surprised to see that Hong was only half a step away from the transition stage. Junlin realized why Hong finally had the confidence to challenge him. He decided to let Hong finish off the pests first before dealing with him. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a strange, overwhelming mana gathered in the sky. The surviving invaders began to cheer and bow, shouting that their venerable mentors, the true powerhouses of the sect, had finally arrived. The sect leader looked toward the horizon in absolute terror. Mentors, he whispered. Arriving on the battlefield were 18 legendary cultivators, each at the great transition stage. This was the true, terrifying military might of the Eastern region's #1 immortal sect. These 18 mentors were the stuff of nightmares. Legends told of how they once joined forces to crush the North Sea Demon Emperor and dismantle the Southern Annihilation Church. They bore the title of the Invincible Immortals of the Eastern region. The leader feared that the Xuantian sect was truly destined to fall today. Junlin, however, simply made a surprised sound, musing that while Hong was half a step away, seeing 18 masters at the actual Great Transition stage was far more tempting. The spiritual Wind Master, one of the 18, looked down at the retreating survivors and spat. Useless cowards! You have dishonored the Heavenly Ascension name. Master Golden Snake agreed, fuming that the strongest sect in the region was being humiliated by a girl. She noted that if they hadn't come personally, the sect would have become the laughingstock of the entire world. Hong looked up at these legends with cold eyes. Who the hell are you? He demanded. How dare you speak so insolently about me? Master Golden Snake was outraged by the boy's tone, but the chief elder told her not to waste energy on someone already doomed. He mocked Hong as a half-baked cultivator who thought a mere half-step into the transition stage was enough to stop them. The second elder added that Junlin was clearly overconfident, sending a disciple to do a man's job. The third elder sneered, promising to put the disciple to death first so Junlin could watch from his hiding place as pain pierced his heart. Hong shouted for them to get lost, declaring he had nothing to do with Junlin's reputation. The elder laughed at what he perceived as touching affection between teacher and student. He vowed to grab Hong, disfigure his face, and tear out his tongue. The elders launched a simultaneous assault. The chief elder unleashed the celestial palm of azure birds, a technique that had claimed thousands of souls. The second elder boasted he could defeat 10 of Hong's kind with a single hand, while the third elder prepared his blade for a sacrificial rite, hoping Hong's blood would awaken the true spirit of his sword. Hong laughed in their faces. A sacrifice to the sword? Let me show you what real hell looks like. He planned to crush these insects and then force Junlin to finally stop hiding his true strength. Hong summoned a giant fire hand, effortlessly repelling the elders' vile and weak attacks. The elders were stunned. They found it impossible that someone a half step behind them could stop the azure bird palm, which had absorbed the soul of an ancient demon. But Hong didn't slow down. He continued to press the attack, his demonic flames splitting the firmament and burning the very souls of their swords. Onlookers watched in disbelief. One warrior noted that despite the power gap, Hong was pushing back 3 great transition elders simultaneously. The Golden Snake mentor realized that a genius this rare, born in such an abandoned land, was far too dangerous to be left alive. They signaled for a total coordinated strike, with one elder immediately unleashing the great obelisk palm to crush Hong once and for all. The second elder unleashed the star-reaching hand, while the third elder countered with the dragon-suppressing combat style, both pouring their immense energy into a final strike. Hong, however, remained completely unintimidated. He responded with the blazing dragon fire, a technique so terrifyingly refined that it seemed to glide through the air like silk, slicing through the elders' combined attacks and finishing them with ease. From the ground, the sect leader watched with bated breath, stunned that Hong could hold his own against so many elites. However, Junlin's observant eye noticed a shift. He remarked that Hong's flames were beginning to flicker. He was reaching his physical limit. If he didn't dodge the next wave, he risked being cut in two. Hong, treating the danger as mere light training, ignored the fatigue and summoned the hellfire-destroying flame. A massive crimson dragon erupted from the blaze, its teeth tearing through the enemy's formation as it absorbed their spiritual energy. Hong mocked them openly. "Is this all the heavenly Ascension sect can do? You should rename yourselves the Useless Sect." The 15 remaining mentors were in a state of shock. They had never seen a flame that could consume their technique so effectively. One of the elders cried out that it was impossible for one person to hold them back, while the old witch of the group, the Fear Elder, shouted that they were blind. She claimed this was a forbidden demonic technique and that Hong had to be destroyed before he became a global disaster. Hong addressed her directly, calling her an old witch and challenging her to a one-on-one fight. He even offered to let her strike 3 times first so she wouldn't complain about him bullying an old woman. Infuriated, she vowed to rip his mouth open. The other elders agreed that if Hong lived another 100 years, he would become the greatest threat the eastern region had ever seen. They decided to strike simultaneously, using their strongest clan techniques to obliterate his body and soul. Hong was fuming. He blamed Junlin for the situation, thinking that if the mentor had just handed over his treasures earlier, Hong would have the strength to end this. He couldn't believe the Heavenly Ascension sect had sent 18 great transition masters to hunt a sparrow like the Xuantian sect. Suddenly, the chief elder caught Hong off guard with a Heavenly Lord strike. The blow was so fast and heavy that Hong couldn't react in time, crashing into the ground with a deafening thud. Xiaoxi cried out in fear, asking if her big brother was okay. Junlin, however, walked over and teased him. "You were so confident you could win," Junlin remarked. "Why are you lying there like a beaten dog? I'm truly disappointed." Hong spat out blood and cursed his master, telling him that while Hong might at least escape, Junlin was destined to die here. But escape became impossible a moment later. The mentors activated a massive glowing mechanism in the sky, the spatial compass. The sect leader recognized it immediately and paled. Xiao reminded them of the ancient chronicles 300 years ago. During the Northern Sea calamity, Elder Spiritual Wind used this compass to evaporate a third of the ocean and seal an ancient demon god. The space was now locked. There was no way out. Hong grew desperate, refusing to believe he would die alongside these worthless sect members. Yet, as the sky turned a blinding white and the pressure of the compass increased, the leader looked over and was baffled. He asked, "Why is junior brother Junlin still so calm?" Hong started shouting at him, complaining that while everyone was fighting for their lives, his mentor was just sitting there eating. Junlin looked at the food and told the girl she really had a talent for cooking, adding that next time he wanted to try a honey-flavored version. When she asked if there really would be a next time, Junlin promised her there would be and finally stepped out to face the elders. The elders noticed Junlin and remarked that he had finally decided to show up. Junlin told them he realized they had teamed up against his student, which he felt was unfair, so as his teacher, he was required to step in and protect him. Hearing this only made Hong more frustrated. The elders declared that Junlin's time was up and threatened to completely finish him off. The old woman was also surprised to see Junlin, noting that while reports said he was only at the fusion stage, the fact that his student was so powerful suggested he was much more dangerous than they thought. The elders gathered their strength and charged at him together, but the system suddenly alerted Junlin that he was being attacked by opponents at the Great Transition stage. His passive ability kicked in, making him stronger based on his enemy's power and boosting him to the middle stage of the Great Transition. Junlin used his new technique on the elders, telling them as they fell that they were simply too weak. The sect leader was amazed and shouted that Junlin was a true master and a future immortal who had been with them all along. Hong couldn't believe it either, calling it nonsense and wondering just how much power his mentor was still hiding. He questioned if Junlin was even following the normal rules of cultivation. The elders stopped and realized Junlin had reached the Great Transition stage long ago. Junlin laughed at them and asked if he had disappointed them by not being at the lower fusion level they expected. The old woman shouted that even if their information was wrong, he was still only in the middle stage of that level. She called him insignificant and ordered everyone to get into a battle formation, deciding to use a special sacrifice to power up a massive heavenly punishment punishment attack. As the formation moved against him, Junlin just smiled because he knew he was much more powerful than all of them combined. The leader was confused and asked why Junlin wasn't even trying to resist, noting that the sword formation was strong enough to defeat even a peak-level master. Hong also wondered if Junlin was just giving up. Junlin asked the elders if that was the best they could do, pointing out they hadn't even been able to scratch him. He realized his special physical technique was working perfectly, allowing him to withstand attacks from so many high-level opponents. The elders were shocked, unable to understand how a middle-stage master could survive their ultimate move. Hong suspected that Junlin had a secret advantage hidden away and decided he needed to take it for himself. One of the elders approached Junlin and realized he wasn't a normal cultivator at all. He asked who Junlin really was, but Junlin transformed into a true warrior and told the man that he didn't need to answer someone who was about to be finished. Immediately launching his own attack, Junlin didn't waste any time and moved directly into action. With a single precise strike, he finished the first elder. He didn't slow down, moving through the other leaders and clearing them from the battlefield one by one. One of the remaining elders panicked, calling out for the Great Elder to save them because Junlin was simply too fast. Junlin unleashed flames from his hands, targeting the remaining attackers to stop them permanently. Just as he was about to deliver a final explosive blow, the strongest warrior and chief elder of the clan stepped in to block him. The surviving members were relieved and thanked the Great Elder for stepping in. Even though the impact was incredibly heavy, the Great Elder managed to stay standing. Junlin laughed, challenged by the resistance, and wondered how much longer the man could hold out. The Great Elder realized that even though he specialized in body refinement and used a beast imprint for extra strength, Junlin's strike had nearly broken him. He knew he wouldn't survive a second hit. Junlin noticed the old woman was still standing and joked that she seemed to want to join the fight as well. She expressed her disbelief that Junlin could handle the combined power of 3 peak-level masters. One of the elders then launched a chaotic destruction attack, while the strongest leader prepared another technique, confident they could finally overwhelm him. At that moment, Junlin's system alerted him that he was facing opponents at the late stage of the Great Transition. His passive ability triggered again, boosting his power all the way to the peak of the Great Transition stage. The elders were horrified as they felt his energy multiply, realizing their information was completely wrong. They saw that Junlin was actually a peak-level master and that their previous efforts had been useless. Junlin told them that since they had shared such wonderful attacks with him, it was only fair that he return the favor. The old woman realized they were out of options and suggested they activate the sect's forbidden secret art. The other elder agreed, stating that the honor of their sect was on the line and they couldn't afford to lose. He told Junlin he should feel honored that they were using a technique created by the sect's founders, the legendary Tao imprint. He explained that this exclusive art would temporarily give them power nearly equal to the immortal realm, making Junlin's defeat certain. Hong recognized the mystery and power of the technique, comparing it to the elite arts he had seen in the central regions. The sect leader was also terrified, warning Junlin to be careful because of the legendary reputation of the feathered immortal sect's ultimate moves. As the secret art took effect, the Great Elder felt his body surge with limitless power. However, another elder reminded him that they had very little time because the technique was extremely draining and there was no going back. They declared that as long as they could destroy the sect, they were willing to damage their own spiritual foundations. With that, they unleashed a massive, destructive final attack. Junlin watched the chaos and remarked that things were finally getting interesting before summoning his massive Heavenly Emperor manifestation. Standing over them, he called them nothing but ants and ordered them to kneel, instantly forcing them all to the ground. Hong was completely stunned. Recognizing this as the same powerful manifestation from the secret realm, he felt the pressure was even more terrifying than the ancient beings from the abyss. The elders were shocked by the divine art because they had never witnessed anything like it. Junlin told them to pay attention because the real conflict was just beginning. The old woman tried to stay firm, asking if he was trying to scare her after all she had seen, but Junlin simply smiled. He used a finger technique that seemed to cut through the sky and move toward her with incredible speed. Seeing this, the other elders began shouting for everyone to run, convinced that Junlin was a reborn monster from the void and that their only hope for survival was to escape. Junlin explained that his technique for destroying reincarnation was specifically designed for people like them, jokingly adding that they didn't need to thank him for finishing them off for free. He moved through them like a steamroller, ignoring their cries for help. The elders were horrified, witnessing him physically overpower a high-level master with his bare hands. As they tried to flee in terror, Junlin caught them and asked if they really thought they could get away. They cursed him, calling him a demon, and claiming the spiritual world would never forgive him for the rise of such a monster in the wasteland. Junlin showed no mercy, finishing them permanently. He noted that while his highest divine art was effective, it certainly drained his energy. He then decided it was time to address his rebellious disciple. As Junlin slowly landed and looked Hong in the eyes, Hong realized his situation was hopeless. The atmosphere shifted quickly as the rest of the sect approached. Zhao was thrilled, calling Junlin the boss and offering to be his assistant. Su jumped in as well, telling Junlin he had worked hard and offering him a shoulder massage. The sect leader admitted that this fight had finally shown everyone his true strength and asked how much longer he had planned to keep them in the dark. Junlin advised them all to stay humble, claiming that a true expert never brags. Hong watched the praise and felt disgusted, realizing he might never get rid of his mentor. He couldn't believe that Junlin, who possessed peak-level strength, was still pretending to be at a much lower realm. Junlin noticed Hong was still there and asked the sect leader if he would mind if he ground the traitor into a paste to fertilize his phoenix tree. When the leader agreed that it sounded like a solid plan, Hong immediately fell to his knees. Hong begged for mercy, promising to make up for what he had done if the mentor gave him one more chance. Junlin teased him, asking what happened to the cool attitude he had earlier. Hong admitted he had been arrogant and short-sighted. Junlin then gave him a unique punishment. He ordered Hong to start disciplining himself with his own hands and said he would tell him when to stop. Though shocked by the embarrassing order, Hong didn't hesitate and immediately began to carry out the punishment. Junlin realized that despite Hong's difficult and twisted personality, his potential was truly limitless. He believed that if he could guide him properly, Hong might eventually be capable of establishing and leading his own sect. The sect leader stepped forward, noting that while betraying the sect usually resulted in a permanent end, Hong had ultimately helped defend the Suantian sect, meaning redemption was possible. He suggested sending Hong to the back mountains to reflect on his actions. Junlin agreed, stating that while he would spare Hong's life, punishment was still necessary. He ordered Hong to go to the mountains and think deeply about his mistakes. Hong, whose face was already quite swollen from his self-imposed discipline, bowed respectfully and hurried away to the back mountain. The leader remarked to Junlin that his students certainly kept things interesting, noting that only Junlin seemed capable of keeping someone so powerful in check. He admitted that without Junlin, Hong wouldn't even acknowledge the rest of them. The leader added that, realistically, the sect should be grateful such a talent stayed at all, and it was entirely thanks to Junlin. Junlin took the blame for not managing Hong better, but told them not to worry, promising to raise him correctly from now on. In truth, Junlin secretly enjoyed watching Hong struggle to hide his anger behind a forced smile. Finding the entertainment priceless, Junlin then returned to his hammock and told Xiaoxi that he was hungry for some hot cutlets. The little mouse happily agreed and got to work. Meanwhile, in the back mountains, Hong was stewing in his frustration. He told himself that a master couldn't stay lucky forever and vowed that if he trained hard enough, he would eventually surpass even the peak of the Great Transition stage and reach the highest possible realms. News of the battle continued to send shockwaves through the eastern region. In the demon Buddhist state, people were in disbelief that Junlin was actually a Great Transition master who had single-handedly eliminated all 18 elders of the Feathered Immortal sect. One person lamented the loss of the million-strong army, while a monk labeled Junlin a bloodthirsty demon, calling for divine punishment to find him. Junlin had officially become the most wanted man in the entire eastern domain. In the province of spirits, a warrior shouted in surprise that the barbarian from the wastelands had not only survived, but had finished off an entire elite army. He felt relieved that he hadn't joined the fight that day, knowing he would have surely met his end. To calm his nerves, he barked orders at his servants to bring him more entertainment, clearly shaken by the news. Back at the Feathered Immortal sect, the young master asked his servant if the reports were truly accurate. The servant confirmed that the entire eastern region was talking about their crushing defeat. The young master couldn't handle the humiliation, shouting that Junlin was a master schemer who had hidden his true power just to toy with them. He realized that while he had been proud of reaching the body integration realm, thinking he could finally compete, it had all been a delusion compared to Junlin's true level. Elder Mo urged the young master not to lose hope, suggesting that the white-haired rival was likely an ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years. He pointed out that while the Great Transition stage might be the peak for their enemy, it was only the beginning for the young master. The master agreed, declaring his intent to ascend. He hugged Elder Mo and ordered him to notify the leadership immediately that he intended to awaken the Supreme Yang treasure ahead of schedule. Elder Mo was shocked and tried to talk him out of it, but the master was firm, stating that his only goal was power. He believed the solar true flame was his destiny, and that he would be reborn through it. Elder Mo eventually agreed to make the report. The master remained consumed by frustration, even seeing his rival in his dreams and vowing to finish him off the next time they met. 3 months later, Junlin was relaxing on a misty peak and asked Hong for a glass of 1982 Lafite. Hong quickly served the wine, though he was secretly annoyed, wondering when Junlin would stop acting so strangely. Just then, Junlin's system notified him that the daily check-in was updated. To his surprise, the system announced he had hit the jackpot and won an ultimate mount. Junlin jumped up in excitement, demanding to know what kind of creature it was. The system explained that although the mount was currently small, it was already at the great transition level. It was an ancient divine beast known as a kunpeng, a legendary creature with unlimited potential that could fly through the clouds and swim through the seas with ease. Junlin was thrilled, realizing this was the dream mount of every top-tier master. Hong watched Junlin's face, feeling incredibly frustrated and confused by how his mentor always seemed to have such amazing luck. Suddenly, Jiaoxi arrived with an invitation from the sect leader. It was an invite to a banquet hosted by the Zhu clan in the Spirit Province. Junlin noted that the Zhu clan's ancestors had recently reached a new level of power that had shocked the Eastern domain. He suspected the invitation was a way for the clan to test his strength and show off their own dominance. Hong pointed out that the Zhu clan ancestor was now a pseudo-immortal, someone nearly as strong as a true immortal and far beyond a normal master. Given how many enemies their sect had made lately, Hong warned that the banquet could be very dangerous. Junlin, however, wasn't worried. He saw it as a perfect opportunity to show off his new mount and deal with any problems that came his way. The system immediately launched a new quest, tasking Junlin with attending the banquet on his new steed and successfully shocking the crowd to earn a special reward. Junlin told the system he was ready and eager to do a great job, while the others asked when they would be leaving. Junlin wasted no time and told them they were leaving right that second. Hong couldn't help but wonder why his mentor felt so confident, but Junlin decided to show him exactly why by snapping his fingers. Suddenly, the sky began to shake and a massive wind picked up. Animals nearby sensed the danger and began to act strangely, while the people in the sect panicked, wondering if they were being attacked again. The sect leader realized that a great supreme beast at the transition level was approaching, but he couldn't figure out where it had come from. Fearing it might be an attack from the feathered immortal sect, he ordered everyone to immediately activate the sect's protective array. Hong was stunned by the chaos, and Xiaoxi was so terrified she screamed that a monster was coming. Junlin, however, watched with a satisfied smile, noting that this was only the creature's juvenile form. He knew that if this kunpeng reached its full growth, even the 18 elders he had faced before wouldn't stand a chance. If a beast of that caliber actually attacked, the sect would be wiped out instantly. Junlin turned to Hong and asked if he liked what he saw, but Hong was too shocked to answer, wondering if his mentor had finally lost his mind. Junlin rose into the air to meet the creature, and Hong shouted after him, worried he was trying to get them all finished. But as the creature's true body came into view, the skeptics were silenced. Junlin gently patted the beast and called it a good boy, deciding right then that they would be partners. The leader was speechless, asking if Junlin had really tamed such a beast with a single gesture. One of the elders suggested that the beast likely already knew him. Su pointed out that the creature perfectly matched the descriptions of the mythical kunpeng from ancient texts. The leader recalled that a fully grown kunpeng could supposedly eat planets and travel across the multiverse, though this one was much smaller than the legend suggested. They realized it was likely still a baby, and its future power was beyond imagination. Junlin told everyone to calm down and explained that the beast was simply his new mount. The leader was amazed, claiming that Junlin must be blessed by fate itself. Hong was boiling with resentment. He couldn't understand why a lazy slacker like Junlin received such blessings, while he, a dedicated cultivator who worked tirelessly, was forced to serve at his feet. Junlin told the sect leader they were ready to go and that there was no need to worry. Still, Junlin felt like something was missing. With a few quick hand gestures, he used his techniques to materialize his entire house directly onto the back of the kunpeng. He shouted that it was perfect and invited everyone to get on. Xiaoxi happily followed the order and told her big brother Hong that their master was calling for them. Hong followed, though he was fuming. He admitted to himself that fate might favor the strong for now, but he refused to be a pawn forever. He vowed to wait for the perfect moment to steal Junlin's luck and make it his own. As the group set off, the sect leader asked one final time if Junlin would truly be okay at the Zhu clan banquet, reminding him that their ancestor was a powerful pseudo-immortal. Su told the leader that he was worrying far too much, pointing out that Junlin had never really needed their protection. Xiao agreed, jokingly adding that they should actually be grateful if he didn't just cause total chaos. The leader noted that while the Zhu clan thought they could push the Swantian sect around, they were about to realize that a tiger was walking right to their doorstep. He suspected they might soon regret sending that invitation. In the Spirit Province, the floating island of the Zhu clan was buzzing with activity. Residents and guests from various noble families were arriving for the ceremony. Word had spread that the Zhu ancestor had reached the level of a pseudo-immortal, and the aristocrats were flocking to show their respect. It was a massive stage, and as they say, a big stage needs a big audience. At the main residence, guests shouted their congratulations to the Zhu ancestor, wishing him divine protection for the next 300,000 years. They whispered that if he managed to become a true immortal, he could live for over 1,000,000 years. Young Master Zhu told the guests they were flattering him too much, but promised that the Zhu clan would always look after its allies. When asked if the Xuantian sect had been invited, the young master confirmed they had. However, he doubted they would actually dare to show up. He warned that if they sent some random messenger just to brush them off, they wouldn't even be allowed through the gates. An elder asked what would happen if Junlin himself arrived. and the young master replied that it would finally be an opportunity to show everyone the true power of the Zhu clan. The elders and guests chatted about how even an honorable person like Junlin would have to be humble and offer a toast to young Master Zhu. They laughed, noting that since the Zhu ancestor was now a pseudo-immortal, no matter how powerful other masters were, they couldn't compare. Suddenly, the crowd looked up at the sky in total shock, asking what was approaching. High above, Junlin was flying in on his new mount, with his entire house built right on top of it. The villagers were stunned, recognizing the creature as a kunpeng, an ancient divine beast that was thought to have disappeared from the world long ago. The guests were amazed, with some suggesting that the appearance of a kunpeng was a lucky omen for the feast. They assumed that only someone with incredible connections, like the Zhu ancestor, could bring such a divine being to the event. Young Master Zhu, trying to save face and play along, claimed the arrival was a guest with close ties to their ancestors. He even made up a story about how his parents had welcomed this figure when he was born, though he claimed they eventually lost touch. The guests were impressed, thinking the Zhu family's status was even higher than they had imagined. In reality, no one actually knew who the mysterious figure was since they hadn't seen him before. They admired the courage of this friend who had traveled thousands of miles to attend. Junlin's arrival caused a stir, and many began to believe the rumors that the Xuantian sect was truly an ancient and powerful order, clearing away any previous doubts they had held. One of the guests marveled at the sight of the kunpeng, wondering what true power lay hidden within its depths. The young master of the Zhu family watched intently, claiming that the creature's appearance revealed the true status of its owner. The people around him praised the young master, calling him the best of them all and their true leader. He cautioned everyone to think carefully before they acted, but a guest admitted that nobody really understood who this newcomer was, or what he was capable of. The master noted that the newcomer certainly had a lot of nerve to show up so boldly. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Zhu family made his entrance. He admitted he hadn't expected someone from the Xuantian sect to be the one controlling a legendary kunpeng. As he looked at the divine beast, he thought about how beneficial it would be for his family if such a creature were on their side. In fact, if he weren't worried about the Xuantian sect's recent reputation and the other powerful figures nearby, he might have already tried to take it by force. He addressed the group, stating that the arrival of such a magnificent beast truly brought a new breath of life to the Zhu family. At that moment, the system notified Junlin that he had successfully completed his task. As a reward, the effectiveness of his abilities and methods would increase his training speed by 30 times. Junlin mused that while the reward was helpful, it was also good to see that his grand entrance had earned him some respect from the Zhu family. He formally expressed the well wishes of the Xuantian sect, hoping the ancestor would successfully navigate any future challenges. The ancestor invited them into the house, noting that while the monks usually viewed him as an old demon, he saw that Junlin was quite different from the enemies he had faced before. The other guests observed Junlin, whispering that despite his young and non-threatening appearance, he was actually quite charming. He didn't look at all like the legendary enemy they had expected. Xiaoxi sat down at the banquet table, excited by the massive spread of delicious food, and invited Hong to join her. Junlin told her to go ahead and eat as much as she wanted. She checked if it was really okay, and once confirmed, she didn't hold back. However, the young master of the Zhu family approached them to introduce himself. Junlin wondered if they were actually meant to be friendly. The master explained that he was the youngest son and a direct descendant of the Zhu family ancestor. Junlin, completely unimpressed, just casually picked his nose while the master was talking. The young master told him it wasn't too late to get to know him, but Junlin dismissively called the introduction nonsense. The young master doubled down, reminding Junlin that as the heir to the family, his ancestor was the head of the entire wasteland. He asked Junlin how he dared to be so bold and wondered why he wasn't showing more respect. Hong watched the exchange, knowing that Junlin had already defeated the Holy Sun who could transform into a heavenly being. He realized that no matter how hard this young master tried, he couldn't compare to someone of Junlin's caliber. Despite this, the young master remained overconfident. He believed his charms could attract any girl's attention and hoped to eventually use that influence to get close to the master. The young gentleman approached Hong and, calling him a beauty, asked if he liked flowers. Hong realized this guy was completely clueless. In the central regions, those specific flowers were valuable materials for potions that boosted spiritual power, yet here they were being used as simple decorations in vases. To Hong, the ignorance was almost funny. The young master continued his flirting, referring to Hong as a red fairy and asking why he didn't seem interested in the gift. Hong flatly replied that he shouldn't be called a fairy because he was actually a man. The young master laughed it off, claiming the red fairy was quite witty. He even suggested they go to a private room to exchange experiences on how to improve their skills. Getting fed up, Hong turned around and unleashed a burst of flames just for show. The crowd was startled, wondering what kind of spectacle they were witnessing. The young master was stunned, feeling a terrifying pressure coming from the red silhouette in front of him. Even the power of a pseudo-immortal like the Zhu ancestor seemed small compared to the aura Hong was projecting. Realizing he was in over his head, the young gentleman fell to his knees, terrified and wondering if this was some new, aggressive way of dealing with unwanted attention. The head of the Zhu family rushed over, seeing his son in despair and fearing they had offended someone valuable. He apologized to Hong, blaming his son's behavior on a lack of discipline. Hong repeated once more that he was a man. The chief was genuinely surprised, noting that Hong had a slender and elegant figure that could easily be mistaken for a girl's. However, after taking a closer look, the chief realized he had indeed made a mistake. Despite the correction, the chief continued to speak to Hong in a way that felt like he was still being teased. Hong reached his limit, looking at his own hands and thinking that these people were practically asking for their lives to be finished. Suddenly, Xiaoxi came running over, telling Red Brother that she had taken some wine from the guests and was quite enjoying it. Hong sighed, thinking that his inability to deal with these situations was his own fault for not having enough strength yet. He decided not to stay on the wrong path, as it would only lead to more frustration. The Zhu leader apologized again for the confusion regarding Hong's identity. Hong simply grabbed a drink and moved on, while Xiaoxi laughed, trying to maintain her own reputation. The guests were all confused by the strange group, wondering about the unusual characters that had arrived with Junlin. Junlin eventually walked up and told Xiaoxi it was time to get ready to leave because he was getting hungry. She agreed with her master immediately. As they prepared to go, the young master passed by, still feeling shaken and demanding some attention from his servants to calm his nerves. Hong watched the young master from a distance, noting how the man was constantly on edge. While standing behind a wall, Hong noticed a strange man following the young master. He immediately sensed a heavy curse radiating from the stranger and decided to stay back to see how this dramatic situation would unfold. The young gentleman sat back at the table, preoccupied with how he could win over the person he was interested in, but the girls around him told him his chances were slim. Suddenly, the mercenary who had been shadowing him launched a surprise attack. Terrified, the young master could only cover his face with his hands and shout something nonsensical about wanting a kiss in his panic. To everyone's surprise, the mercenary's sword shattered into tiny pieces upon impact. The mercenary realized he had miscalculated, suspecting the boy was protected by a high-level secret spatial barrier. He knew he had missed his best opportunity. The young master, regaining a bit of his bravado, called the mercenary a big dog and asked how he dared to cause trouble within the Zhu family estate. Guards quickly surrounded the attacker, declaring they would protect their young master. The mercenary realized he had to act fast before more people arrived. Even if it meant he could never be reborn, he felt he had no choice but to fight his way through. The young gentleman's arrogance only fueled the mercenary's rage. Moving like lightning, the assassin tore through the guards, finishing everyone in his path. He eventually reached his target, bypassed the young master's defenses, and managed to wound the boy's hand. The guards redoubled their efforts, shouting that an intruder had invaded their territory and needed to be finished off. During the struggle, the mercenary noticed a specific pattern on the young master's back, realizing he was connected to the west. The young master, confused and nursing his wound, asked the mercenary why he was being pursued so relentlessly when he hadn't even touched him. The mercenary ignored the plea, attacking again while shouting about a past grievance involving an orchid. He declared the young master had to die. Word quickly spread through the estate that an assassin was in the backyard, attempting to finish off Mr. Zhu's son. Junlin heard the commotion and asked Hong if he knew what was going on. Hong admitted he was only guessing, but suggested they go check it out together with Xiaoxi. However, Xiaoxi was currently more interested in her drink than the fight. Just as things looked dire, the chief of the Zhu family entered the fray, stopping the mercenary's sword with just 2 fingers. He asked how the man dared to interfere in Zhu family business, and if he had a message to deliver. The mercenary, struggling to breathe under the chief's pressure, was shocked by the man's overwhelming strength. He realized that if the chief hadn't intervened, he definitely would have finished the boy. The young master, still acting entitled, told the elder that the assassin was just a modern sick person and that he wouldn't have bothered with him anyway. He threatened that if the mercenary continued, he would personally make sure he was finished. The mercenary clarified that he wasn't claiming to be a saint, but he wanted everyone to listen carefully because he was standing by his actions and his identity. Guests gathered in the square to see what was happening, quickly realizing he was a well-known demonic swordsman. People whispered about his reputation, noting that his sword skills were incredibly accurate and that he followed no rules. If he disliked someone, he simply finished them. It was said that he had spent a long time traveling through Yunzhou, challenging and defeating strong opponents, but no one expected him to target the heir of the Zhu family. The leader was confused, wondering how a representative of the family could get tangled up with someone from the demonic world. The mercenary told him to be quiet, explaining that this was a personal matter. The young master claimed they had a deep feud, even though the mercenary was still trying to attack him in his final moments. The mercenary asked if the young master really didn't understand the depth of their conflict, specifically regarding what had happened to his younger sister. The young master seemed genuinely surprised to hear about a sister. The mercenary explained that his sister Hao had always been by his side. After some major life events, she had begun studying alchemy and planned to travel to see the legendary flowers in the sea. The mercenary had decided to go with her to focus on his sword art. However, a few months later, he found her broken jade bracelet and realized she had ended up in the city. After a desperate search, he discovered she had been kidnapped by the young master and the Zhu family. He pointed out that everyone knew the heir of the Zhu family was obsessed obsessed with women and practiced dark arts on Mount Lemon, where many women had supposedly suffered. Since his sister was a talented cultivator, he was certain she had met a terrible end at the young master's hands. He had spent years training and looking for ways to break through spiritual barriers just to get his revenge. He admitted that he usually couldn't get close because the young master was always surrounded by strong servants. He had to hide and wait for the perfect moment, deciding that this feast, the time when the young master was most relaxed, was his best shot at success. Instead of showing remorse, the young master told the mercenary that he admired his animal-like strength. He then casually licked his lips and admitted he actually remembered the girl now. He noted that while he had forgotten most of the women he had encountered, her image stayed with him because she had a very attractive figure. He added that it was a shame her personality was so explosive, comparing her to a firework that would go off at any moment. The mercenary thought back to his sister, remembering how she used to tell him to put away his blade and just stay by her side. Young Master Zhu simply licked his fingers again and remarked that those were exactly the kind of women who attracted him the most. He explained that the harder they were to win over, the more satisfaction he felt when he succeeded. He continued by describing how much he still remembered her amazing figure, though her personality was as volatile as fireworks. He told the mercenary that taming a woman like that gave him a huge sense of achievement. He admitted that he had forced her into his quarters at the Immortals Tower. He described how she had fought and scolded him at first, but after he had his way, she was left crying and begging for him to stop. He claimed that the sound of her pleas was still clear in his mind. The young master boasted about how he had played with her for 3 days straight, until her spiritual power collapsed. Once he got bored, he finished her off by breaking her neck, calling it a merciful way to go. He even suggested that the mercenary should thank him for treating his sister so well. Driven to the point of madness by these words, the mercenary asked how such a monster was still allowed to breathe. He launched a desperate attack, but the elder stepped in and knocked him down from a distance. The elder dismissed the mercenary as a mere demonic cultivator and claimed his sister's life was worth nothing compared to the family heir, adding that serving as a cultivation tool was her way of making up for her low status. The mercenary shouted for them to shut up, refusing to let them compare his sister to a person he considered dirt. Young Master Zhu mocked him further, calling him a barking dog and saying his sister was lucky to have served him. He joked that since the mercenary had only scratched his hand, while he had done much more to the sister, the mercenary was the one overreacting. The mercenary lay on the ground, calling them all insane, but he was too broken to stand. Junlin watched the scene unfold, noticing the irony of the situation. A man who worked tirelessly to avenge his sister was labeled a demon, while a noble heir committed the most disgusting acts in secret while pretending to be part of a righteous sect. To Junlin, the whole thing felt like a dark joke. Suddenly, Junlin's system issued a new mission. He was tasked with protecting the mercenary, accepting him as a student, and convincing the Zhu family ancestor to personally finish off his own heir. In return, the ancestor would be grateful, and Junlin would receive a powerful new martial art along with 10 spiritual crystals. Junlin was happy about the reward but found the mission requirements completely wild. He realized he had to find a way to make an old man destroy his own grandson, and then act like he was doing him a favor. Just as young Master Zhu raised his sword to finish the mercenary, the young master swung his blade with full force, but Junlin simply blocked the strike with his bare hand. Young Master Zhu looked at Junlin in shock and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. The elder was also stunned, questioning if the Xuantian sect was actually trying to protect a demonic cultivator. He asked if Junlin realized he was on Zhu family land, and pointed out that his actions were a huge insult to their reputation. The elder then asked why Junlin was stopping their young master from finishing off a criminal. Junlin simply replied that he felt like it, and announced that he was taking the man on as his new apprentice. He warned them that if anyone tried to mess with the guy, they would have to deal with Junlin personally. The guests watched the scene with wide eyes, whispering that Junlin must be crazy for saying such a thing out loud. Even the mercenary Li stood up and told Junlin that since he was already famous throughout the eastern region, he shouldn't risk everything for just one person. Elder Zhu grew even angrier and told Junlin to think carefully, promising that if he left right then, they would act like the whole thing never happened. Li also begged Junlin to leave, expressing his gratitude and promising to repay the kindness in another life. Even Hong stayed back, sympathizing with Li but thinking it was foolish to risk everything for a stranger. Suddenly, Junlin turned to Hong and asked how long he was going to just stand there. He ordered him to come over immediately and protect his new younger brother. Hong was startled but agreed, though he secretly wondered what on earth his master was planning. Elder Zhu wasn't about to back down. He shouted that the two of them must think his family was an easy target. He unleashed a massive wave of energy that could be felt all the way to the edge of the city. Xiao Yao noticed that his own spiritual energy felt frozen by the pressure, and Xiaoxi quickly hid behind Hong in fear. Meanwhile, Junlin was actually hoping the old man would strike him soon. The mission wasn't finished yet, and he knew that facing a higher level opponent meant his rewards were guaranteed. Just as Elder Zhu prepared to move, he heard a strange sound. He wondered if another pseudo-immortal had arrived and assumed it was Junlin's backup plan. Junlin looked around, trying to spot the newcomer, while the elder barked out, asking who was there. At that moment, Junlin's presence shifted. He seemed to transform into a holy emperor, rising into the sky and looking down on everyone. He mocked the elder, questioning which venerable mentor thought they were so special. He pointed out that the elder had only just reached the pseudo-immortal stage and threw this banquet just to show off, only for someone stronger to show up and steal the spotlight. Suddenly, a man appeared and introduced himself as Dao Yuan from the Huazan sect. One of the warriors recognized the name, noting that Yuan was the strongest master in Huazan and the personal teacher of the Holy Sun. Rumors said the Holy Sun had been disabled and 18 elders had been finished off, so it was clear Yuan wasn't there to be friendly. Elder Zhu realized this wasn't an ally but another enemy for Junlin. He felt relieved, thinking Junlin had dug his own grave and that he wouldn't even have to lift a finger to see him finished. The elder told Yuan that Junlin was right behind him and encouraged him to settle his business. Yuan asked Elder Zhu if he really thought he needed permission to act. Junlin, showing no fear at all, simply gave Yuan the middle finger and told him he was right there, asking him exactly what he wanted to do about it. Hong was a bit surprised, wondering if his master truly understood the massive power gap between himself and a pseudo-immortal. Yuan, hearing Junlin's dismissive tone, grew even more furious and began to unleash his full power. Junlin, however, wasn't bothered at all. He mocked Yuan, asking why he was barking like a stray dog or if he was just pretending to be one. Yuan completely lost his temper at the insult. Calling Junlin a little brat, he activated a glowing golden sphere and ordered him to die. Junlin noticed that the space around them had been locked, realizing the situation was getting intense. Even the Zhu family elder was worried, seeing that if that golden sphere exploded, the entire estate would be destroyed. He was frustrated that a newcomer might cause him so much trouble. Instead of running away, Junlin charged directly at the sphere to destroy it, determined to finish his mission right then. The guests watched in terror, shielded their eyes from the blinding light, and wondered what was happening. At that moment, the system notified Junlin that he was facing an early-stage pseudo-immortal. His passive ability kicked in, boosting his own strength to the middle stage of pseudo-immortality. Hong was shocked by the sudden change, feeling a pressure from his master that was even more terrifying than a demon from the deepest abyss. Junlin asked his opponent if that was really all he could do, joking that the attack wouldn't even scratch his nails. He launched a counterattack that left Yuan completely stunned. The guests were equally shocked to realize Junlin was actually a pseudo-immortal himself. The Zhu family leader couldn't believe it, and even Li feared for what might happen next. One guest noted that Junlin's arrogance was justified by his power, realizing Junlin had been hiding his true strength from everyone this whole time. Yuan was angry that Junlin had kept his high-level cultivation a secret, claiming he had disgraced all cultivators. Junlin jokingly insisted he was innocent, swearing to heaven that he had only recently broken through and was at a lower stage before the fight started. Yuan didn't believe him for a second, thinking Junlin was trying to play him for a fool. Junlin replied that he didn't really care what Yuan believed, but noted that Yuan was the only one slow enough to fall for it. Yuan declared he had never met anyone so bold and launched a solar annihilation seal attack. Junlin didn't even flinch. He just smiled and asked for a chance to prove his strength. The Zhu elder thought Junlin was just showing off and expected Yuan to crush him, but he was surprised when Junlin easily blocked every move. He suspected Junlin must be using a powerful protective artifact, since he didn't have a single scratch on him. Junlin started to get annoyed, telling Yuan to try harder. He bragged that his own physical strength was tougher than any sect's defensive formation. He realized his unwavering tyrant technique was working perfectly, and he hadn't even pushed it to full power yet. Yuan then brought out a Holy Sun artifact made by top craftsmen, claiming that even late-stage pseudo-immortals had to be careful around it. He challenged Junlin to see if his body was truly stronger than this legendary weapon in a head-on clash. Junlin remained completely unfazed, telling Yuan that they would soon see just how far he could actually go. Yuan was livid, refusing to believe a single person could withstand his full power. Junlin, however, found the whole thing tedious, remarking that the noise was becoming quite annoying. To everyone's absolute horror, Junlin grabbed Yuan's massive attack with his bare hands, lifted him into the sky, and completely neutralized him with one simple movement. Watching from below, the Zhu elder shouted that Junlin must be an ancient beast disguised in a human body, noting that anyone else would have been turned into a pile of meat by now. Yuan was in total denial, unable to process how his ultimate move, designed to finish pseudo-immortals, couldn't even leave a mark on Junlin's skin. Junlin teased him, asking if he was jealous of his natural resilience, and called the holy artifact a broken toy before offering Yuan one more chance if he felt lucky. Yuan declared that this was the final straw, and that there would be war between them. He surged into the air, unleashing every bit of his energy for the feather-adorned art of ascension. Junlin couldn't help but make fun of the name, asking if it was something like flying chicken feathers. Yuan screamed for him to shut up and stop insulting his sect's secret technique as he launched another powerful assault. Junlin didn't even bother to dodge. He simply countered with the king's night seal. Suddenly, Yuan found himself overwhelmed by multiple attacks from above, struggling desperately to block them. Yuan admitted that Junlin was strong but asked how he would handle his final move. Believing he could still still win. He unleashed the 9 suns burn the sky technique, sacrificing 1,000 years of his own life to call forth the fiery power of the immortal realm. He vowed to make Junlin kneel in the heart of the sun and beg for mercy forever. The guests began to panic as the heat became unbearable, fearing that Yuan was going to burn everything to the ground. Junlin called Yuan a brat and told him to open his eyes because the show was over. He activated the 5-fold samsara of oblivion, spreading the technique across the entire estate. Yuan, completely desperate, threw even more fiery projectiles, declaring that only one of them would leave alive. Junlin just smiled, asking if he was really trying the same trick again. Yuan began to laugh hysterically, shouting that everything was a lie. He couldn't accept that after 3,000 years of persistent training, he couldn't defeat Junlin. He promised to wait for Junlin in the underworld, claiming he would eventually be consumed by heaven's wrath before he finally vanished. Hong watched the entire scene in disbelief, noting that the strongest pseudo-immortal in the eastern region had been driven completely insane by defeat. He wondered exactly how much power his master was still keeping under wraps. Junlin calmly took off his glasses, mentioning that the light was finally less dazzling and it was time to wrap up the quest. He descended to the ground and approached Elder Zhu. The Elder, now completely humbled, told Junlin that his divine power was truly inspiring and expressed his deep admiration. He nervously asked if Junlin had any further instructions. Junlin looked at him and asked if he had any objections to his new disciple. The Elder quickly replied that he wouldn't dream of objecting and begged for mercy. Junlin then pointed out that his new student, Li, had been humiliated and mistreated by the Zhu family. He asked if the Elder agreed that, as a teacher, he should help his student get revenge. The Elder immediately agreed that it was perfectly reasonable and justified, though he nervously wondered exactly what Junlin planned to do next. Junlin stated that his initial thought was to finish every member of the family right there. The Elder was stunned and asked for clarification, unable to believe what he was hearing. Junlin calmly asked if the demand seemed like too much, noting that life for the people on the Jingjiang Islands had become incredibly difficult. He pointed out that many were dissatisfied with how the Zhu clan had been running things and asked how those problems were supposed to be fixed. Elder Zhu begged for the requirements to be lowered, mentioning that many in his clan were innocent. Junlin shot back that while the old man had only lost some followers, his disciple had lost his actual sister. He called the Elder a heartless old man for showing no mercy until it was his own people on the line. The Elder lowered his eyes, asking Junlin to look at him and his son, pleading for mercy and admitting he couldn't bear to lose his own child. Junlin turned around and told the Elder to get up. He said that if he were to go his own way and show a bit of mercy, then the Elder must at least remove the main cause of all these disasters. The old man realized what had to be done and agreed, stating he couldn't stand the situation any longer and would deal with the source of the trouble. He asked if Junlin was serious, knowing that wiping out the whole clan was a heavy burden, but that removing the specific culprit was a different matter. Elder Zhu then turned toward his own son, but instead of talking, he immediately fired a powerful electric beam. The young master was terrified, asking his father what he was doing and what was supposed to happen next. Junlin watched and told the old man it seemed like he was questioning his own assumptions, offering to help explain the situation if needed. The old man mentioned the saying that children don't teach their fathers, calling it an interesting thought. Junlin agreed, and the Elder promised that Junlin would be satisfied with the outcome. Suddenly, the Elder lunged at his son, grabbing him by the throat. Despite the young man's pleas, the Elder held on until the very end, finishing his own heir to save the rest of the clan. Once it was over, the Elder expressed his deep gratitude to Junlin for his kindness and generosity, thanking him on behalf of the entire family. Li, the mercenary, started laughing hysterically, seeing that those who acted like animals were finally punished. Junlin approached him and noted that while fate is often cruel, his enemies had finally been held accountable. He then asked Li if he was truly ready to become his disciple. Li fell to his knees in tears, declaring that he was ready to serve under Junlin's control. He stated that his destiny now belonged to the master and that he would do whatever was commanded of him. Junlin told him not to worry, welcoming him as a successful student. Junlin mused to himself that while the situation was intense, it had worked out miraculously. Since the initiation ceremony was complete, Junlin decided to give Li a new technique called the Mixed Heavenly Sword. As soon as Li received the ability, a flash of light appeared, and all the swords in the area were suddenly pulled toward him by the sheer force of the technique. Li looked at his hands in awe, realizing this was a true sword style that followed the way of heaven. He felt that every movement contained a will strong enough to crush the earth, making his previous skills look like nothing. He wondered again just how powerful this master truly was. Junlin told Li that he had been a bit too arrogant, but by granting him this art, he would truly be able to create his own destiny. Hong watched from the side with a bit of jealousy, noting how Li had gone from being a desperate outsider to a loyal follower in an instant. Hong felt his heart tremble at the power Junlin was displaying. everything. He knew that one serious blow from his master could destroy the void itself. He mused that fate was like a dog. If you didn't stop playing with it, it would eventually burn you. And Junlin possessed a fire from the underworld that could turn even a broken sword into smoldering ash. Suddenly, Lee began coughing and spitting out a dark liquid. Junlin explained that because Lee had used so many forbidden secret techniques in the past, his body was on the verge of collapsing. His foundation had been heavily damaged by internal resistance, and it looked like he might have to give up hope of ever recovering. To fix this, Junlin handed him a glowing orb and told him to eat the medicinal elixir inside, promising he would feel changes he never expected. Lee was confused. The medicine looked like a strange mushroom and seemed quite unusual. Junlin hoped the boy would trust him, noting that the elixir was infused with the smell of hatred for his country, which would help awaken the ancient demon blood hidden in his veins. Junlin told him that while there were harmful elements in his body making him feel weak, he shouldn't worry. Eating this dust-like elixir would set everything right. Lee swallowed the pill and immediately transformed into a terrifying monster, projecting a surge of strength that shocked everyone present. However, Lee turned to Junlin and admitted he felt incredibly tired. Junlin noticed that Lee now carried a strange and ominous presence that caused concern for everyone nearby. This aura, related to practices affecting both body and mind, triggered feelings of fear and anxiety in the crowd. The system alerted Junlin that Lee was now fully exposed to demonic blood, which was causing aggressive and restless behavior. It warned that it was crucial to control Lee's actions to ensure everyone's safety. Hong was baffled, wondering what kind of technique Junlin had used to force a breakthrough from the initial fusion stage to the great stage all at once. Even though Hong had reached a high state of power in the central regions, he had never seen such a strange and abrupt increase in strength. Lee began laughing uncontrollably and started waving his sword around wildly. The other warriors were terrified. They could see he was at the fusion stage, but the power he was releasing was far beyond that. They feared they wouldn't even be able to survive a single blow from him. Junlin watched the scene and noted that activating the blood force was like giving wings to a tiger. Suddenly, Lee turned and flew toward Junlin with an attack. Junlin stood perfectly still, calmly telling his new disciple to find his true destiny and awaken to the great path. Even though Junlin saw that his future student was trying to harm him, he decided to teach him a lesson by using the Heavenly Emperor's technique. However, Junlin realized there was no need to push further because his student was only at the fusion stage, yet was already capable of holding his own. Junlin felt that overcoming such boundaries was a power that shouldn't be underestimated. After the confrontation, the master looked at him and said that Lee had finished his task. He admitted he was worried that his student, with his current strength, wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Junlin then urged him to wake up and focus immediately. It wasn't the right time for overthinking. Lee tried several ways to break through his master's defense, but eventually started to run out of energy. Once Lee regained his senses, he asked what had just happened to him, feeling as though he had lost control of himself. His entire body was filled with helplessness and fear, and he couldn't believe he had dared to act so disrespectfully. He felt he had to face the consequences for his actions. Junlin walked over and told him they would now see if anything had changed since the last time. Lee thought it was impossible, but after looking closely, he was thrilled to see that his level had actually increased. Junlin noticed that Lee's personal path remained the core of his strength and was becoming even tougher, almost like it had been tempered like iron. Lee knelt down and expressed his deep gratitude to his teacher. Junlin explained that Lee had just activated his special inner power, which provides incredible strength but can't be sustained for long. He advised him to learn how to keep it in balance, and Lee promised to remember those instructions. Elder Ju started laughing and congratulated Junlin on finding such an excellent student. He suggested they have a drink to celebrate their lucky day. Junlin was a bit surprised and asked if that would interfere with the main event, since the feast was supposed to be in his honor for successfully handling the recent crisis. The elder told him not to worry because the joy was only growing. However, people nearby were gossiping about how the elder from the Zhu family had just taken out 2 of his own men and was now acting very humble toward Mr. Lunlin. They couldn't believe how much things had changed. Hong heard these whispers and realized that in this world the powerful are the ones who make the rules. He saw how this man was able to force the elder to eliminate his own people and still have the elder feel grateful to the point of tears. He realized he needed to get stronger himself or he would always be under someone else's control. Junlin agreed that the matter was settled and told the Zhu family they could keep celebrating. He then told Hong to grab his little sister because they were heading out. Hong told his master that he understood and would get it done. Before they left, Senior Zhu told Junlin to visit them whenever he had time, saying it was a great honor for the Zhu family to welcome them. However, Senior Zhu also got frustrated, mentioning it was a shame that such a big celebration was cut short. Suddenly, one of the guys called out to the master and said he had finally found the young master's hand. The boy asked where the young master was, but Elder Ju told him to just throw that hand into the backyard for the animals. He then yelled at everyone else to leave, announcing that the party was officially canceled. At that moment, Lee was on the ship and felt like he was in a dream while traveling on a divine beast. Not only had he settled the score for Xiaofei, but he had also become a student of Master Junlin. He thought about how Hong was just as beautiful as the rumors claimed and figured he should go say hello now now that he was a student. Lee approached and mentioned that his senior sister was not only talented, but also incredibly beautiful. He said he looked forward to learning a lot from her during his studies. Hong saw him coming again and wondered why men always acted this way. Originally, the master was annoyed after he had finished the Great Yuan. Now that he had taken on a student with such a high level, Hong felt it was getting harder to turn the situation around. Lee noticed Hong walking away and asked if he had said something wrong. But Xiaoxi came up and explained that people always get the older brother's gender confused. She mentioned that he really disliked it when people got his gender wrong. Xiaoxi realized she hadn't introduced herself yet, so Lee introduced himself as the teacher's new student from the Zhu house. Lee thanked her for the info and realized that was why Hong ignored all the men trying to impress him. It turned out he was a man as well. Lee felt like he had made a classic mistake. Xiaoxi told him that now he understood, and that was what mattered most. She added that it was a huge taboo for their older brother, Hong. Lee remarked that, as expected, the teacher was surrounded by unique people, including a handsome man and a cute Xiaoxi sister. She replied that she actually wanted to be like her older brothers, but was stuck in a body that was half mouse and half human. She admitted that she sometimes caused problems for the teacher because of this. Lee told his sister that she didn't choose this form and that he actually thought she was quite charming and unique. He mentioned that if it was a transformation issue, he had found a secret technique during his travels in the eastern region that might help her return to human form completely. He offered it to her if she was interested. Xiaoxi was delighted and said if it worked, she wouldn't be a burden to the teacher anymore. She excitedly told the teacher that she might be able to fully return to her human form. Junlin was surprised and joked that if that happened, he would miss her soft, fluffy head. She told the teacher not to worry because she would be able to change shapes whenever she wanted, and she could look however the teacher preferred. She then asked if they were really going back to the sect right now. Junlin was surprised by the question and said they definitely weren't going back yet. He wanted to show off his cool mount everywhere and ordered Kunpeng to speed up. After Kunpeng had been flying for several months, many people in the eastern region were shocked to hear about what happened at the Zhu family banquet, and the mystery surrounding Lord Yuan only grew. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of Kanzhou, the great Zhu dynasty was in the middle of a massive struggle. A fierce conflict was happening where warriors were fighting off monsters that had invaded their land. The warriors were determined to hold their ground at all costs. Just then, Lee looked down from the ship and told the teacher that creatures were attacking below. However, Junlin was busy playing a game of dominoes. Hong wondered how someone could be so bold as to ignore all the rules of the game to win instantly. He thought he had never met someone so shameless. Suddenly, Junlin told Hong he was too weak and had already lost, even though Junlin was barely using a fraction of his effort. Hong argued that to use a siege machine you needed a platform, and its movement was limited, something even a child would know. Junlin countered that it was a hammer thrower, not a siege cannon, and asked if that didn't work. He then joked about flying away with the mortar, making Hong feel like Junlin was the one breaking all the rules. Junlin noticed the look on his student's face and asked if he doubted his strategic skills. Hong quickly said he wouldn't dare. Junlin then turned to Xiaoxi and asked for her opinion. She told the teacher he was the strongest, which made Hong realize that Xiaoxi really knew how to use flattery. Then Junlin asked Lee what he had mentioned earlier. Lee repeated that a group of monsters was attacking the city below and the situation was desperate. Junlin remembered hearing that these creatures were from an ancient forbidden land called Manhwa in the eastern region. He knew that place was home to many dark races. Legend said that in ancient times these creatures tried to invade the world, but humans and masters joined forces to push them back. After their defeat, a long truce began where both sides left each other alone. Junlin wondered if the demons invading again meant the centuries-old peace was over. Sensing that there was more to the story, Junlin told the boys that since they were there, they should go down and see what was really happening. The warriors below were starting to lose hope because their strongest general had just been taken out. They felt it was impossible to win and were ready to give up. One of the lead monsters appeared behind the group and told them to stop resisting. He claimed that taking the city was just the start and that his clan would soon destroy the entire empire. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck, taking out several monsters at once. Manhwa appeared and told them to be quiet because they would never reach their goal. She charged toward the lead monster on her cat, but he just laughed at her. He used a powerful move to knock her down from a distance. The warriors became even more worried when they saw their commander fall. The lead monster called them insignificant and told them to kneel. Manhwa replied that she was a commander appointed by the emperor himself and represented the dignity of the great Zhou. She refused to kneel before a beast and told him to go ahead and attack if he wanted to finish her. The monster agreed and said he would grant her wish, then display her as an example, while his people took over the empire. Suddenly, the sky opened up and a massive creature appeared. The lead monster was shocked and asked what was happening, but Junlin's beast didn't give them a chance to react and immediately began clearing the area by swallowing everything in sight. The lead monster couldn't help himself and ended up going after his own follower. The warriors looked around in shock, wondering wondering if the spirits of the demon clans had actually been eaten, or if they were just seeing things. Manhwa suggested that a divine beast had come down from the heavens to protect their great Zhou dynasty. However, she noticed a man sitting on the back of the creature, which meant it belonged to someone. She realized a powerful master from the human clan had come to help them, though she wasn't sure how to address him or where he was from. Junlin introduced himself as being from the Suantian sect and asked who was in charge. Hua immediately wondered if this was the same Junlin she had heard so much about recently, the one rumored to have challenged the top immortal sect of the Eastern Domain. She felt incredibly lucky that the great Zhou dynasty was receiving such help at a time like this. Hua introduced herself as the commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and welcomed the respected elders. Junlin asked which imperial house ruled this land and why the demon clan was attacking. Hua explained that this was the great Zhou dynasty's territory, but she didn't know the exact reason for the attack. She mentioned that, based on information from a fallen demon general, the enemy was planning an even larger assault that would lead to a fierce battle. Junlin found it strange that creatures from the dark abyss were attacking human kingdoms so openly, wondering if they weren't afraid of a human counterattack. Lee noted that while these demons preferred dark, damp places, it was unclear what they would gain by taking over this land. Hong cut in, suggesting they shouldn't overthink it and should just destroy the enemies if they showed up. Hua addressed Hong as a respected figure and asked if they had come to help the great Zhou dynasty overcome this crisis. On behalf of everyone in Zhou, she expressed deep gratitude for their kindness. Lee realized that his senior brother had a natural talent for causing misunderstandings, and the more he disliked a situation, the more it seemed to happen. Junlin also sensed that this wasn't a random event, and that the sudden appearance of millions of dark creatures was no accident. Suddenly, Junlin's system alerted him that a new task was active. He needed to defeat the ghost army invading the empire to earn rewards. Junlin decided it was time for a mission and planned to use this place as a temporary base to find more clues. He announced that since these outsiders were causing chaos and hurting innocent people, he couldn't just stand by. He told them to let everyone know he was intervening. Hua was thrilled and thanked him, saying the empire would never forget his kindness. Lee cheered for his teacher's wisdom, but Hong felt that Junlin was getting too involved in other people's problems. Junlin didn't waste any time and asked to be taken to their leader. Hua agreed and led them to the military headquarters near the capital. Inside the tent, the leaders were discussing their defense. One commander reported that ghost units had broken through their lines and were heading straight for the capital. There were even reports of powerful phantom generals and a possible high-level commander among them. Another commander wondered if there was something valuable in the empire attracting the ghost's attention. The prince admitted that he didn't know anything specific. He told his team not to worry about that for now and focused on resisting the invasion. He emphasized that if they couldn't hold the line, they needed to evacuate as many civilians as possible, because there was always hope as long as people survive. A soldier arrived with news, and the prince worried the ghosts were using more exhaustion tactics. He felt overwhelmed because his 40,000 soldiers were exhausted, while the enemy had 800,000. He wondered how they could possibly win. Looking at the sky, the soldiers were frightened by the strange creature appearing over the empire and prepared for a fight. The prince told them not to attack because he recognized the creature as the divine Kunpeng and saw Commander Hua was with it. The commander was amazed that Hua was controlling such a beast. Hua landed and introduced Lord Junlin, explaining he was there to help fight the ghost army. The prince recognized the name as the famous master from the Shuantian sect and asked if he really controlled the creature. Hua whispered to the prince to be careful with his words, noting that Junlin was actually very kind despite the rumors. The prince welcomed the respected guest, acknowledging that his people were still caught up in old stories about Junlin's past battles. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, saying they were surrounded by 800,000 ghosts and should surrender. The prince drew his sword, calling the ghosts arrogant. Junlin sent his students into the fight, ordering them to handle the situation. The students agreed and charged toward the enemy. The local warriors were amazed that only 2 people were brave enough to take on such a massive army. The monsters thought it was funny that they needed so much force to take over a human kingdom, though they knew these empires sometimes had a bit of luck on their side. One green monster said that since the Shadow World tribes were uniting, their ghost race had to take the lead for their own survival. A purple monster agreed, saying the fall of this world was inevitable and that controlling the eastern region would give them more power. Seeing the humans approaching, the lead demons told their followers to stay quiet so they wouldn't scare their food away. Lee looked at the massive number of enemies and admitted that in the past, he wouldn't have had the courage to face them. Now, however, he felt confident fighting alongside his talented senior brother. Lee told Hong that his own sword skills weren't the best yet, so he would go first. He charged into the crowd using his sword technique. The enemy leader ordered his monsters to capture the human. Hong saw them advancing and attacked from a distance with golden flames. The monsters tried to fight the fire, but it wouldn't go out, and they were were defeated instantly. Lee complimented Hong's abilities, and Hong suggested they finish the job quickly so no one would make fun of them. Hong wanted to prove that he was still the strongest senior brother. The commanders watching from the castle were impressed by the display of power. The prince realized the rumors about the white-haired master students were true after seeing how many enemies they took out in an instant. One monster asked who these defenders were. Another said it didn't matter because no one could stop their plan, and he ordered a full attack. Hong was ready and released more flames, but the monsters opened a portal to bring in even more reinforcements. Hong noticed a very powerful presence among the new arrivals, a high-level commander. The monsters realized these two humans were actually quite strong. One monster with a spear stepped forward, telling his boss he didn't need to get involved. He claimed he could easily crush the two humans himself and lunged at them, telling Lee to prepare for the end. Lee launched his attack first, but the monster who blocked it claimed he didn't feel a thing. In fact, the demon mockingly thanked him, saying the strike actually helped him improve his skills. The leaders watching the clash were stunned, wondering how such a thing was even possible and what could have caused it. The prince was also impressed, noting that all of Master Junlin's students were incredibly powerful. Lee was energized by their praise and flew back into the fight, eager to show off a new technique. He targeted the strongest enemies using his early-stage transition powers, but a monster at the peak of that level blocked his path. The demon told him that the only reason a previous elder had been defeated was that he had underestimated the boy. He asked if Lee really thought he could stand against so many high-level opponents. The monsters swarmed him, hoping to finish him off quickly. Lee started to feel nervous, realizing he might have overestimated himself. He considered using his hidden mad demon power, but then he saw Hong coming to his aid with a powerful jade flame. The monsters were caught off guard by the heat, though one managed to escape. He lunged toward Hong, shouting that he would take her life. Using his own strength, the monster freed his comrades and prepared for a final strike. Lee admitted that a peak-level transition fighter was no joke. The monster laughed, saying it was too late for them to be afraid and that they were both about to die. When Lee heard the monster call Hong a stinking woman, he knew the enemy was in trouble. Hong was already prepared to strike, and Lee whispered that the monsters were as good as dead. Hong declared that they would all pay the ultimate price and released a soul-consuming black flame. The monsters were terrified by the intensity of the power. One blue monster tried to warn the others, but it was too late. Hong was so insulted by the demon's words that he was determined to end the fight right then and there. The blue monster couldn't believe he had been hit so easily. Hong looked at the remaining enemies and called them nothing more than ants. Lee thought to himself that when Hong was angry, he was practically invincible. He felt lucky to be on the same side as the master's top student, knowing Hong could take down anyone in his way. Hong looked over at his younger brother, who was simply pointing at the destruction, and wondered if he had overreacted. The boys eventually returned to Junlin, and Hong reported that the 800,000 enemies had been taken care of. Lee was worried because the teacher didn't say anything at first, thinking Junlin might be unhappy. Xiaoxi walked up and tapped Junlin to wake him up. Junlin blinked and asked if the fight was over yet. Hong was frustrated, realizing they had been fighting for their lives while Junlin was taking a nap on the battlefield. Junlin told them they did a great job and to keep up the good work. The prince approached Junlin with great respect, thanking him for saving the empire. Junlin brushed it off as a small favor but mentioned his students were tired. He suggested the empire treat them to something nice. The prince agreed immediately, promising to host a grand banquet in their honor at the capital. They headed to the Hall of Heavenly Light, where the prince informed Junlin that his father, the emperor, wanted to see him before the party started. Junlin noticed the old man stayed inside, thinking he was quite confident to make a guest come to him. However, the emperor apologized, explaining that his poor health prevented him from meeting them outside. Junlin sensed a powerful energy coming from him and realized it was the national luck. The emperor was at the peak of his power level but was clearly struggling. Junlin remembered that in this world, empires have a mystical force called national luck that helps with healing and training, fueled by the lives of the people. It seemed the emperor was using this force just to stay alive. The emperor felt embarrassed to have the master see him in such a weak state, while also wondering why he couldn't sense Junlin's power level. He questioned whether Junlin was using a trick or if he was truly a master. Junlin asked what had happened to cause all this trouble. The emperor explained that the demons had attacked for no apparent reason. While some officials thought the demons wanted a secret treasure in the palace, the emperor didn't know of any such treasure. He revealed that his injuries came from a mysterious, incredibly powerful man who had attacked his family's ancestral tomb. The emperor had been forced to use the empire's national luck just to drive the intruder away. He noted that the man seemed stronger than him, but acted very cautiously, eventually leaving as if he were afraid of something. Shortly after that, the demon invasion began. Junlin suspected the demons were actually working for that mysterious man to take the tomb. He wondered why the man had retreated and what could be so valuable in the tomb. He found the whole mystery quite interesting, especially since he usually just liked to relax and enjoy his powers. Lee listened intently, realizing the situation sounded like rumors he had heard back in the central region. Junlin asked the emperor if he could visit the ancestral tomb. The prince stepped in, explaining that it was a sacred resting place and might be dangerous. He suggested that since Junlin had already done so much, he should just enjoy the imperial dinner instead, The emperor also declined the request, but told Junlin he could take anything he wanted from the imperial treasury as a thank you gift. Junlin didn't press the issue, knowing his mission wasn't finished yet and deciding to wait and see what happened next. The prince led everyone to the table. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's palace, the king was enjoying a drink and celebrating his potential rise to power. He believed that if he conquered the empire, his reputation among the demons would be unmatched. He was waiting for news from his generals, especially since he was wary of the emperor's national luck. A servant approached, and the king called him useless, asking why he was still there. The servant explained he was greeting a messenger. The king complained that while others were preparing for war, he felt like they were just hiding. The servant defended his actions, saying he had sent a massive army to force the emperor to fight. The king called him a fool and revealed that the entire 800,000-man army had been destroyed near the capital without the emperor even lifting a finger. The servant was shocked, pointing out that the army had many high-level demons. He couldn't believe a passing traveler, known as Master Junlin, had wiped them out. The servant grew worried, but the king warned him not to be overconfident. He gave the servant a special dark essence to help him take over the empire, warning him not to fail again. The servant promised to succeed and led a new group of monsters toward the human lands. Back at the palace banquet, everyone was celebrating. Li was enjoying the strong wine and food, but the prince noticed Hong wasn't eating. Junlin joked that Hong was on a diet. The prince praised Hong's discipline, which only made Hong more annoyed. He wasn't on a diet, he just thought it was beneath a high-level cultivator to focus on food. The prince then suggested that if Hong wouldn't eat, he should at least enjoy the music. Suddenly, the top musician of the eastern region, Nangguang Chongfeng, entered the room. He introduced himself and said he was happy to meet everyone. The prince explained that this man was considered the greatest musician in the region. He noted that Nangguang's music wasn't just beautiful to listen to, it carried deep wisdom that could even help people with their spiritual training. The prince shared a story about an aging master who reached a new level of power just by listening to a performance. He then invited the master to begin. The musician picked up his instrument and started playing right away. However, mid-performance, Nangguang turned to the prince and told him that he shouldn't be invited anymore if people were going to fall asleep while he played, as it made him look bad. The prince grew worried and asked Master Junlin if he found the music unsatisfying. Junlin honestly replied that it was just an average performance. When Nangguang heard this, he told Junlin to be quiet, calling him a rude person who didn't understand art at all. Li became angry, drawing his sword and yelling at the old man for insulting his teacher. He told the musician he was asking for trouble. The prince tried to calm everyone down, explaining to Master Junlin that Nangguang was just very direct and didn't mean any harm, but Nangguang was even more offended now, calling Junlin a violent person who couldn't appreciate the skill required to play. He demanded to know why Junlin called his playing mediocre. The prince could only hope that Nangguang would manage to leave without a major conflict. Starting, Li looked to his teacher for a reaction, but Junlin just turned his head. Suddenly, a notification from his system appeared, giving him an optional task. It suggested that if he had Nangguang executed, he would get some spiritual crystals. Junlin decided that wasn't a good move since the reward was small and it would ruin his reputation. Instead, he saw a second option that could help his Mount Kunpeng grow even stronger. Junlin spoke up and asked if playing a tune was really that hard, noting that he had hands and could do it himself. Nangguang was outraged, asking how he dared to say that when Nangguang had studied for thousands of years. The prince added that every profession has its masters, and it wasn't as simple as just having hands. Li jumped in to support his teacher, agreeing that having hands was the main requirement. Nangguang shouted at Junlin to prove it, offering him a special instrument to play. He mocked Junlin, saying that even a pig wouldn't be able to play as well as he claimed. He insisted that someone who only knew how to fight couldn't understand music. The prince was terrified that Junlin would lose his patience and start a fight right there. Junlin picked up the instrument and mentioned that he had been a creative person in his past life, so playing would be easy. Plus, his system informed him that his master-level skills were already at the absolute peak of perfection. When Junlin asked the system about Nangguang's skill, it told him the old man was only at a basic level of mastery. The old man told Junlin to hurry up and stop wasting time. The prince prepared to intervene to save Nangguang from a potential disaster. Junlin decided to play an old melody called Power Over the World. As soon as he touched the instrument with his energy, the music filled the room. Hong was amazed by how magnificent the melody sounded, realizing it was a level of skill that no one in the central region could match. Nangguang was speechless, wondering how such a sound was even possible. Li shouted that the music was incredible and that he could feel a deep emotional storm inside his heart. Junlin started playing even faster, letting the energy flow through everyone. Hong suddenly realized her power level was shooting up through the various stages of transition. She was stunned to find herself just one step away from a major breakthrough. Li also felt the boost and called for more energy, as he had been dreaming of this for a long time. Others in the room noticed that people were jumping from the unification level straight to the transition level. The prince realized that Junlin Junlin wasn't just a master, he was like a legendary immortal. The music was so powerful that it echoed throughout the city. Soldiers outside noticed their old battle wounds were completely healing just from hearing the sound. Others felt their spirits transforming and called it a miracle from heaven. Meanwhile, outside the capital, the demon leaders were planning a night of chaos. Suddenly, they saw a bright light and heard a sound so loud it felt like it was tearing them apart. The monsters cried out for their king to save them, realizing they were facing someone with a massive amount of power. One monster told the king they should retreat, but the elder leader refused. He was determined to find out who this mysterious opponent was, no matter the cost. The elder felt his own power increasing from the music, moving up to a late stage of transition. He thought the music couldn't affect him anymore and began attacking the city from afar, swearing that the capital would fall. Junlin kept playing and released a bright light spirit that surrounded the entire area, pulling it out of the darkness. People watched in awe as the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to shine at once, a legendary sign of a heavenly blessing. The lead monster was confused by what was happening until he was suddenly hit by a powerful attack from behind. He didn't even have time to react to the pain. He yelled for whoever did it to come out and face him. However, the monster couldn't handle the sheer energy of the music and slowly vanished in flames. By the time Junlin finished the melody, the threat was gone. He asked the boys what they thought of his performance. His system then congratulated him for defeating the demon army and gave him a rare 5 elements reward. Junlin was shocked, wondering when he had managed to beat an entire army. The system professionally explained that the sounds of his music had wiped out the invaders. Junlin was pleased, knowing the reward would perfectly help his main technique. His sister ran up to him, exclaiming that the music was incredible and that her teacher was truly amazing. Junlin pointed out that having hands was clearly the most important factor, and Nangong immediately agreed. The musician fell to his knees, admitting that Junlin was right and describing the performance as a magnificent divine melody. He confessed that he hadn't realized how arrogant he was being when he called Junlin rude or ignorant of music theory. He felt so ashamed that he even said he deserved the worst for his behavior. The prince tried to address Nangong as a great master, but the old man refused the title. He insisted he wasn't worthy and that Junlin was the only one who rightfully deserved to be called a master, while he himself was just a clown. At that moment, Junlin's system notified him that the task was complete, rewarding him with 10 bags of high-quality pet food. The prince then asked Junlin how they should handle the musician. Junlin, having finished the mission, simply told the man to go back and study harder. Lee ran up to the teacher, excitedly sharing that the music had helped him reach the state of great rebirth. Junlin was surprised but pleased by his student's progress. He recognized that reaching the stage of the Great Migration and moving toward immortality was a rare feat. The prince was also thrilled, noting that his father, the emperor, had made an incredible breakthrough. He believed that with the emperor becoming a void immortal and receiving the blessing of the state's fortune, their dynasty's position would be stronger than ever. The emperor bowed deeply to Junlin, thanking him on behalf of all his subjects for the divine melody that had blessed the entire kingdom. The prince was stunned to see his father, a powerful ruler who had overcome the heavenly trials, humble himself so much. He realized just how much power Junlin must truly possess. Junlin told the emperor to stand up, noting that overcoming the trials was the emperor's own achievement. However, the emperor insisted that it was only because of Junlin's music that the kingdom's destiny had flourished so much. He felt he had simply struggled through an opportunity Junlin provided. The emperor promised that whatever Junlin needed, the dynasty would provide it without hesitation. Junlin took him up on the offer and asked to see the family tomb. The emperor agreed and led the way. Inside the tunnel, the emperor mentioned that besides some treasures that might attract thieves, there wasn't much to see. They eventually reached the end of the tomb, and Junlin didn't see anything unusual at first. However, Hong used his powers to reveal a hidden door to another world, which was held shut by massive chains. The emperor was shocked, having had no idea such a thing existed in his own family's tomb. Junlin noticed the door looked beautiful but seemed like an illusion that couldn't be touched. Xiaoxi realized the star door was real but hadn't fully materialized in their world yet. Activating it would likely require a significant sacrifice. Junlin asked how long the empire had existed, and the emperor replied it had been 1,200,000 years, making it one of the few dynasties to last over 1,000,000 years. Junlin asked about other powers, and the emperor explained that dozens of states had existed before them, many of which were now forgotten. Junlin realized the door belonged to an even more ancient era and had likely been forgotten through history. The family had simply built their tomb there by chance, believing the location brought good luck. Junlin asked Hong if he knew anything about the door. Hong admitted he had only heard rumors and had opened it by chance. He explained that in ancient times there were many teleportation points that let people travel throughout the universe, but the great ancestors had sealed them off for unknown reasons. Lee joined in, confirming the door's purpose. The prince wondered if the childhood legends were true, that their world was just one of many stars scattered across space. The emperor added that while cultivators used to travel freely once they reached a certain level, an invisible force eventually restricted them to their own world. The only way out now was to become a true immortal and ascend. The prince was excited, thinking the door would allow their empire to expand its territory into the universe. The Emperor agreed, feeling that with their current strength, conquering other worlds was only a matter of time. However, Junlin told them they were being foolish. He asked if they were really sure they were strong enough to expand, or if they would just end up being captured by alien races. He reminded them that the ancestors likely had a good reason for sealing the doors. He also pointed out that they couldn't even control their own region yet, and were already dreaming of invading others, comparing their ambition to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Emperor admitted Junlin was right, and that they had been overconfident. Junlin then asked if they even knew how to open the door, but the Emperor had no answer. Junlin told them to keep trying, but noted that as long as the door existed, the Empire still had a future. Lee remarked that if that were the case, the dark creatures from the abyss were even worse for betraying their world to serve aliens. Junlin was now most interested in what had happened to their world in the past. He suspected this wasn't the only star door in the region, and that parallel universe travel was a reality. Lee was also curious, hoping that ascending to the immortal world might provide some answers. Xiaoxi hoped to follow Junlin when he eventually ascended, but Hong warned that the immortal world was even more cruel than their own, with the strong preying on the weak. Hong remembered that when he had reached immortality himself, he chose to stay behind to settle old scores rather than ascend immediately. He knew that in the immortal world, a top-tier cultivator from their world would have to start at the very bottom of a strict hierarchy. Unless someone had a powerful family waiting for them, the transition was incredibly difficult. He feared that if he rose too quickly, his enemies would find and finish him. He explained that becoming immortal and ascending wasn't as simple as people thought, and it wasn't just about training hard. Lee asked if Junlin meant that effort alone wasn't enough to guarantee success. When Junlin arrived home, he saw that the first wave of attacks from Manhwa had already started. He suspected other regions in the east would soon be targeted as well, and eventually, all 4 major regions could be pulled into the conflict. Junlin decided he would take on this threat himself to protect Kun. Suddenly, he reached for his glasses, realizing he had almost forgotten something important, and showed his student a special gift. Xiaoxi noticed how good it smelled and asked if she could try some. Junlin explained that it was actually pet food. Xiaoxi told him that since she was a Xiaoxi and considered herself the teacher's pet, she should be allowed to have it, immediately transforming into her Xiaoxi form. Junlin sighed and handed her the bag as a snack. She thanked him happily and started eating. Hong watched this and felt annoyed. He grumbled to himself that the little Xiaoxi never focused on training and only thought about food, much like their other companion Li. He felt it was a waste for such a great immortal essence to be spent on something so trivial. However, as soon as Xiaoxi tasted the food, she felt a powerful flame ignite within her. Hong watched in shock as she reached perfection in her current stage and immediately made another breakthrough. Xiaoxi was thrilled, telling the teacher the treats were delicious and wondering how she had leveled up so fast. Junlin was also stunned that a single bag of top-quality feed could push someone from the early Hashin stage all the way to the initial Da Chang level. He wondered if eating a few more bags would make someone immortal instantly. Li began shouting in disbelief, noting that his sister had caught up to his level in the blink of an eye. Hong realized the food was the secret behind the sudden power boost, and began to wonder just what kind of high-level treasures Junlin possessed. Junlin asked Xiaoxi if she wanted more, and she eagerly agreed. He threw a few more packs her way, happy that she enjoyed them. He didn't forget about his Mount Kunpeng either, noting that he had been working hard and deserved some treats too. Xiaoxi shared some with Kunpeng, who also saw his strength reach its limit. Li was amazed again, seeing Kunpeng jump from the initial stage of Dain to perfection in seconds. He thought his teacher was truly beyond comprehension. Hong, however, felt that this way of gaining power was unfair to those who worked hard. He tried to convince himself that it was morally wrong and likely had bad side effects. He told himself that even if he were offered some, he wouldn't touch it. Junlin noticed that after 3 packets, the effect on Xiaoxi began to weaken, only pushing her into the late stage. It seemed the benefits decreased with repeated use. Meanwhile, Hong was hiding behind a tree, watching Xiaoxi out of the corner of his eye. He eventually called her over. Xiaoxi was surprised that the elder brother wanted to speak with her and asked how she could help. Hong told her that the food the teacher gave her was actually poisonous. Xiaoxi didn't believe him, arguing that the teacher would never hurt her and that the food had clearly made her stronger. Hong argued that everything has 2 sides. He claimed that, while an elixir might increase a person's level, it also poisons their internal systems. He told her the food was just forcing her to grow too fast, like pulling on a plant to make it taller, and warned that toxins were likely building up in her body. He suggested that continuing to eat it would be like slow suicide. Xiaoxi insisted she felt great and wasn't worried since the teacher had provided it. To prove his point, Hong used his powers to check her condition. He was shocked to find that her internal foundation was perfectly safe and incredibly strong. In fact, her body was filled with pure spiritual energy that was circulating freely. It was more effective than any elixir he had ever seen. Xiaoxi asked if she could go since she was fine, but Hong told her to leave the treats behind. He claimed he was only taking them for her own safety. Despite Xiaoxi's protests, Hong took the bag from her. He saw her start to cry and told her to hold back her tears and go look after the teacher without mentioning what had happened. Xiaoxi didn't dare argue and left. Hong smiled to himself, thinking he was finally ready to make a breakthrough of his own. He lifted the bag and started eating, finding the treats very tasty. Suddenly, his stomach felt like it was about to burst. He felt a massive surge of energy that seemed to be raging out of control. He worried his body would be destroyed and wondered why Xiaoxi had been fine while he was suffering. He realized he might have made a huge mistake. Suddenly, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, and the force of his own internal gas sent Hong flying into the sky. Junlin was confused, wondering why Hong had suddenly launched into the air. Li noticed a surprisingly pleasant smell in the air. Junlin asked Xiaoxi if she was okay, but she just bowed her head silently. Junlin sensed something was wrong just then. Hong crashed back down to the ground. Junlin asked him what he had done, but Hong just bowed at his teacher's feet in shame. Junlin demanded an answer, and Hong finally admitted his mistake. He apologized for his selfish behavior, admitting he couldn't resist the delicious treats. Xiaoxi chimed in, saying she had given them to him because the elder brother wanted to try them too. Junlin noted that while he understood Hong's desire to get stronger, taking treats from his younger sister was wrong. Hong tried to apologize again, but he suddenly felt sick and was launched into the air by another explosion of gas. Junlin yelled at him to stop making excuses and come back for his punishment. Hong realized his plan to sneak some extra power had backfired completely. He felt lucky his old enemies weren't there to see such an embarrassing moment. Down in the city, people looked up at the sky. Some saw a beautiful figure in the air making strange noises. One girl thought it sounded like her sister's flatulence, but others dismissed that as nonsense. They believed a heavenly maiden was releasing pure energy as a blessing for their village and encouraged everyone to breathe in the heavenly power. After the situation settled, Hong informed the teacher that he had finished purifying his internal energy and was ready for his punishment. Junlin acknowledged that his student's pride had gotten the better of him, so as a consequence, Hong was ordered to serve as Xiaoxi's assistant for the next 3 months, doing whatever she requested. Hong was horrified at the thought of being a servant to Xiaoxi, but he bowed and thanked the teacher for his mercy nonetheless. 3 months later, in the eastern region near the city of Wu, a Dragon Gate flying ship soared through the clouds. Passengers were buzzing with excitement because the Poison King's Valley was about to open, a rare opportunity no one wanted to miss. They discussed the legends of the valley's owner, Yao Zun, who was a legendary healer and highly respected among ancient cultivators. Rumors suggested he had planted priceless medicinal herbs there and installed a massive spiritual energy gathering formation. People claimed that even the most common herb from that valley would be worth fighting over in the outside world. Because the valley only opens once every 10,000 years for a limited time, entry is strictly regulated. The competition was expected to be brutal. The newer cultivators at the foundation level realized they would likely be stuck outside, while the high-level masters occupied the very important person areas. Some mentioned that even powerful leaders at the fusion stage were expected to attend. Suddenly, a group of masters approached a local tavern and ordered everyone to hand over their valuables to avoid a physical confrontation. The travelers were shocked, wondering who would be brave enough to attack a ship protected by a heavenly ruler. One man stepped forward to ask for the attackers' names. A girl introduced herself as being from the Zhuantian sect. Standing alongside her companion, Junlin, a warrior in the crowd shouted that it was the famous white-haired master Junlin. Some doubted it, thinking it might be an imposter, while others pointed out that the companions matched the descriptions from the rumors exactly. They whispered about his legendary mount, the ancient beast Kun, though many remained skeptical, believing such creatures had long since disappeared from the world, and that the stories were just exaggerations. An old man in the attacking group told everyone to stop talking and start handing over their goods if they wanted to stay safe. He was pleased to see the crowd falling for the act and signaled Li Wuji to collect the gifts from their fellow travelers. Wuji told the group to be smart and give up their treasures so he wouldn't have to use his sword. Terrified, the people began to surrender. Wuji then called out to those hiding in the top floor very important person rooms, telling them to hand over their storage rings or face his wrath. A guest inside suggested it wasn't necessary for him to come up, explaining that 2 very important people from the Wendao sect were inside. Wuji wasn't intimidated, insisting that no matter who they were, they had to respect his teacher or face the consequences. A voice from inside the room asked for a favor, identifying themselves as members of the Wendao sect, one of the most powerful groups in the region, second only to the Yuhua sect. Wuji knew their reputation was massive, but since Junlin had already proven he could stand up to anyone, Wuji told them to come down and settle matters now. Fan Dezhen and his assistant Miao Yi stepped out. Wuji made a sarcastic comment about the girl, which immediately provoked her to attack, but Fan stopped her. He recognized the group as Junlin and his companions from the rumors. Even though their power levels didn't look high, he knew Junlin was famous for hiding his true strength. strength. To play it safe, Fan presented a gift of 5 million supreme spiritual crystals and several artifacts, asking Wuji to pass them along to Junlin as a gesture of respect from the Wendao sect. Wuji accepted the tribute and promised to give it to his teacher. Once they were away, Miaoyi asked her uncle why he had been so submissive. Wuji, meanwhile, was thrilled that his acting had worked and that he had successfully pressured a high-level master using Junlin's name. Fan explained to his niece that he did it for her safety, fearing that Junlin's bloodthirsty reputation meant they would have been finished if they hadn't shown respect. Miaoyi complained that Junlin was far too arrogant and wondered why he was allowed to cause so much trouble. Fan reminded her that Junlin had recently defeated a top master from the Yuhua sect. Miaoyi, feeling determined, vowed to get stronger so she could eventually defeat Junlin herself. Fan encouraged her, noting that she possessed the rare star immortal body, which was just as powerful as the top talents of other sects. Elsewhere, the group of robbers gathered to check their haul. An old man laughed about how using Junlin's name worked like a charm every time. Wuji admitted he had been nervous, but was relieved that even a master from the Wendao sect had backed down. One of the women in the group mocked Wuji, telling him that people didn't respect him, but rather the master of the Devil's Sword persona he was faking. They started to argue, but their leader told them to shut up. He reminded them they were replaceable and needed to act smart. He noted that with so many people heading to the valley, it was the perfect time for one last big score before they moved on. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, and the group leader turned around in alarm, wondering what was happening. Wuji was terrified, calling the presence a monster. The chief, watching the mysterious force fly past, felt relieved that they hadn't been stopped, joking that his group wouldn't have even made a decent snack for a creature like that. At that moment, Hong was still fulfilling his punishment by petting Xiaoxi. She mentioned how much she enjoyed the attention and thanked her older brother. Junlin then announced that Hong's term of service was almost over and revealed that he had prepared a special reward. He asked Xiaoxi to bring out the chocolate ice cream he had carefully made. Xiaoxi ran to get it, joyfully presenting a swirl of ice cream to her brother. Junlin told Hong that it was the finest cold treat in the world. He acknowledged how difficult the last 3 months had been and urged Hong to accept his kindness. Hong was skeptical at first, suspecting that the teacher was trying to humiliate him one last time. He wondered how he should even react. However, once he tried a bite, he began to beam with happiness. The ice cream was cold and melted perfectly in his mouth. It was delicious, and he realized Junlin wasn't trying to trick him this time. Li arrived and informed the teacher that they had entered the Wuzhou region. He mentioned that the medicine valley would open in a few days. When he saw Hong eating the treat, he assumed it was a final difficult punishment from the teacher and admired how well Hong was pretending to enjoy it. Junlin asked about the medicine valley. Li explained it was a legendary location filled with rare treasures, miraculous herbs, and unique medicines, a place no one should miss. Just then, Junlin's system alerted him that they had entered Wuzhou and offered a task within the valley that promised significant bonuses. Junlin found the idea tempting, noting they had been wandering aimlessly for months anyway. The group arrived at the Dragon Gate guest house in Wuzhou. Li told the teacher it was the largest inn for miles and suggested they stay there until the valley officially opened. Junlin found the name familiar and decided they would stop. They were greeted with respect as they entered, and Junlin tasked Hong with arranging their best room. The innkeeper directed them to the second floor. As they headed up, Hong asked why they were being so secretive. Junlin explained that because he was so famous now, his fans would swarm him for autographs if his identity were revealed, which would be a huge hassle. Hong realized he probably shouldn't have asked. He simply couldn't understand the way Junlin's mind worked compared to normal people. Once they were seated, Junlin asked the waiter for recommendations. The waiter guaranteed their signature dishes were authentic and unsurpassed. He suggested the fried lion heads made from the meat of a wild fighting lion and the sugar vinegar carp, which supposedly contained a drop of real dragon blood. Xiaoxi pointed at another dish, thinking it looked tasty. The waiter praised her taste, explaining it was made from the meat of an ice Xiaoxi, sliced so thin it looked like crispy snowflakes. He recommended grilling it. Xiaoxi immediately covered her ears in horror. Junlin quickly reassured her that they wouldn't eat that and ordered everything else on the menu instead. The waiter was impressed by the large order, realizing he was serving a very wealthy guest, and rushed to the kitchen to prioritize their meal. Xiaoxi wondered aloud why anyone would want to eat such cute animals. Li asked the teacher why they were waiting at the inn instead of going straight to the valley. Junlin explained that since the opening would be chaotic, they should stay here first to get a feel for the atmosphere and see if anything interesting happened. Li praised his teacher's foresight, but Hong told them to lower their voices because people nearby were talking about them. Junlin wasn't worried, assuming they were just fans telling epic stories. However, when he listened in, he heard someone calling that damn Junlin a scumbag who had stolen a lifetime of savings. Another person chimed in, claiming Junlin had taken 6 high-level artifacts and various medicines from him. Li was furious, yelling that these people were lying and slandering his teacher. Hong just laughed, realizing that Junlin was actually an object of public contempt. Junlin told Li to stay calm, realizing that someone was clearly impersonating him, and these people were their victims. Hong offered to take care of the pathetic worms immediately if the teacher gave the word. Junlin told him he was being too dramatic. As they kept listening, they heard the strangers discussing the Red Fairy. One man complained that while rumors said she was a cold, unique beauty, the reality was different. He claimed she smelled like she belonged in a brothel. His companion agreed, saying that based on his experience, she was a mid-level product at best and didn't understand why people praised her. Another man added that when he first saw her, he was so unimpressed that the reality was nothing like the amazing scenes people described. Hong caught Lee staring and asked what he was looking at. Lee quickly made up an excuse, saying he just had some sand in his eyes and that Hong shouldn't overthink it. Junlin chimed in, telling Hong to be a bit more open-minded. He pointed out that the people were gossiping about a fake version of Hong, and a woman at that. Since Hong was a man, Junlin asked why he was letting it get to him so much. Hong tried to argue, but Junlin teased him, suggesting that since he was reacting so strongly, maybe he had finally started to accept the red nickname. Hong insisted that wasn't the case at all. Just then, the waiter arrived with their food, ending the tension. When the food hit the table, Xiaoxi noted how wonderful it smelled. The waiter wished them a good meal and told them to call him if they needed anything else. Junlin told the boys they should eat up, noting that the truth about the imposters would come out eventually anyway. As the waiter walked away, he couldn't shake the feeling that the guests looked familiar. Meanwhile, Miao Yi asked her uncle if he had heard how everyone was insulting Junlin and his group. She felt that this was proof of what people really thought of them. Fan told her she was listening to nonsense, explaining that truly powerful people aren't bothered by gossip. Even if the whole world hated them, it wouldn't change who they were. When Miao Yi asked why he kept defending Junlin, Fan just told her to drop it and eat, noting the food was as good as what they had back at their sect. As they were finishing up, Miao Yi admitted the meal was so good she had overeaten. She noticed her uncle watching Junlin's team as they passed by and asked what was up. Fan admitted that he felt an unimaginable level of strength coming from them, especially their leader. It made him feel strangely helpless. Miao Yi wondered if they had stumbled upon another legendary master. Fan agreed it was likely, noting that since the valley portal was opening, many powerful cultivators were heading to this specific inn. He warned her that since they were far from home, they needed to stay alert. That evening, dark figures gathered outside the inn. A warrior asked a priest if he was sure they should strike now. The priest replied that to break humanity's spirit, their plan of destruction had to start at this hotel tonight. He ordered his followers to begin the attack immediately, telling them to be completely on guard and not to make a single mistake. He explained that their snake clan had defeated many legends before. With this move, all human cultivators would be trapped in endless nightmares. He claimed that once their formation was set, even a great immortal wouldn't be able to break it, and humanity would fall into an eternal slumber. The attackers took control of the hotel and released a knockout poison. The priest boasted about the perfection of his plan while Junlin's students remained fast asleep in their rooms. Soon the humans were trapped in an illusory world where time didn't exist. In his dream, Li Wuji saw a world where humanity was on the brink of extinction during a great war with monsters. Just as all hope seemed lost, the monsters' heads began to fly off. A figure emerged from the clouds with a flaming sword. It was the sword god Li Wuji, the greatest master in history. The people in his dream cheered for their hero as he vowed to protect the world and wiped out the monster. The other students were in their own dreams as well. Hong found himself back in the main hall of the fire worship temple, where he sat on the throne as the supreme teacher with limitless power, surrounded by sacred flames. Xiaoxi's dream was much simpler. She was just lying around and enjoying an endless supply of sweets. Meanwhile, Junlin went out onto his balcony. He mused about how his reputation in the eastern region had turned into a disgrace, feeling that people's morals had really gone downhill. He realized he hadn't checked in for a reward in a long time and asked his system if he could still claim his missed daily signatures. The system confirmed he could and started issuing the rewards. Junlin was surprised by the final item and asked what level it was. The system explained that the flute didn't have a specific rank. Its power depended entirely on the player's skill and strength. Knowing his skills were at the peak, Junlin decided to play a tune to relax. A calm melody drifted through the city. One of the monster hydras heard it and, instead of attacking, began to dance, saying the music reminded him of his childhood. Another monster tried to tell him to focus on the illusionary formation, but soon all the monsters were caught up in the music and started dancing along. The lead hydra couldn't understand why he felt the urge to join in, but he eventually started showing off his own dance moves. Back inside, Fan woke up and realized he had been caught in a trap. He was shocked because he hadn't slept for tens of thousands of years, yet he had been pulled into a dream. He rushed into Miaoyi's room and woke her up using his spiritual technique. Miaoyi was confused and told her she felt incredibly tired and didn't want to leave her dream. Fan explained that they were caught in an ancient and dangerous illusory formation that kills people quietly in their sleep. Miaoyi realized it was a wicked plan and wondered if the motive was just robbery. Fan noted that with the Medicine Valley opening soon, the situation was getting dangerous. He mentioned the flute music they had heard and told her to stay put while he checked things out. Flying out the window, Fan recognized the attackers as members of the legendary evil snake race from the abyss. The snakes noticed him, and their priest remarked that while the music had interrupted them, most humans would still prefer the beauty of the dream over reality. Fan wasn't going to let them get away with it. He landed and confronted them, asking how evil spirits from the abyss dared to attack the human race. The priest brushed off the criticism, claiming there was nothing wrong with their actions. He boasted that the army from the abyss would soon sweep through the entire eastern region, so eliminating a few cultivators early was just part of the plan. Fan responded that the priest was incredibly arrogant for making such threats on human territory. The priest laughed, noting that he and Fan were both at the great perfection level, but the priest had 10 experienced fusion stage masters backing him up. He asked Fan how he expected to win against those odds. Suddenly, Lee ran out and recognized the attackers, asking if it was the Snake Clan from the abyss again. He joked that since they had finished off tens of thousands of snakes last time, his hands were itching for another fight. Hong joined in, demanding to know which of these vile creatures was trying to finish him off. The priest was surprised to see 2 more cultivators at the great perfection level. Fan felt a strange pressure coming from them. It didn't feel like a standard aura, and he couldn't shake a weird sense of familiarity. One of the serpents nervously asked the priest for orders, noting they were now facing 3 powerful opponents. The priest told him to stay calm and instructed his followers to funnel all their energy into him. He claimed that with the power of his dark bone staff, a sacred artifact from his clan chief, he could make the enemy vanish instantly. He bragged that even those at a higher trial level could barely withstand its power. Lee saw the energy building and warned the others that the snakes were trying to escape. Fan tried to block them, but the priest told him it was useless. However, as the melody of Junlin's flute drifted over them again, Lee suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to dance. Hong was equally confused, unable to figure out where the music was coming from. Even the priest began to lose his focus as the sound muddled his mind. Soon, the entire group of monsters was dancing uncontrollably. The priest even dropped his staff, begging for the music to stop. Hong and Lee were baffled by their own movements, while Fan looked toward the window and realized the flute was the source. He remembered it was the same sound that had woken him up earlier and realized the inn was home to a hidden master. Miaoyi came out to find the source of the beautiful music. She followed the sound to a room and found Junlin still playing. Blushing, she apologized for the interruption and said she wanted to speak with him. Junlin immediately worried his identity had been compromised and assumed she was a devoted fan. He grabbed her hand and told her that since she had figured out who he was, he would stop pretending and give her his autograph. Miaoyi was so startled she screamed. Junlin asked her where she wanted him to sign, but Miaoyi was completely confused. She wondered why the stranger had dragged her into his room and was insisting on giving her an autograph she didn't want. She asked him to let her go, explaining that she didn't even know who he was. She had simply been drawn to the sound of his flute. She asked for his name, wondering if he was someone famous in the region that she had somehow missed. Junlin realized he had been a bit too forward. He claimed he was from a desert region and mentioned that his reputation back home was fairly good. Miaoyi was surprised to hear he was from the desert. She admitted she used to have a poor opinion of that area, thinking it was a backward place where high-level masters rarely appeared. However, she said her view changed because of the Xuantian sect, though not for the better. She complained that the leader of that sect, Junlin, was using his power for evil. She told him that Junlin and his students had been robbing people in the area, and that even she and her uncle Fan had been victims. She called the white-haired master a disgrace to the cultivation world. Junlin burst out laughing, telling her there must be a misunderstanding. He claimed that in the desert lands, Junlin was known as a perfect man, strong, honorable, and so handsome that even other men found him impressive. He insisted such a man couldn't possibly be a thief. Miaoyi told him he didn't have to lie for the old devil just because they were alone. She imagined that Junlin must be oppressing the locals so much that fear was in their blood. She encouraged him to be brave, promising that justice would eventually win. She vowed to train hard, defeat the white-haired devil herself, and free the people of the desert. Junlin, struggling to keep a straight face, told her to keep that determination and that he believed in her mission to save the region. Miaoyi felt her Uncle Fan waiting outside and went to meet him. When he asked why she had wandered off, she explained she had followed the music and found the flute player. Fan complimented Junlin on his skill, and Junlin modestly replied that it was just one of his hobbies. Just then, his students ran up. Junlin quickly signaled them to call him Brother Yi so he wouldn't blow his cover. Hong reported to Brother Yi that the trouble outside had been handled. Miaoyi noticed Hong and was struck by how beautiful he looked. Junlin introduced Hong and Lee to her. Hong was annoyed that the teacher was using fake names again, but he kept quiet. Miaoyi said she was happy to meet them, but wouldn't keep them any longer. After she left, Junlin told his students that the imposters would likely try something else soon. He decided they should keep a low profile for a few days so they wouldn't scare off the real culprits. Lee praised his teacher's wisdom and agreed to stay quiet. Hong noticed that Lee was acting just as sycophantic as the little white Xiaoxi. He also couldn't understand why he was being referred to by such a strange fake name. Meanwhile, Fan was reflecting on how impressive Mr. Yi truly was. Even though he hadn't shown himself in person that night, he had used the music of his flute to neutralize the enemy, resolve the crisis, and easily control those creatures from the abyss. Miaoyi asked if he was really that powerful. Fan confirmed that while both of the master's companions were strong, they both clearly looked up to him. He added that for some reason being around them gave him a strange sense of familiarity, and that the entire group radiated a very unusual energy. He warned Miaoyi that they needed to be careful, and urged her to get some rest. He mentioned that the Valley of the King of Herbs would be opening soon. Miaoyi didn't argue and went to her room. That same evening, evening, a massive pillar of fiery energy shot up from behind the mountains, and a crowd gathered to watch the spectacular sight. People began shouting that the valley had finally opened, though many found it strange that it happened so suddenly, as the timing didn't match the rumors. Fan gathered his niece and their team, announcing it was time to leave. At that moment, Junlin stepped out and thanked Xiaoxi for the tiramisu she had made, telling her it was delicious. Xiaoxi was delighted and said she would happily make it for him every day. Junlin noted that he hadn't expected the valley to open quite so early, but agreed it was time to move out. In the forest, a group of cultivators talked excitedly about the treasures waiting inside. One man claimed that if he could find just one first-class precious herb, he would have the chance to reach the great perfection stage, allowing him to live for 50,000 years and travel the world freely. He even speculated about finding a king herb, which would be enough to help someone pass the heavenly trials. Miaoyi asked her uncle to explain what a king herb was. Fan explained that medicinal herbs are ranked as spiritual, precious, king, and immortal, with various quality levels within each group. He noted that while spiritual herbs are common, precious herbs are rare enough to cause major conflicts at auctions. King herbs, however, are so legendary that they haven't been heard of in the eastern region for thousands of years. They are so valuable that even the most powerful masters would fight to the death over them. Miao Yi wondered how the valley could hold so many people given the fierce competition. Fan explained that the original master of the valley had set strict limits on the number of visitors and how long they could stay. He added that the protective array was designed to automatically eject any cultivator whose life was in danger. He praised the foresight of the valley's creator and mentioned he was surprised to see the master of the lit lamp from the hanging monastery had arrived. He warned Miao Yi that the competition would be brutal and she must stay by his side at all times. Nearby, some monks discussed their chances, believing that with Master Rendang leading them, they would surely collect enough rare herbs. They recalled how Master Rendang had entered the valley alone 10,000 years ago and gained a massive power boost. The master himself reflected on the fact that the valley was far more mysterious and dangerous than it appeared, remembering how he had once nearly lost his resolve there. He had used that past shame to fuel his training for years and felt confident that he could now easily handle any obstacles the valley threw at him. Junlin and his students eventually arrived at the site. Li told the teacher that the valley was famous for being packed with materials and rare herbs that were impossible to find anywhere else. Hong admitted he was genuinely interested, and Junlin agreed. Though Junlin knew the herbs inside probably couldn't compare to the rewards his system gave him, he thought it would be fun to see what was inside. Suddenly, a flame shot into the sky and a portal began to open. The crowd cheered and rushed inside. Fan told Miaoyi it was time and left part of their team to guard the entrance while the rest followed him in. Junlin entered and remarked on how magnificent the interior of the valley looked. However, Hong suddenly felt his power level drop significantly, all the way back to the 9th level of Qi. Li realized the same thing had happened to him. Junlin noticed that his own strength hadn't changed at all, realizing that the valley's restrictions couldn't bypass the power of his system. However, he decided to pretend his level had dropped to the 9th level of Qi too, since he enjoyed surprising people by hiding his true strength. He explained to his students that the valley's creator likely suppressed everyone's level to keep the competition fair and prevent the valley from being destroyed by high-level battles. Li lamented that the suppression was so strong his legendary sword was now useless, forcing him to use an old kitchen knife instead. Junlin asked why he still had such a basic item. Li explained that even though the knife was old, it was the first weapon he had used when he started his cultivation journey, and he was happy to fight alongside it again. Just then, Junlin's system asked if he wanted to register his arrival in the valley. Junlin agreed and was notified that he had received a large jug of high-quality insight tea. Junlin was a bit disappointed, feeling it was a mediocre reward since he didn't need help with cultivation, but decided it would at least be good for quenching his thirst. Hong, seeing the look on Junlin's face, assumed the teacher was upset about losing his powers. He thought that if they were truly at the same level now, he might finally have a chance to use his full strength against Junlin. He began to daydream about getting his revenge and imagined himself punishing the teacher for everything he had put him through. Li suddenly mentioned he had heard a rule that if a fight between cultivators in the Medicine King Valley became life-threatening, the individuals would be automatically teleported outside. He told the others they had nothing to worry about and should just go all out. Hong, however, was annoyed by this. He thought it was a stupid rule because if he failed to finish off a certain someone, he would only face humiliation and revenge once they left the valley. Junlin noticed Hong's thoughts and figured the boy was planning to use the cultivation suppression to get some payback. He felt it was a bit of a pity. He really wanted to see Hong's face when he realized that Junlin's power level hadn't actually dropped. Suddenly, Xiaoxi told the teacher to look at the medicinal herbs, pointing out that they seemed to have a consciousness of their own and were moving. Li was thrilled, shouting that the heavens were favoring him by bringing so many herbs right to the door. Hong warned him not to relax, noting noting that these herbs had gained intelligence and were at the 9th level of Qi. A 3-leaf clover, which was a precious medicinal material, appeared before them. The clover told its companions that the elder had sent them more toys to play with. It bragged that they could capture and torture these people just like they had done before. A blade of couch grass added that it wanted to strip the humans of their clothes and make them crawl through the valley like dogs. Lee was insulted, asking since when medicinal herbs had become so arrogant. Hong, deciding they needed to learn a lesson, launched a fire attack at them. To his surprise, even using 40% of his power wasn't enough to burn them. He realized that outside the valley, such a strike would have defeated anyone at the same level. The grass mocked Hong, calling him a woman, and threatening to hang him from a tree and beat him. Hong was furious and used a more powerful soul fire technique. The grass called him a snitch for attacking again, and realized it might lose, so it called out to the other herbs for immediate help. The other herbs followed the order and used water to extinguish Hong's flames. Hong felt the tension, wondering how it was possible that his high-level techniques were failing against Qi stage plants. Lee jumped in to help his brother, attacking the enemies with his knives. Xiaoxi found it interesting that the herbs reigned supreme in this valley. Junlin realized that while his students were talented enough to beat those stronger than them, they were struggling against these plants. He sensed something fishy and realized the herbs were being boosted by a local formation created by the valley's founder. Junlin figured out that the level suppression wasn't for fairness, but to restrain humans while making the plants stronger. He suspected that previous participants had kept quiet about the valley's true nature, wanting others to suffer just as they had. Junlin decided that if the founder was going to protect his children, he would protect his own students as well. With a flick of his finger, he disrupted the local formation. Without that support, the herbs immediately became vulnerable. Hong and Lee noticed the shift and realized the plants could no longer resist. The grass began to burn and cried out in confusion, asking why their strength had suddenly vanished. It begged Hong to stop, claiming it was all a mistake, but Hong told the herb it was too late to run. Lee began harvesting the grass with his knife, asking Hong to spare some since they were high-quality materials. Junlin walked up and congratulated them on finishing the job, suggesting to Lee that they collect everything to make soup. Lee agreed immediately. Xiaoxi helped out but noticed some of the grass was still moving. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the sky, forming the shape of an axe. Xiaoxi was startled and said she almost died of fright. Junlin joked, asking if it was a distress signal from some axe gang. Hong boasted that he would burn any henchman who showed up to ashes. Junlin teased him for being cocky, pointing out that he had been struggling before Lee helped him. Lee noted that the strength of the herbs was unnatural and worried that the enemies would only get stronger as they went deeper. Hong complained that the founder Yao was using a double standard by suppressing people and boosting plants. He felt the man was a fraud for pretending to be a saint while setting such traps. Lee was hesitant to believe it, as rumors always painted Yao as a kind healer. He suggested Yao might just be trying to protect the herbs. Hong countered that if Yao really cared about them, he should have kept the valley closed instead of making a big show of opening it. Junlin told them to stay calm and take it one step at a time, curious to see what Yao's true goal was. Meanwhile, Golden Root Jins, the leader of the Axe Gang, asked who had sent out the distress signal. A tree spirit reported that they hadn't identified the attackers yet, suggesting it might be another faction within the valley. Another plant doubted that, since they had lived in peace for so long. The Axe King stood up and ordered everyone to be silent. Grabbing his weapon, he declared that since the valley had opened after so many years, he would personally find out who was brave enough to challenge them. Near the entrance of the valley, a group of cultivators was being overwhelmed by plants. They begged for help, but other teams were too busy running away. One talented cultivator lamented that he couldn't even defeat a single herb, while others shouted that the whole valley was a giant hoax meant to deceive them. However, deep within the Medicine King Valley, a battle with massive plants was already underway, with an old man fighting them off alone. The old man reflected on his past failures, remembering how he had been humiliated by this very group of herbs when his power was first suppressed. He decided that this time, he would wash away that shame and get his revenge. After gathering the harvested plants, the younger monks complimented Master Jing on his incredible strength, noting that the creatures were no match for him. They felt confident that they would return from the valley with plenty of loot. One monk pointed out that while other noble families and masters were being turned into slaves by the herbs, their group was moving forward with their heads held high. When the monsters confronted them, they insulted the old man, calling him a rebellious monk for attacking the noble healers of the valley. The old man didn't bother responding with words, he simply launched a direct attack. The lead monster ordered its companions to focus on him, claiming they were the ones in charge of the valley and the monk wouldn't last. Suddenly, a huge blue energy circle appeared and the monk raised his defense. The trees believed they had finally broken his shield and ordered a final strike to finish him. The old man laughed, asking if they really thought his defenses were that easy to break. He explained that over the years, he had traveled to famous mountains, spent massive resources, and trained his body to eliminate every weakness. He boasted that his diamond invincible body was nearly perfect, just one step away from a legendary transformation. transformation. He declared that as long as he had this body, the level suppression didn't matter, and he challenged the valley to try and find something that could actually hurt him. After the fight, he told his followers to pack up the herbs and continue moving forward. Meanwhile, Fan was in the forest with Miao Yi. He noted that thanks to her unique heavenly star body, she could still produce a powerful force despite the level suppression, otherwise they wouldn't have survived the herbs' encirclement. He wondered where the plants got such unnatural strength and questioned if it was the work of the Medicine King himself. Miao Yi admitted she used to think the Medicine King was a kind man, but now she saw him as wicked. Fan hoped the valley would close soon so they could be teleported out, fearing that further humiliation by the herbs would damage their resolve as cultivators. Suddenly, a mid-rank Medicine King known as the Ninefold Thundervine descended toward Miao Yi. It distracted her and then grabbed her leg. Miao Yi tried to use a beam attack, but it backfired and passed through her own body. Fan rushed to save her, attacking the monster and demanding it let her go, but his strikes were useless. The monster easily batted him away with its branches. Fan was shocked that he couldn't handle the creature, realizing its strength was equal to a mid-level master. Miao Yi cried out for help as the tree mocked them, saying it was having a great time. Fan apologized to her, feeling useless because his current cultivation level wasn't high enough to stop a mid-rank Medicine King. Miao Yi told him it was okay and that he had done his best. Fan begged the monster to be merciful and offered to suffer in Miao Yi's place if it would let her go. The tree laughed at their naivety, asking why it would let them go after waiting so long for toys like them. To prove its point, it sent an electric current through Miao Yi, making her scream in pain. Just then, Junlin and his group arrived. Junlin commented on how shameful the situation looked, comparing it to a strange game. Fan recognized them and begged for their help, promising that the Society of Explorers would repay the favor. Li recognized the monster as a Ninefold Thundervine. Junlin told Miao Yi that since their paths had crossed again, he couldn't just stand by. He ordered Hong and Li to handle it. Li stepped forward first, with Hong covering his back. The tree was happy to have new toys to play with, but Hong promised to roast the monster over a fire. The two students attacked from different sides, and the tree, feeling the pressure, decided to drop Miao Yi and fight with its full strength. Fan caught Miao Yi and retreated to a safe distance. Miao Yi was discouraged. She realized that even with her special star body, she couldn't resist the monster, while Junlin's students were fighting it with dignity. She asked her uncle if he and her father had been lying to her about her talent. Fan reassured her that she wasn't weak, but rather that the world was simply full of hidden, powerful people. He admitted he had no idea where Junlin and his companions had come from. Miao Yi mentioned that Junlin told her they were from the desert region, which Fan found hard to believe. The tree shouted that it was the master of the area and planned to shock the boys so hard they wouldn't be able to breathe. Hong and Li found themselves surrounded by the monster's electrical currents and were struggling to break free. Miao Yi worried that they wouldn't be able to handle it. Junlin noticed his students were reaching their limit and decided it was time to step in. Xiaoxi, seeing her brothers in danger, didn't wait. She screamed and jumped straight onto the monster to save them. Junlin was curious. It was rare for Xiaoxi to want to fight, and he thought this might finally be the moment they saw her true potential. Li admitted that they had underestimated the home field advantage of the Medicine King in this valley, finding it nearly impossible to land a fatal blow. He felt it was even more humiliating than the times Junlin had teased him. He couldn't believe a simple blade of grass was forcing him to his knees. Seeing Xiaoxi approach, Hong shouted for her to leave, warning her that it was far too dangerous. The giant plant monster mocked her, asking how such a tiny thing dared to join a fight and if she expected him to be merciful. Xiaoxi wasn't intimidated at all. Grabbing the monster by its root, she told him not to underestimate her and released a surge of solar energy that instantly tore the root apart. She yelled at the monster, telling it never to bully her brothers again. The King of Herbs was in agony after her strike. Xiaoxi moved further into the fray, telling Hong and Li that she was there to rescue them. Hong was stunned, wondering if this was an imposter, as he couldn't believe the stupid mouse who usually only cared about food possessed such power. Li was equally impressed by her strength. Even Fan was shocked, realizing that this unassuming little girl was actually stronger than both the boys. Junlin knew that the power of the first celestial body was something extraordinary. Taking advantage of the opening Xiaoxi created, Hong used his soul demon flames to slowly burn the Monster King. Once the King of Herbs was defeated, Xiaoxi was overjoyed and asked Hong if he would finally praise her. Hong, trying to keep his cool, told her she was just bragging and reminded her he was no longer her servant. Xiaoxi felt a bit hurt, wondering if she had done something wrong, but Li reassured her that they might have died without her help and called her magnificent. Hong eventually admitted that she had indeed made everyone see her in a new light. Miao Yi approached the group to thank them for their help. Li told her it was simply a matter of honor. However, Xiaoxi suddenly became shy and covered her face, realizing there were strangers watching. Miao Yi told her not to be self-conscious, expressing her sincere admiration for Xiaoxi's strength strength and calling her sweet and cute. Xiaoxi was delighted and asked Junlin if he had heard the compliment. Fan watched their mentor, feeling that his suspicions about Junlin's true identity were becoming more accurate. Miaoyi asked Junlin if he was the little girl's teacher. Junlin replied that he was, claiming he had raised her with great difficulty and care. Xiaoxi thought it was a bit much for him to say that, wondering if he just meant he had helped her improve her cooking, but she told Miaoyi that her mentor had taught her a lot and took great care of her. Miaoyi was touched, though she still felt like the group of four looked familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Junlin noticed her suspicion and wondered if she was about to figure things out. Suddenly, a group of plant spirits informed their clan king that they had found the people responsible for the recent battle. Hong felt an incredibly powerful energy coming from the new group. The king of herbs accused the humans of disturbing the order of their territory and destroying their kin. Xiaoxi noted that this was a great place for high-grade herbs, as a high-quality king of medicine had just appeared. The king called them insolent for thinking they could take him down. Junlin pointed out that this was the axe gang of herbs they had heard about earlier. Li asked Xiaoxi if she could help them again, since this enemy was even stronger than the last. Xiaoxi promised to do her best and stood in front of the king. The king laughed at the idea of Xiaoxi being his opponent. He launched several attacks, and while Xiaoxi managed to repel them, she quickly became exhausted and dizzy, declaring she couldn't fight anymore. The king called her a stinking rat and raised his axe to finish her. Junlin wouldn't allow it. He shattered the axe into pieces, remarking that the ginseng was too confident and needed to be turned into a decoction to learn obedience. He told Xiaoxi to go help her brothers and leave the king to him. Xiaoxi happily ran off, while Miaoyi and Fan watched in awe. Fan admitted he still couldn't gauge the depth of Junlin's power. The king attacked Junlin with powerful fists, but Junlin just stood his ground. He knew that using too much force would reveal his true level. The surrounding plants were terrified, wondering if a great disaster had come to the valley. Li knew that Junlin was a true mentor. Even with his strength suppressed, his power remained out of reach for others. Hong was also baffled. He felt like the ginseng's presence was suppressing him, yet Junlin had defeated the creature without lifting a finger. He realized his hopes of being on equal terms with Junlin were just empty dreams. The other plants began to scream that their king was dead and tried to flee. Li suggested they stay, since they were all valuable medicines. Junlin praised Li for his hard work and told him to collect the herbs properly. Li thanked him, modestly saying he was just benefiting from the teacher's reputation. Other teams arrived and were shocked to see so many precious medicines defeated. They wondered if anyone besides Master Rendeng was capable of such a feat. A monk and his master from the Hanging Temple approached the fallen ginseng. The master identified it as a first-class king of medicine, a prize so valuable that even those facing heavenly trials would envy it. He noted that, if they were outside the valley, every old monster in the region would fight over it. Since the herb hadn't officially acknowledged a master yet, the monk tried to claim it for the Hanging Temple. Li immediately blocked him, asking how he dared to steal someone else's prize. The monk turned to him and asked if Li realized he was picking a fight with the Hanging Temple. Hong told the monks they were just a bunch of bald hypocrites trying to steal their belongings while calling themselves followers of Buddha. He called them out for being bandits in disguise. The monk snapped back, calling him a talkative scoundrel, and questioning who could actually prove that Junlin's group had defeated the monsters. He claimed they had simply arrived at the spot first. A second monk warned the scattered cultivators to watch their behavior, threatening that if they provoked the Hanging Temple, they would never find a place for themselves in the eastern region. Li called the senior monk an old bald man and asked if he was unhappy enough to want to fight. The old man replied that Li was acting like an evil spirit and didn't realize he was facing a master who had survived a celestial catastrophe. The surrounding warriors were shocked, realizing they were in the presence of someone who had nearly reached immortality. They noted that even though many important people were in the valley, they were like ants compared to a master of that level. Li wasn't impressed, stating that since everyone was suppressed to the 9th level of Qi, he would cut down anyone who stood in his way. The old monk challenged him to share his name. Li introduced himself and told them to remember it so they wouldn't act so indignant. The monks laughed at him, mocking his name and the fact that he didn't even seem to belong to a famous clan, yet dared to challenge a grandmaster. The old man told Li he was too full of anger and offered to enlighten him. Li was thrilled, seeing the chance to fight a catastrophe-level master as a valuable opportunity. Li did his best to counter the old man's strikes, and the battle created a massive explosion. He shouted for the old man to keep going, clearly enjoying the excitement. The monk used his defensive techniques to block Li's heavy blows, waiting for the younger man to tire himself out. One of the disciples admitted he hadn't expected Li to be so strong, or to last so long against their master, though he assumed the master was holding back to avoid looking bad by using full power against an unknown. The monk realized that despite training for 100,000 years, years, he was struggling to defeat a member of the younger generation. He decided it was time to use a specialized technique, gathering all his energy for a single strike. He told Lee not to waste his strength, claiming that even if Lee attacked for 3 days, he wouldn't break through. As the monk lunged forward, Lee reacted instantly with his sword. He was surprised to see his strike hadn't done much and asked the monk if he was related to a turtle because of his thick shell. The monk asked Lee why he was putting himself through such torment, reminding him they wouldn't be in the valley forever. The students mocked Lee, telling him that while he might feel cool being equal to the master here, he would be a fool doomed to die the moment he left the valley. Junlin stepped forward and stated that since they had taken the king of medicine, the hanging temple was out of line for trying to claim it. The monk argued that everything changed when they intervened, claiming that nothing belongs to you until you physically take it. Hong attacked the monk from behind, yelling that the old man was looking for trouble. The monk tried to ignore him, insisting the medicine was now his. Suddenly, a fire attack narrowly missed Hong's head as Junlin moved in. Junlin asked the monk if he really thought he was above punishment. The monk felt a frightening power in Junlin's fist, sensing it might even exceed the valley's restrictions. Junlin didn't stop, delivering a blow so powerful it threw the monk deep into the forest. The other monks tried to act tough, telling Junlin he was just making empty threats and shouldn't brag in front of Master Rending. Junlin smiled and asked the monk how that punch felt, mentioning he had held back as much as possible to avoid killing him and causing a scene. The monk, realizing he was outmatched, replied that Buddha was merciful and thanked Junlin for his wisdom before saying goodbye. The other monks were confused, asking if it was over and if they were really walking away from the precious medicines. The senior monk just gave them a sharp, warning look. Junlin watched them leave, noting that the monk at least knew when to retreat. On the way out, the senior monk suddenly became so ill he began coughing up blood. His followers asked what was wrong, and he claimed they were just minor wounds. Internally, he wondered what kind of celestial being Junlin was to have such power even while suppressed. He worried that an era of great turmoil had arrived and vowed to personally send them all to the next world once they left the valley. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King Valley headquarters, a meeting was being held among the top plant spirits. Jin Yinzi, the medicine queen, warned that human cultivators were ravaging the valley and that even the Thunder and Ginseng kings had been defeated. She said it was a matter of life and death and asked if they should hide or stand and fight. The Jade Flaming Bone Bamboo argued against hiding, reminding everyone that this was their territory. He noted that they had enslaved humans here before and insisted they should resist the invaders together. Jinji agreed that they had to fight back, insisting that they were the true masters of the valley and that surrendering now would mean losing their freedom forever. Hanlingu pointed out that the current human invaders were exceptionally strong, even with the power of the medicine kings. Launching a counterattack was risky, and they could end up being captured. Lotus added that the silver-haired young man was particularly terrifying, as he had defeated the Ginseng king with a single move. Medicine Shawu suggested they seek help from a legendary figure who had once followed the medicine lord, believing his power would be enough to crush the invaders. However, the queen worried that because of his strange personality, he might refuse to get involved. Lotus argued that with the valley on the brink of collapse, the heir to the medicine lord wouldn't want to see his kin boiled into soup, so they had to go all in and ask. They all went together to see the great Mushroom King, a first-class king of medicine. The queen bowed and pleaded for him to wake up and save the valley. When the Mushroom King finally stirred, he released a massive surge of energy, but then immediately got spooked and hid behind a tree. He told everyone to stay back and speak from a distance. The queen apologized, knowing he was very shy and preferred to be left alone, but she explained that humans were destroying their brothers, and that if they didn't resist, they would all be wiped out. The Mushroom King was confused, wondering how humans could bypass the protections set by the medicine lord unless they were dealing with a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The servants confirmed that many of their kind had already fallen, and that only he had the status to unite the medicine people. The Mushroom King initially refused, wanting to stay in peace and suggesting they all just hide until the valley closed and the humans were sent away. Jinji told him he was being too optimistic, claiming the humans were specifically hunting him because he was the oldest creature in the valley. The Mushroom King was terrified to hear that so many people were after him. The others added that humans were ruthless and would torture him, humiliate him, and even put him on display at an auction for everyone to touch. Panicking, the Mushroom King begged them to stop. Jinyi suggested that if he took care of the most dangerous human, the rest of the plants would handle the others. They promised him that once the threat was gone, he could go back to his peaceful sleep undisturbed. The Mushroom King finally stepped out and agreed to handle the strongest intruder. As they moved through the fog, a mysterious voice thanked the Mushroom King. The Tree King secretly doubted if the Mushroom King could really suppress these people, but the Queen told him not to underestimate a supreme gold pill-level medicine who could easily handle ordinary humans. In the forest, a group of cultivators was talking to a monk, identifying him as the oldest elder of the Setting Sun cult and asking if they could buy rare medicines from him later. The monk assured them the price would be fair, claiming their meeting was a sign of destiny. The leader asked for dragon blood and a lightning tree, telling the monk to name his price. Suddenly, a group of plants approached. The monk was pleased, as he had been looking for them. Deer Horn charged at the monk, telling him not to celebrate too soon. The monk called the plants stubborn and promised to release their souls when the dust settled from the explosion. The monk's protective shield was still intact. Root was impressed by the defense, and the monk realized he was facing a powerful demon cultivator. The Mushroom King tried to flee the battlefield, but Root stopped him, reminding him that they would all be soup if he didn't help. The people nearby recognized him as the legendary immortal chaos mushroom, mentioned in ancient books. The monk noted that eating such a mushroom could extend a life for millions of years and make the path to immortality much easier. Believing the Buddha had blessed him with this find, the monk launched an attack to claim the mushroom. The Mushroom King blocked it and complained about being hit on the head. A warrior noted that the mushroom was a perfect level king of herbs, while the monk warned him not to get in the way. Root yelled to the Mushroom King that the humans were trying to auction him off, which motivated the king to declare that his body was as tough as a diamond. The monk tried to capture him, but the Mushroom King jumped on the monk, suppressing him with his energy and threatening to punch him. The monk continued to call him a product of evil. Suddenly, vines from the forest surrounded the Mushroom King, grabbing him by his arms and legs. The monk realized the plants were in a hurry to finish him off so he wouldn't be publicly humiliated by a mere mushroom. He wondered how he could ever lead others again after such a disgrace. The Mushroom King announced that he had fulfilled his part of the deal and that the rest of the situation was no longer his concern. The plant spirits were thrilled and prepared to attack, while the monk cried out in fear, questioning what they planned to do and warning them that Buddha would not be forgiving. He dreaded having to relive the same shame he experienced 10,000 years ago. At the same time, the boys were battling a massive tree that was resisting their efforts. Junlin sensed an incredible surge of energy from it, far greater than any of the other medicinal kings they had encountered. He realized the true power behind the valley's plant life had finally shown itself. However, the tree told the group not to fight, claiming it was just passing through and didn't belong to the group of herbs that oppressed humans. It asked what they wanted from it as it stood right before them. Miao Yi asked if the tree was telling the truth, noting that the fruits growing on it were beautiful. The tree promised that if they let it go, it would give them everything that had fallen to the ground, which even the spirits refused to eat. Fan informed Miao Yi that these were the fruits of star energy. He explained that eating them would greatly enhance her internal star power, and mentioned that their sect had searched all over Gongzhou without finding a single trace of this immortal fruit. Now they had suddenly found dozens. Miao Yi was excited, realizing the trip was a success, and that the fruits would help her reach a new level of power. The tree asked if it could leave, and while Hong was distracted by a daydream, Junlin gave it permission to go. Junlin then told the boys he felt an unusual energy nearby, and suggested they investigate, as it might lead to the secret force behind the valley. Li was eager to uncover the valley's mysteries, but Hong was frustrated that he couldn't feel any energy at all, wondering if he really was stuck at a low level. Miao Yi suggested that the teacher should take the fruits from his two disciples, but Junlin declined, telling her to keep them for herself. Fan thanked Junlin and told him that if he ever needed help from their school in the future, he shouldn't hesitate to ask. Junlin suggested they all travel together. When they arrived at their destination, they were shocked to see a massive gathering of high-level plant spirits. Hong found the sight exciting. Xiaoxi noticed something familiar and asked the teacher about a dark object she saw. Junlin pointed out that the old monk was already in a pathetic state. Looking closer, they saw that the plants had captured the humans and were mocking them. Junlin realized that humiliating a master of that level required a force that was anything but simple. Li speculated that they were facing a true elite from the great kingdom of medicine. Root spotted them and immediately ordered the group to kneel and beg for mercy. Junlin asked who had given the plants such courage. The monk, seeing Junlin, spitefully hoped the young man would enjoy his remaining time as a human, believing he would soon regret his naivety. Root realized Junlin was the silver-haired youth who had defeated the other plant kings, but claimed that against the Mushroom King, Junlin was just a toy. The plants began screaming for the Mushroom King to help them. Fan worried about facing a great demon, and even Hong admitted that in his prime, he wouldn't have claimed such a title for himself. Junlin, however, was curious to see what a great demon actually looked like. Root noticed the Mushroom King had disappeared and started to run away, but he shouted back that the Mushroom King was the strongest villain and the only one who could win. Junlin asked if the mushroom was truly the most powerful creature in the valley. Xiaoxi identified it as the immortal chaotic mushroom. When Junlin asked if it was strong, Hong explained that according to legend, whoever eats it gains endless life and massive strength, making it the closest thing to a divine potion. Fan realized this was a top-tier medicine at the level of golden perfection and urged Junlin to be careful, suggesting they might need to teleport out. Junlin told him not to worry, as he knew exactly what he was doing. The Mushroom King spoke in a menacing voice, calling the humans evil for wanting to eat him and demanding to know why they had disturbed his peaceful sleep. Junlin immediately felt the pressure of the situation, as the difference in power between him and his opponents seemed huge. However, Junlin pulled out his secret weapon and showed the Mushroom King what he was truly capable of. He released a surge of sunlight that covered the entire area, terrifying all the nearby plants. Miao Yi whispered to her uncle that it seemed like the young master's ability abilities weren't being restricted by the rules of the valley at all. Her uncle also felt the power of the technique, noting that it completely ignored the limitations of the Medicine King Valley. Hong was equally stunned, thinking that what Junlin was doing shouldn't even be possible. He knew the Medicine Clan was only powerful here because of the rules established by the venerable founder, which were backed by immortal-level techniques. Normally, anyone who entered the valley would fall under their influence unless they were equal to or stronger than the person who created the rules. Hong found it hard to believe that Junlin could be such a powerful being. Realizing that if he were, Hong would never have stood a chance at escaping him, Hong checked on Li to see if he was alright. Meanwhile, the monk was in shock. He realized that the palm strike he had taken earlier was nothing compared to the force Junlin used to send the Mushroom King flying with a single slap. His confidence was completely shaken. The Mushroom King himself was confused, wondering how he had been tossed aside so easily. He remembered that the founder had promised him that no one below the level of a true immortal could break the valley's restrictions. He wondered if the ban had simply worn off over time. Junlin pointed a finger at the mushroom and told him that if he didn't have any other tricks, he was going to be turned into soup. The Mushroom King stood his ground, calling Junlin a villain and refusing to give up. He rushed at Junlin with his small fists, but Junlin met him with another slap. Junlin didn't stop there. He prepared a fiery strike to end the fight. The mushroom realized then that Junlin truly could ignore the valley's rules, and felt that the founder's protections were completely unreliable. Junlin pounced with the full strength of his divine body, creating a beam of energy so bright it could be seen from across the universe. The Mushroom King was defeated and felt depressed, unable to believe he couldn't handle a human even within his own valley. The other plants cried out that their king had lost and that their home was doomed. The mushroom didn't blame anyone but himself, feeling that his long life as a mushroom had been boring. He mused that if he had a next life, he would want to be a human instead. Just then, Junlin's system notified him of a new task to take on a student, offering a unique divine skill that would allow him to create two powerful clones of himself. Junlin was excited by the reward and decided to give the mushroom a chance to stay alive. He knew the mushroom was afraid of death and would likely listen. However, the mushroom started crying and refused the offer before Junlin could even finish. Junlin asked him if he really wanted to die, noting that the reward for taking him as a student was too good to pass up. He told the mushroom that before he passed away, he needed to do one thing. The mushroom was shocked and asked what he meant. Junlin got straight to the point and asked the mushroom to become his student. The mushroom couldn't believe someone would ask to be a teacher right before finishing him off, calling Junlin shameless. Junlin jokingly called the mushroom his brother and said that if he agreed, Junlin would make sure to get every last drop of juice out of him so he would pass away without suffering. The mushroom asked if Junlin was crazy, as that was a terrible way to ask for anything. Junlin then threatened to throw him into a cauldron with some chickens and other medicinal plants to make a delicious roast. He described how he would eat every single bit until nothing was left. As Junlin started moving toward him, the mushroom got so scared that he fell to his knees and agreed to become Junlin's student. The system immediately congratulated Junlin on his new student and revealed the mushroom's hidden talent, providing a high-level martial art for him to learn. Junlin was thrilled with his success. He told the mushroom to stand up and reminded him that, as his student, he should now call him teacher. Junlin promised to protect him and gave him the new martial art as a gift. Junlin sent a beam of energy into the mushroom's head to transfer the technique. The mushroom was amazed by the power of the martial art. He explained that the medicinal clans were naturally weak at fighting and usually relied on the valley's rules to keep humans away. Suddenly, the mushroom's form exploded with energy. When the smoke cleared, he had transformed. He explained that this new Blue Emperor art not only fixed the weaknesses of his race, but also gave them the combat power they were missing, allowing them to completely change their destiny. Miaoyi was stunned by what she was seeing. She couldn't believe Mr. Yi had started taking disciples in the middle of a battle, and had even helped a medicinal plant take on a human form. Wondering what kind of unusual hobby that was, Fan noted that while it was impressive for an ordinary plant to achieve human form, he was more curious about the secret divine art Junlin had used to make it happen. Li, however, was just happy for his teacher, remarking that Junlin's strength was bottomless and beyond understanding. He even cheered because he now had a new junior disciple to look after. The mushroom bowed to Junlin, thanking him for his mercy and officially accepting him as his teacher. Junlin acknowledged him as a worthy student. Hong, meanwhile, was suspicious. He wondered how many more secret plans Junlin was hiding, suspecting that helping the immortal chaotic mushroom take human form was part of an insidious long-term goal. He knew that because the mushroom was essentially a cure for immortality, even the highest immortals would fight to the death for it. He figured Junlin was just waiting for the right moment to profit from the medicine. Meanwhile, the monk still hanging from the tree felt like the biggest victim in the whole situation, screaming for someone to finally let him go. Junlin decided that since the mushroom had started a new path, he needed a suitable name. He chose the name Xiaohei. The mushroom liked the modesty of the name, feeling it suited him well, and thanked his teacher. Junlin then asked Xiaohei why the founder, Yao, had installed such strong suppression systems against human cultivators if he had agreed to open the valley. Xiaohei explained that Yao belonged to the medicine clan himself and created the system to protect his kind from being wiped out. Li was shocked to learn that the legendary Yao wasn't human. Xiaohei confirmed this, explaining that Yao was actually a rare medicinal kirin. Hong recognized the significance immediately. A medicinal kirin is a legendary immortal medicine said to hold the power of heaven and earth. Legend says that anyone who consumes it can be cured of any illness, gain unsurpassed strength, and find a clear path to immortality. Junlin suggested that Yao must have made a great sacrifice to protect the valley. Another plant spirit explained that in the past, human forces had been incredibly greedy, attacking the valley daily and robbing the herbs without mercy. The weak plants were treated as mere merchandise or food. To save his clan, Yao used his own medicinal power to satisfy the demands of powerful humans and buy time for his people. Li was moved, realizing Yao had literally used his own body to pave the way for the medicine clan's survival. However, Yao's power wasn't infinite, and the greed of the humans never ended. Eventually, Yao went to the heavenly world to strike a deal. He would exchange himself for the permanent protection of the medicine clan. The heavens agreed, but on the condition that the valley must open once every 100,000 years. Yao appeared to agree, but secretly added the massive defense system to suppress human power, ensuring his people would stay safe during those openings. Only the most advanced herbs knew the truth. The younger ones simply believed Yao had become immortal. Despite how humans had treated them, the medicine clan never killed the intruders. They only drained their strength and played tricks on them. Junlin expressed his deep respect for Yao's sacrifice to ensure his clan's survival. Fan agreed, noting that even though Yao wasn't human, his dedication to his comrades was honorable. Miaoyi added that looking back at the actions of the human cultivators, she felt deeply ashamed of how they had behaved. Just then, the participants saw the teleportation gates open, signaling it was time to leave. One cultivator shouted that the valley was a cursed place and that anyone who wanted it could have it. The monk, feeling his freedom return, vowed that once he was outside, he would avenge his humiliation with blood. Before leaving, Junlin asked Xiaohei if he wanted to come with them. Xiaohei wasn't sure at first. He had originally planned to go back to sleep once the trouble was over. However, he realized that everything had changed now that he had a teacher and a powerful new martial art. He wanted to experience the world he didn't know. Junlin told Xiaohei he respected his choice and mentioned he might drop by again in another 100,000 years. As Junlin started to walk away, Xiaohei felt a sudden emptiness. He didn't want to return to a long, boring life of solitude. He shouted for Junlin to wait, declaring that he wanted to see the world after all. Xiaohei caught up to his teacher and asked to be taken along. Junlin smiled and promised that from that moment on, he would lead Xiaohei to the very top. The other plants wondered why the great Mushroom King had chosen to leave with the humans, especially after he had caused such a stir by taking on a human form. Root speculated that he must have been forced into it, but noted that now they were gone, the valley could finally enjoy peace for another 100,000 years. As the participants emerged from the portal, the crowds outside cheered. Seeing their excited expressions, the onlookers were filled with envy, assuming the group had returned with a massive haul. Many lamented that since the valley had so few openings, they would never get a chance to see it in their lifetime. The last one to exit was the old monk, who sighed with relief at finally feeling the freedom he had craved hours ago. The monk's disciples rushed to ask about the results, but someone noted there was no need to ask. With Master Rendeng leading them, the hanging temple was sure to have returned with hands full of spoils. The monk asked sarcastically if it really looked like he was coming back with a full catch, causing the student to apologize for speaking without thinking. Suddenly, a group of thieves intercepted one of the clans and ordered everyone who had entered the valley to stay exactly where they were. They warned that anyone who resisted would face the cruelty of their leader, the true immortal Junlin. The travelers panicked, disgusted that they were being subjected to another robbery. One man urged his group to stay quiet, not wanting to draw the attention of such a dangerous person. Miaoyi noticed the group and pointed out that the imposters were at it again. Junlin remarked that it felt like he had arrived just in time to hear a confession. Hong was insulted, furious that they had found a woman to impersonate him. He vowed to crush them for such a blow to his status. Li noted that the legendary executioner who inspired fear in everyone had apparently been turned into a village robber by these fakes. Xiaohei, still nervous around so many people, hid behind a tree. Xiaoxi reassured him, telling him not to be afraid because his teacher and older brothers would handle everything. Xiaohei thanked her and asked how he should address her. She introduced herself and told him there was no need for formal titles, calling him a cutie. Xiaohei looked at the thieves and asked why their clothes were so similar to theirs, and Xiaoxi explained that the imposters were ruining their reputation through extortion. The old monk confronted the thieves, asking if they were truly prepared to go through with this. One thief started to panic, sensing the monk's aura was at the level of a heavenly catastrophe. However, the leader of the thieves wondered why his team was scared. He reminded them that Junlin had once defeated a true immortal in front of the Zhu family. He figured if he stayed calm, he could scare off the bald old monk. He approached and asked the monk if he knew who he was dealing with, claiming very few in the region could stop him. The monk's disciples whispered to their master that this was the bloody Avenger himself, who had supposedly destroyed a million-strong army. The monk listened, but quickly recognized the man as a fake. He realized the heavens were favoring him. He knew this Junlin was actually at odds with the the real one, and this was a perfect opportunity. The monk greeted the pious Junlin politely, claiming he had heard of his reputation for a long time. The thief was surprised by the monk's politeness, thinking the name Junlin was working even better than expected. He assumed the monk was willing to forget old scores. Lee asked Junlin if the old man was actually falling for it, but Junlin replied that the monk had his own evil plans, and they should just watch the drama unfold. The thief told the monk that since their meeting was fateful, he hoped the monk wouldn't interfere with their business. The monk agreed, and even offered to help. Suddenly, the monk launched a massive golden bell into the sky, trapping all the surrounding students. The thief was confused, asking what he was doing. The monk claimed it was a blessing, and that he would personally perform a ritual to help them be reborn in a land of bliss. The terrified disciples shouted that they had no grudge against him and offered to give up their medicines. They even promised to keep quiet about any illegal trade in the valley. The monk asked what trade they were talking about. He explained that the real issue was that they had witnessed his humiliation inside the valley, and he couldn't let that news reach the eastern region. He decided the best move was to eliminate all witnesses, take the treasures, and blame the bloody avenger for it, getting the loot, keeping his secret, and becoming a hero who fought evil all at once. One student shouted that he was a prince of the great Yan Empire, warning of the consequences, while another identified himself as an elder of a powerful sect. The monk told them to stop wasting words and sent them toward Reincarnation, crushing two high-ranking individuals with his energy. The lead thief was horrified, realizing he had planned to quit after this job, but now he was in over his head. He asked if the monk planned to eliminate him too. The monk replied that he had great respect for Junlin and asked for a favor. He wanted the thief to be patient while he finished his work. Take all the blame, but since he had no choice, he told the monk to do whatever he wanted. Just then, one of the trapped students ran toward the fake Junlin, calling him a demon and asking how he could conspire with the monk to destroy them. Miaoyi whispered to her uncle that Junlin must be completely insane, but Fan urged her to be quiet. He asked if she hadn't noticed the striking similarities between Mr. Yi and the person being discussed. Miaoyi looked closer and admitted she had suspected this for a while. After everything they had witnessed on this trip, she was starting to believe that Mr. Yi and the legendary Junlin were actually the same person. Fan told her not to jump to conclusions and suggested they stay calm to see how the situation unfolded. To mock everyone, using a specialized plant technique to suppress the hearing of those around him. Lee informed Junlin that, as instructed, the entire event had been recorded on an imprinting ball. Junlin remarked that they would soon see how these hypocritical monks would try to maintain their merciful act. Having secured the evidence, Junlin decided it was time to move. He soared into the sky toward the monk's barrier and reached out to touch it. The monk was stunned to see him there, but Junlin simply introduced himself as being from the Zhuantian sect. The onlookers were thrown into total confusion trying to figure out who the real Junlin actually was. They wondered if the man from the Medicine King Valley was the genuine article, which would mean the group robbing people earlier were just imposters. Miaoyi turned to her uncle, excited that her theory had been proven right. Fan admitted that ever since they were at the Dragon Gate Inn, he knew this man was no ordinary person, and that feeling had only grown stronger in the valley. He compared Junlin to a divine dragon soaring through the heavens, far beyond the reach of normal people. The fake Junlin and his team realized they were finished. They had been pretending to be him while the real owner was watching the whole time. The monk glared at Junlin, noting that while he had always tried to be polite, it was clear that Junlin enjoyed playing games. He realized that the reason he had been humiliated in the valley was because he was dealing with the real Junlin all along. He declared that it was time to settle all their old and new scores at once. Junlin called him a bald old man and revealed that he had recorded his entire speech. He asked the monk to imagine how the world would view the hanging temple once the recording went public. The monk wasn't worried, claiming that since no one would leave the area alive today, the truth would never get out. He planned to pin all the day's chaos on Junlin's reputation. Junlin told the old man he was being far too overconfident. The monk countered that in the Medicine King Valley, his power had been suppressed, leading him to fall for Junlin's tricks, but now that he was back at full strength, things would be different. He launched a massive attack, determined to finish Junlin off. Lee watched the exchange with concern, noting that the monk was at the very peak of the heavenly catastrophe stage. He wondered if his teacher was in real danger. Hong, however, sensed that Junlin was still hiding his true depth. He figured that someone capable of breaking immortal-level rules couldn't be defeated so easily. Junlin stood his ground without a hint of fear, even as a massive force loomed directly in front of him. And that's where this video comes to an end. If this video hits 5,000 likes, I'll continue and fully complete this manhwa series. So make sure to like the video, drop a comment, and subscribe to the channel so I can see how many of you are interested.